Racing series. I'm Giles. Together with James Montgomery, we will be guiding you through a day of wheel-to-wheel action as we find out who is going to win the Formula Student Sim Racing Series live from the Williams Formula One Experience Centre. It's going to be absolutely spot on because this year there are 3 teams in with a shout of taking all the virtual glory. It's going to be an absolutely great day, isn't it?
Yes, I'm really excited. The atmosphere is absolutely electric. We've seen lots of other teams already. We actually had a tour at the museum before we actually went into the eSports arena, and the cars on show was incredible. We can even see the helmets in front of us as well. It's just an honour to be here. It's my first time here as well. It's your second time here.
Yep. The
students are going to be in for an absolute treat as they get on their regs.
They really are. So throughout the day, we're going to be bringing you live coverage of each heat, which will build towards the grand final. The grand final will be a race around the virtual Silverstone. We'll be there later in the week for the full Formula Student from Copse Corner. It's all building towards that. And we've got 3 teams in with a shout this year. We've got Bolton, we've got Southampton, and we have got Glasgow. They'll be competing behind us here in the Williams eSports facility. It's going to be an absolutely stunning day. And to get you up to date with what this facility has to offer, here's Monty with a bit more.
Hey guys, welcome to the Williams Experience Centre, where we're going to be hosting the final round of this season's Formula Student Sim Racing Series in their eSports Centre. I'm joined with Michael Preston, the eSports Chief Engineer for Williams eSports, who's going to be showing us around the facilities. Shall we go? Yep. Let's go.
So welcome to Grove, home of the Williams eSports Lounge. So here we have some of the simulators that the students are going to get to use for the final round of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. We have the Williams eSports Edition Playseat Formula. We have a Fanatec Direct Drive steering wheel base and a Formula V 2.5 rim. We also have load cell pedals and a 32-inch curved monitor. As you can see, there's 10 rigs here. We also have 10 rigs in the back room as well, so we can have up to 20 people racing in the same race at any given time. In the background, we also have our pro level sim rigs. So these are the sim rigs that our Williams eSports Pro drivers would use if they're preparing for events or if they're taking part in events. So this year we've used those for taking part in the Le Mans 24-hour Le Mans Virtual Series. We've used iterations of those rigs for F1 eSports as well. And we also have a F1 style pit wall, which we use to provide a professional engineering capacity, which I will show you now. So here we have our F1 style pit wall. The first thing you'll notice is the abundance of screens that we have. It seems excessive, but as soon as you start adding onboard telemetry, timing, the screens quickly fill up, especially if you want to be watching the race as well. Like we have a replay from the Le Mans Virtual Series race here. This has capacity for 4 engineers to be working during the races. We also use this for running events in the eSports Lounge as well. So if we're running LAN events or corporate events, then this is somewhere that we can run those events from if we're running session lobbies or doing admin for that kind of stuff as well. On the screen we have Motec open at the moment, so that's a tool that we use to analyse telemetry. So this is something that most of the students in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series will have become accustomed to using throughout this year, because Motec natively has the ability to analyse data coming out of Assetto Corsa, the simulator. So that's where there's one real area of crossover between sim racing and real life, is that this is a tool that's used in professional level motorsport, and the students can be using it, getting data from their sim rig at home and learning everything that they'd ever need to do using this software at a racetrack. So here's one of our pro level rigs that our Williams eSports Pro drivers would use. As you can tell, there's a bit of a step up in hardware between these and the corporate level simulators that we have over in the rest of the eSports Lounge. And the main differences from this are coming from much heavier braking pedals, the higher forces coming from the direct drive wheelbase, 3 screens, so that you can use your peripheral vision a lot more to see the cars around you. Also, the much stiffer chassis for the rig itself. That's necessary to cope with all the forces coming out of the steering wheel base and going through the braking pedal. So the Husingveld Ultimate pedals that we have on this rig are capable of going up to 120 kilos of braking force. So that's capable of matching any or the majority of real racing cars. So
A lot of force.
yeah, these are a really good tool for professional drivers as well, testing for real world racing as well as our drivers in their professional sim racing capacity.
This looks impressive. Dare I ask the cost?
Yeah, so the rig in its totality with the one PC included will put you back about just over 10,000 Great British pounds.
Worth every penny, I'm sure.
Yep, especially when you're looking for those marginal gains.
Absolutely. No, definitely. If it gives you an authentic experience of what you feel in the car on the real track, then no, definitely it's there with a purpose.
Welcome back to the commentary box for today. We're here for most part this throughout the day, really. We're going to be coming to you from here with this, the final of the Williams Formula Student Sim Racing Series. This is going to be absolutely spectacular. We're on round 7, coming to you live from the Williams eSports Centre. We've already had 6 rounds, and they have been absolutely impeccable. As you can see on your screen, not the usual winners in round 1, was it?
Nope, it wasn't. And Glasgow had lots of troubles in round 1 with no fault of their own. There was actually a pit lane pile-up that happened, and we saw that Southampton and Bolton were the main rivals. But we had 2 new winners. We had University of Portsmouth Alternative Fuel, and we also had Vigo as well, winning on debut. So it was very great to see from them. Bolton actually ended up finishing in 2nd, but then from round 2 onwards, Southampton and Glasgow really turned up the heat and got going with their season.
Exactly. Brands Hatch saw the return of the usual protagonists, names that featured throughout the rest of the year. Southampton and Glasgow vying for the win there. Salford making an appearance in the top 3 at the end of round 2. Come round 3, we had Donington. That was great fun, wasn't it? Was Donington not brilliant? Bolton topped that one, followed by Southampton with Hurt there in 3rd. And then, of course, I think it was our favourite round. Our favourite round was round 4, wasn't it?
Yeah, Virginia North was amazing. We saw the likes of Glasgow, Southampton fighting, but it was Exeter and Bath's battle, which I really, really enjoyed as well. That was incredible.
They are all here on the comments as well. So if you're on YouTube, do please let us know. Exeter Racing, they're saying, good to see you. Good to see them too. Chris Smout saying, morning all. Good luck to all the teams. Do please get your comments coming in. We'd love to hear from you. Where are you watching from in the world? Who are you supporting? Do let us know. A team that I'm rather fond of myself came out on top, surprisingly, in round 5 for reasons that are completely
track limit
irrelated to actually the racing. Cardiff managed to actually win the round without actually winning anything.
Yeah, because there was a lot of penalties, a lot of protests, 15 protests in total, Giles, for that round, which was crazy. And we saw the likes of Bath getting 2nd overall and Southampton as well. Southampton, that's a common theme. They've been consistent and scored loads of points in all the rounds, but that might hinder them in the end, which we'll go through a little bit later on. They got the most to lose in this championship.
Coming into round 6, the final. Right there are your 3 teams going into this final that you've got to keep your eyes on. There are a few different situations that we've got here where any one of those teams that finished in the top 3 at Kyalami could take the championship. We've got Glasgow, we've got Southampton, and we've got Bolton. And so coming up throughout the day, it's going to be between these 3 teams. So let's look at how the day is going to shape up. We're in practice at the moment. Practice has been going on throughout the day. We've been lucky enough to go to the Williams Museum. That's been stunning to walk around. And then we've got qualifying for the heats. How are the heats going to work, Jess? How are we going to build towards this grand final?
Well, I can tell you. So each university will take part in 4 heat races each, but there'll be heat A and heat B, so every university gets a chance to do it. Grid positions for the races will be randomised. So it won't be like what we saw in the usual sim racing series, with an average grid value implemented to make sure every university has an opportunity to start near the front, middle and the rear. And once that happens, the results of the heats will be combined and averaged to determine which final the team enters, and there's going to be finals A and finals B. So the top 15 teams with the best combined finishing position in the heats will go through to final A at Silverstone later on. All other teams will enter final B, and that will be the top 5 of those in final B will progress into final A. And speaking of the tracks, we've got the tracks there. We're starting at the N³rburgring for Heat 1. We've got Mosport Park in Canada in round 2. We've got N³rburgring in Heat 3. Heat 4 I'm looking forward to because it's the Pragas in Imola. Then we got the final B. Final B is my closest track to where I live, Thruxton. And of course, like you were saying earlier, Silverstone, where we're going to be this weekend on Saturday and Sunday, that is going to be hosting the final round. And I'm very excited as well. The finals A going to be in the Porsche 911s, and that's going to be amazing.
We've got a real mixture of cars that the teams are going to be racing in throughout the day. Those are the tracks that they'll be taking to in all their virtual glory. Really excited for some of those. The Nürburgring, Imola, Silverstone, they are god tier tracks, and we're bringing you the very best of student driving from them throughout the day for the final of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2024. We've been at this all year. It comes to this after 12 months. It's built towards the next few hours, so make sure you're sticking around. We've got 3 teams that could win, and it's all going to come down to this. We've got a few comments coming in. Jojo Scott saying, good luck, Aberdeen. Darren G saying, let's go, UCD. Kyra Fox, go Queen Mary Formula Student. And Chris Smout saying, whoop, whoop. He's tuning in from Race Control at Silverstone. At the end of round 6, this is where your teams stand. You're there supporting them on the YouTube chat. This is where your teams stand at the moment with 670 points. University of Southampton are currently front runners, closely followed by University of Glasgow with 655. And rounding out the top 3, it's University of Bolton with 625 points. Not only have we got all of that racing to do, we've also got another engineering challenge. The results will be revealed today. That is worth 50 points, so it is still all to play for.
Yes, and also don't forget, in this championship, what has been implemented this time is the drop round. So each university will have their worst result dropped, and it won't be counting towards the championship. So the standard you can see at the moment, that's without those taken into effect. So once the final round is done, then they can get their worst result. And Southampton, they got the most to lose in this situation because every round they've had, all rounds 1 to 6, they haven't had a bad round. All their results are consistent. Glasgow, round 1, it was horrible. They had the pile up, as I mentioned, so that will most likely be their drop round. So they got the most to gain in that situation. They've usually done well in the engineering challenge. So really, Glasgow got the most to gain. Southampton got the most to lose. But we've got permutations to go through.
We do
Giles,
have permutations.
what are they?
So these are the situations as things stand where each different team could win. So situation 1 is if Southampton win this, followed by Glasgow in second, that will still mean that Glasgow will win the championship as a result of the drop round that Jess was just talking about. So that's one scenario. That's scenario 1. In scenario 2, we've got if Glasgow and Southampton take each other out. It has happened before. It could happen again. In that instance, Bolton will need to not only win the final today, but they will also need to win the engineering challenge in order to take the overall championship. And our third and final situation is if Glasgow come less than second, then Southampton win the championship. That's as I understand it. That's as we've got it here in the commentary box. So you've got these 3 different situations, all of which are actually quite plausible.
Yeah, it could go either way. And to be honest, with this being a live environment as well, for most teams, they're going to be in the rigs at the Williams eSports, so they're not going to be as comfortable going into this because they're not used to the setup. But honestly, the rigs are amazing. Direct drives, they have been warned of what could happen if they don't use it correctly. Yep. But you had a go yesterday, Giles.
I had a go yesterday. They are absolutely stunning, cutting edge bits of kit. And I love the fact that it really does even the playing field if you're here at Williams eSports, because none of these drivers, if they're here, get to have the added benefit of their home setup. So as a result of that, it equals the playing field. Now, these have direct drive feedback, and if you do crash, the steering wheel will go as it would have done if you were in real life, and you can end up with a broken wrist. So there is a bit of jeopardy there. So if you're saying, oh, it's all safe, it's all simulated, broken wrists are nothing to sniff at. I've been there. They're not fun.
But there are two teams that are in this championship fight that are dialing in remotely, and that is Glasgow and Bolton. But we also have Southampton that's leading the championship that's currently in Williams eSports. So who will have that advantage? We'll have to wait and see. And you can see everyone, here they are.
Aberdeen, give us a wave. You're on camera, sat on the sofas. They've got no idea. There they are. Come on, give us a wave, Aberdeen. There we are. They're having a giggle. Come on, give us a wave.
They can't hear us.
Can they not hear us?
No.
Oh, well, that's gone well, hasn't it? That was first of many slip-ups of the day, I'm sure. So there we are. These are the teams getting ready for Heat 1. You can see them dialed in, glued to the screens, headphones on. They will shut out all noise. It will be as though they are at the Nürburgring getting ready for round 1. There is our very own Monty walking through shot there with the Team Sim Racing shirt on. And we'll be going to the first race relatively soon. Jess, your predictions then for race 1 out of the gate. Where do you think we're going to be? Because I think it's BMWs at the Nürburgring, isn't it?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes. No, MX-5s, I should say. I stand corrected. It's MX-5s at the Nürburgring.
Because it was BMWs during practice, but in Brands that was a great. And it's going to be in the sprint GT format, and it has the fast chicane as well. And one thing we forgot to mention, for all the heats, we've got fixed setups, so they're not allowed to change anything. They have to drive with the setups they provided as well. For Heat 1, no tyres to be involved, whereas in Heat 2, that will be having the medium tyres, Heat 3 soft, and Heat 4 soft. But with Heat 1, we've got we've got all 3 of our championship protagonists in the first race. So that's Glasgow, Southampton, and Bolton.
Let's have a look at what's going on track, shall we?
Yeah, we should.
So this is as things stand. We're getting ready to go racing here at the Nürburgring. It is Heat 1 of the final here for Formula Student Sim Racing, live from the Williams eSports facility. Giles and Jess in the commentary box, ready to go for 15 minutes of non-stop action. Bolton, Aberdeen, all here. Southampton as well. You've got Bolton on second. I think that must mean Glasgow are on pole. You've also got NTU, Nottingham Trent in third, Hull A in fourth, Aberdeen in fifth, University of Birmingham in sixth, in seventh it's Southampton, University of Wales Trinity St David in eighth, USM in ninth, UCL, University College London in 10th, MSTN in 11th, Exeter in 12th. The lights are coming on. Shall we go racing for the first time this afternoon, this morning and this evening, depending on when you're watching? Let's do it. Lights out and away we go at the Nürburgring. Who's going to get the best start into turn 1? I've got no idea from that angle. We're waiting for them to come along into turn 1, into shot. A bit of a slow start from everyone by the looks of things, at least by what the camera was expecting. Here we are then. Glasgow in the lead. Bolton in second. NTU dropped down into third. This is great stuff for Bolton and for Glasgow. 2 championship contenders. Southampton have not qualified well. They're in 7th. They're already up. They've gone down. They're dropping down the running order. Oh dear Lord, what has happened there to Southampton? That is not good news for the championship leaders.
Don't forget it's round and grid. So they haven't qualified for this. It's round and grid. So they were placed there as well. So it could be tricky for them to get some overtakes done. But we can see Southampton dropping down the order. It's not good. Whereas Glasgow still holding on to that lead. Bolton in second, which is 3/10, and Hull A as well. Hull A was definitely a team to talk about in the last race we were in Carl Army. They were looking very, very quick. So nice to see them having a bit of a fight. But we can see Glasgow trying to defend from Bolton. Don't forget, Bolton is still in this, so don't count out on them. And they're going to try and see if they can go for the move.
They are really pushing for it now. Bolton, Glasgow, you're riding with one of the championship protagonists. Meanwhile, University of Trinity St David up on UBR. Cars going well wide onto the grass as University of Wales Trinity St David go through into fifth. A huge pack there, including UCD, USM, Cardiff as well. Oh, that's a massive pile up there, and I think that looks to me like University of Wales Trinity St David have gone. They've gone, and that puts Cardiff up into fifth, Birmingham up into sixth.
Oh no, it was someone else. I'm getting confused with deliveries.
University of Wales Trinity St David down into 13th after that pile up. Mr. Hedge saying, let's go Bolton. Watson, go get him, lad. Bolton vying with Glasgow side by side down the start-finish straight. Going into turn 1 at the Nürburgring. This is
really tight, and you know this is for the championship. Bolton have got the inside line. Absolutely fantastic stuff from Bolton. Can Glasgow defend? I don't think so. That puts Bolton up into the lead. Brilliant stuff. Bolton take the lead of the first race here at the final of the sim racing for Formula Student, but Glasgow have got something to say about it, nearly rubbernecking with the rear end of Bolton. Glasgow are so close here, but Bolton might just be getting away. Braking late at Glasgow. Bolton defensively driving, fantastic stuff. Chris Smout saying FS Sim Racing bumper car edition, but this is fairly clean racing from 2 of the 3 championship protagonists.
And Northcote Trent has just got past Holley as well, and there's a bit of a pile up in the background, but these are the 2 teams to watch out for. It's great stuff there, even in terms of pace as well. Most drivers will have 2 drivers racing here today, and there's a few 1 driver entries. Luckily there's only 2 1 driver entries. They'll have to start at the back of the grid. Oh, that's bumper car central. That is FSTN that's had a bit of a spin and hit the wall. That's not a good day to start for them for their sim racing finals.
Absolutely gutting for FSTN. Exeter in 9th. Southampton, meanwhile, they've clawed their way up to 6th. They started, I think, in 7th. Luck of the draw for them. Not exactly what they would have wanted as leaders currently on the scoreboard. Chasing down Birmingham. You can see them there in the blue. Birmingham in the purple and red ahead of them. Coming into the left-hander, have they got enough to try and dive down the inside? I don't think they're close enough, and I also think they ought to be watching in their rearview mirrors, because there is Hull A getting very close indeed. Going down the inside are Hull A, and Hull A take it from Southampton. This is not the start to the day that Southampton will have wanted.
They need to be up near the front. They do not want to be near the back as well. And then there's a few people going off in at the background. So here we have with Bolton and Glasgow fighting near the front. Then we've got a big gap between Nottingham, Trent and Cardiff. Cardiff doing very well indeed. But I think we got Southampton trying to get 6th place back from Hull A to the inside of turn number 1. We also got, I think, Birmingham as well. They got to be careful on track limits. That they're going to be policing that today. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Hull A and Birmingham battling it out. That should have been a moment for Southampton to capitalise on, and they're now trying to capitalise on it. Going down the inside on Birmingham are Southampton. Southampton trying to claw their way back up from where they started on the grid in 7th. Southampton up into 6th. Chasing now Hull A, who got the jump on them moments ago. Can Southampton get into the top 3 is the question. You're on board with Southampton at the moment. They've got Exeter behind them now, and we know Exeter like a bit of fun on track. That's not exactly the car you want behind you. Meanwhile, Oxford University Racing going down the inside of University College Dublin, rubbernecking and getting very bouncy there. Bumper cars indeed, Chris, in the comments. Oh dear, that's just a bit aggressive from Oxford again. It's not the first time we've seen them drive like that, and they don't do themselves any favours, because as soon as they get their elbows out, it kind of sets the precedent and invites other drivers to do the same, and then often than not, Oxford come off worse. Getting on the grass there quite badly, doing Percy the park keeper out of the job there are Oxford. And University College Dublin say, thank you very much, I will be having that, and go through into 12th.
Yeah, that was a great move for them, tidy as well. I'm just looking at the gap between the front lot, Glasgow and Bolton. Bolton is absolutely light and the time screens are light, and then Glasgow's like, anything you could do, I could do best. The gap is coming down ever so slowly. It's 1.5 seconds, so Bolton is definitely controlling this race so far, and that is definitely what they need to steal some points from the top 2 in this championship. We can see Oxford dropping again, unfortunately, down into 14th, now into 15th place, as that most of them heading towards turn number 1. Very tight and squiggly.
I've got to cut you off there, Jess, because Southampton are getting very close to the front of Hull A, and we're back now to University College Dublin, who are all over the chuff of University Welsh Trinity St David. I do apologise to them. Last round out, I did say that they weren't behaving particularly well by driving in the dark with their lights. It was a glitch. They thought it was daylight. Meanwhile, University College Dublin have no qualms about irritating University Welsh Trinity St David. Side by side through the chicane they go. University Welsh Trinity St David, University College Dublin swapping places as they go. 12th and 11th are on course here at the moment. 8.5 minutes of racing to go here at the N³rburgring, the first heat of Formula Student Sim Racing Final 2024. Rubbernecking there, bumper cars through the N³rburgring. It's Mazda MX-5s, and these two are not giving each other an inch. Southampton now really close to the back end of, well, is that Is that NTU? They must have got through past Hull A already. Southampton on an absolute charge with 8 minutes left to go. The fat lady has not sung for Southampton. They could still well be challenging for the race win. We're on board with Exeter. You've got a fantastic view here of Hull A and Southampton. Southampton up past Hull A finally and properly. The three teams, nothing between them. Inches from bumper to bumper. Hull A go back through round the inside. Oh, this is very close indeed, as Southampton just about cling on to 5th place with Hull 8 inches from them, and Exeter just waiting for them to come together. It seems somewhat inevitable. Southampton covering off the inside line into turn 1. Fantastic defence from Southampton, but they don't want to be defending, they want to be attacking, and they're not in the position they need to be. But there it is, they've got the inside line. Can they now get away from Exeter and Hull 8, who will surely descend into a scrap between themselves?
Yeah, they can't afford to keep squabbling like that, because it will invite more of the teams who are up down below, such as Aberdeen and Trinity St David, to potentially catch up as well. And that's the beauty sometimes of this track. There's just so many places to overtake on. You see all these guys squabbling for like 3rd, 4th place, final spot on the podium, and then you got the top two just loving life at the front. Glasgow would probably want to close the gap to Bolton a little bit, but Glasgow are where they need to be at the moment, because Bolton are 3rd in the championship, whereas Glasgow are ahead of Southampton. So Glasgow will be pretty content with this, even though Bolton's up front.
Bolton are up front with a gap of 2.5 seconds separating them from University of Glasgow. You're on board with Exeter at the moment as they hunt down Hull A. Hull A in that position where they could try for an overtake on Southampton, but that would invite Exeter as well. Southampton can't seem to break the chain that separates them and Hull and Exeter. They should be up there challenging NTU and Cardiff, but they're just not at the moment. They started in 7th, luck of the draw on qualifying, and as a result of that, Exeter and Hull A are causing it. Oh, this is interesting now, going round the outside are Exeter on Hull A, not quite able to make it work. Tail stepping out just a bit there, well held from Exeter as they go down the start-finish straight to start another lap. 6 minutes to go of racing at the N²rburgring. Exeter in 7th, Hull A in 6th, Southampton in 5th. You're on board with Hull A. You can see the gap there to Exeter now. It's a gap of approximately 1 second or so as I have it, or 0.6 seconds to be precise. And that's not a gap at all. That's very close indeed. That's not a gap. They've just gone into each other. Well done there from Exeter as Exeter and Hull battered it out for 6th position. It has allowed Southampton to draw away just about as they hunt down NTU to take 4th place. It's 5 minutes of racing. Can Southampton get into the top 3, Jess?
It's still possible with the gaps, because we've got Nottingham, Trent and Cardiff. They're fighting with each other. Then Hull A as well, don't count them out. And Exeter, literally 3 or 4 cars could have a shot of the top 3, which is why these races are really good, because Exeter is so short. You can see Exeter bumper to bump. Oh, no, they're not anymore.
Hang on, who's gone where? That seems to have, I think that might have been a glitch on our end. We'll get there, we'll get back to
There we go.
University College Dublin back down here. You can see there one of the
panic
team
there.
well, Trinity St David. Comments coming through thick and fast. Ellie Dudley, go Team Hull. Amy Davis, let's go Queen Mary Formula Student. Holly Freed, go on Oxford. At the moment, it's Hull A and Exeter who are giving us the most drama. The gap between Glasgow and Bolton has opened up to 4.5 seconds, Jess. 4.5 seconds. And oh, that didn't go very well for Hull A, and that's Exeter through on them. Tail stepped out, just about held it, but they couldn't go defensive on Exeter, and Exeter go through into 6th. Hull A will have something to say about it, though. We're on board with them now. Closing the gap through the start-finish straight. Looking for that inside line. They're very, very close indeed. Sweeping up to the outside. Trying to out-drag them. It's going to be a question of who breaks latest into turn 1. Rubbernecking just about, not quite swapping body paint yet, but this is going to be very close indeed into turn 1. Exeter just have the inside line on them, and that is Exeter holding on to 6th position.
That is very good for Exeter to do that as well. They just got to pull away in order to do so, and it's great to see them consistently in the top 5 in most of the race we saw towards the latter half of the sim racing series. Of course, they won race 2, but they did get a penalty which dropped them down a few places. But Exeter are definitely the ones improving. Same with Hull A as well. Birmingham that was there since the start of Formula Student. It's great to see them in sim racing series, but we got some stuff going on, Giles.
It is fantastic to see. We've been watching Exeter and Hull A, but if you notice, Southampton is properly close to NTU now.
They are.
Meanwhile, over on the stream, JB93, I think that's English, but I can't understand what a word has been said there. You're on board with Exeter at the moment. Southampton closing it down on NTU, vying for a 4th position. You can see them just exit your screens there. Meanwhile, Hull A trying to catch up with Exeter, but not quite having any success. Southampton having more success in closing that gap on NTU. We've got 3 minutes left of racing, and I got a funny feeling this might be a race to the line for 4th between NTU and Southampton, unless NTU make a mistake under pressure here. Through the chicane they go. Properly great apex. Nice line through there by both teams. Southampton really maximising all the track space they've got, as they should do, through the final corner, onto the start-finish straight, and that is Aberdeen going well wide. Not good news for Aberdeen, as University College Dublin and University of Wales, Trinity St David both go through. Aberdeen down into 12th. You're on board with NTU now. Nottingham-Trent University under pressure from Southampton. Southampton attempting to find a way through. Not quite there. And that's an interesting line, and there's braking there, and he's gone wide. He's gone wide. Southampton, put your foot down. It was right there. Oh, no. Southampton just cannot quite catch up to NTU to make a move. Nottingham-Trent, well defensive from their 4th position. Southampton will be attempting to get through. They need these points if they want to keep their championship hopes alive. And there it is. There's the move they need. Right there, is it? They've got the inside line and they're through. Southampton are through into 4th position with 2 minutes to go. Spot on 2 minutes. And at the moment, Southampton's issue is not Cardiff in 3rd. It is NTU, Nottingham-Trent University in 5th. Because NTU are still right there. You do a lot of sim racing, Jess. You're very successful. In a position like this, when you've got you've just made an overtake and you can see someone in your rearview mirrors, how does that feel pressure-wise? Like, how do you concentrate on trying to get your line right when you've got someone all over your rear?
It feels good when you got the overtake, but you got to make it stick, and that is what I think. That's not what you want to do, as I said there.
Something didn't stick at all. The tyres for University of Wales Trinity St David did not stick on track at all. And they have gone well down into 13th, gutting from them. Meanwhile, you're on board with NTU being overtaken by Exeter. Where did that happen? We go away to University of Wales Trinity St David for 3 seconds, and all of a sudden Exeter are up into 5th.
Did Nottingham-Trent make a mistake potentially? Exeter could, and they set the fastest lap of the race so far, Giles. 141.634.
From the team from Devon. They'll be mightily pleased with that. One team
Nottingham-Trent's fighting back though.
Nottingham-Trent side by side with Exeter into that tight right-hander at the top of the course. Here at the N²rburgring, Master MX Fires for the final of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series Heat 1, looking at the battle for 5th between Exeter and Nottingham-Trent. Exeter have made it up into 5th with the fastest lap posted moments ago. We've got 30 seconds left on the clock, so what is that, a couple more laps or one more lap? In fact, this might well be the final lap, I think. Exeter, I also think, have held on to that. Meanwhile, Manchester are chasing down Aberdeen. Aberdeen haven't had much luck, but they have managed to get into the top 10. Manchester will be hoping to change that as they sweep down the inside, not close enough at all to make a move down. They're going slightly wide. An interesting line. They're actually defending from USM, Strathclyde, I think that is, and that is a lot of pressure from the Scots on the Northerners. Going down the inside, surely Strathclyde have got that. Surely
very tight chicane. They could try and do it as well. I think they're going to do it. Yep, they are. So Strathclyde is up into 11th place, and they're going to be chasing down the other Scottish team of Aberdeen.
But here it is, crossing the line. A team, I can't lie, I didn't expect to take the first victory of the day, but there it is. Bolton crossed the line to finish in 1st place with a gap of nearly 8 seconds to Glasgow. Cardiff coming across the line in 3rd, driven by Aaron Farmer. Southampton will finish in 4th. Will that be enough to keep their championship hopes alive? I don't know. Meanwhile, Exeter, they posted the fastest lap. They're over the moon with that. They cross in 5th. Meanwhile, Nottingham-Trent and Hull A come in very close behind them in 6th and 7th, respectively. And that has been an absolutely cracking start to the day, as far as we're concerned here in the commentary box. That is brilliant.
It's a good racing as well. Good start as well. Some good squabbles in the midfield. That looked to like, and we had a battle at the front towards the start as well, but it was Bolton that kept very, very calm and got the first win of the day. That's what they need to potentially steal some points, and if they can't win, potentially steal 2nd of the Southampton. But guess what? We get to do this track all over again because we've got the next lot of universities to race this track coming up.
Got plenty more, so do not go anywhere. If you're live with us on the stream, your reactions to that race, please let us know. We'd love to hear from you. Cardiff finishing in 3rd, somewhat surprisingly. I don't think we'd anticipated on them finishing as high as they did. Someone who's not particularly pleased about that was, I got some comment here, someone that says they hate Cardiff. Well, thank you very much. Meanwhile, you're on board there with University College London. Quite looking forward to actually seeing them on track this year at Silverstone in a few days' time. We've seen their car build is progressing quite nicely. It's going to be tight, but they should get there. Meanwhile, there is the reaction live from the Williams eSports. Chilling out on the sofas, there's a big screen to the left of the camera, which they're all watching this on. They're now looking at themselves, which will be an interesting experience for them, I'm sure. There is this gentleman here. He's just stood up. He's got this top hat, and I just think that is impeccable.
That is amazing.
I absolutely love that. Meanwhile, we've got Monty beckoning for an interview. Jojo Scott saying, well done, Rob. The lights are on, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you an interview with your race winners, Bolton, with Monty very shortly. He's there with his microphone. All we need to do is actually find Bolton.
Isn't it? Bolton's remote in as well, but
Let's find out what Monty's got.
I think we're going to have an interview with Monty with our podium synthesis. Monty.
That first. Hello guys, hope you enjoyed that first race. That was really good fun to watch. Unfortunately, we can't get an interview with the winners because they are racing remotely. So what we're going to do is have a chat with a couple of the guys physically in the lounge, and then we're going to touch base with Glasgow and Bolton later on. So I've got some of I call you guys the old boys because you've been here for a while now. We've got the University of Hull here. They've been here since the first season, have always been part of this in one way and another. Nice hat, by the way. I'm going to throw this to you for a couple of minutes just to talk about your role within the team, because I know, Geronimo, you've been here since year 1. So what have you found out about the series? What have you learnt from it? And why do you guys keep on coming back every year?
Well, just for me, it's the race engineering bit. Like, you know, I basically learned everything from it, from this competition, and even the Soto course by itself was, all the starting point to everything, yeah.
Put theory into practice, right?
Yeah. Literally, yeah.
Nice, fantastic. And sir, I should know your name after 3 years, but I have completely forgotten, so I'm going to let you have your moment of time. Introduce yourself, and why do you keep on coming back time and time again?
Yeah, so my name's Tyler. To be fair, this is only my first full year doing it. I came last year, literally only did the final last year. That was my first race on a set of course when I came to the final last year, but done a full year this year. Just trying to get used to it all, to be honest. It's still all very new to me, but really enjoying it. It's just fun to have, I guess, online competitive racing, but it's not overly competitive where you can just turn up, have some fun. Yeah, so I'm enjoying it. Rusty season, to be honest. Very just stupid mistakes, but looking to enjoy today and come back next year bigger and stronger.
Fingers crossed for next year then. Thank you so much for your time, guys. Yes, Ho, they've been here since season 1. They were championship protagonists last year. Peaks and troughs this year, but that's fine. It's a new team, so we'll see what they can do next season. We're getting ready for the second race in here now. We can see that everyone is just getting into their seating positions here, so I will hand you guys back over to Giles and Jess. Enjoy Heat B.
Welcome back to the commentary box, and as I'm sure you can imagine, with 2 of the 3 championship protagonists dialing in virtually, it's a little bit difficult to be able to bring you immediate interviews. So that was an interview with, I think it was Hull.
Yes, it was.
And Top Hat Man was there, which is great. If you know who Top Hat Man is, do let us know. You can also give us a message on the social medias. I'm at Giles_Cosgrove. She's at JessGames95. I've been reliably informed that at some point we might actually be able to bring you a virtual interview via the medium of the internet with Bolton. So do stick around for that. The comments coming in. Tom Montgomery saying, come on, York, smash it. Do please keep your comments coming in. Where are you watching from? Who are you supporting? Let us know. We'd love to hear from you. We are, after all, in a box. Still to come, we've got more heats. We've got more action from the N²rburgring with the Mazda MX-5s. They're gearing up for that. We'll be there with you very, very shortly. Also, throughout the day, we've got MX-5s. We've got Taunton F4s. We've got Mercedes. We've got Pragas. And we've got muscle cars as well, not to mention Porsche 911s. We've got Silverstone, Thruxton, Imola. it's all coming up. It's going to be absolutely spectacular, so do not go anywhere. I was surprised to see Bolton take that. That was absolutely dominant, and a dominance we haven't seen all year from Bolton. They've been good, but they haven't been that good.
Yeah, and I think it's an advantage maybe having their home setup around them as well. That they're able to have the comforts of their own home as well. But I kind of wish they were there as well. But it was not nice to see a performance that we did not see in general throughout the entirety of the sim racing series.
You say this, but you'll notice that the top two teams, both in that race, aren't here. But the gap between
Southampton is.
Yeah, Southampton is. But the top two of that race, so Bolton and Glasgow, they're not here, and yet Bolton was 8 seconds. That can't just be the home advantage, surely. So let's find out. Let's go to Bolton now. Let's find out how on earth they managed to be so dominant in that first race. Bolton, you're live on the Formula Student YouTube channel. Thank you ever so much for dialing in and joining us. Congratulations on that win. I'm just going to try and work myself into the camera. There we go. That works. Just getting used to actually being in vision for once. Bolton, congratulations. How on earth did you pull that? 8 seconds. An 8-second advantage across the line. That was wonderful.
I'm pretty satisfied as you are.
Which is just wonderful. Unfortunately, his mic might be switched off. Stand by. He's having a fiddle. We'll see what happens. Try again, sir. There we are.
Hey!
We can hear you. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. The what miracle of technology.
Yeah, I'm astonished as much as you are. Wasn't expecting to pull a gap on, especially Glasgow. But yeah, just being dialed in with the car. It's a track that I really like. It's pretty good.
How much practice have you had in the run-up to the race today?
I think we've probably done the same amount as Glasgow and probably Southampton have done. There's probably not more or less. We've done the usual run plans that we do as a team. We got given the cars that we're going to be running today, and then we're just literally just powering through to doing the cars that we do in a practice in it.
What setup did you go for in the end? Oh, no,
It's
no,
fixed.
It's fixed setup. It's fixed setup. I'm so used to asking about setups because usually they're quite variable, but today they are fixed until the final. So this means that your championship hopes have been kept alive. You've just got to hope that Glasgow don't particularly finish well. How's your engineering challenge looking? Because that's also somewhat integral to you winning the outright championship. How have you found the last engineering challenge?
Yeah, I think it's been difficult, obviously, and because a lot of us were at the end of our university year, so it's been difficult to get it done. But I think we've done for sure.
We heard some of that, but not all of it. I believe we've got some technical difficulties going on, but we will persevere. Thank you ever so much for joining us. Good luck with the rest of the day's events. We look forward to seeing you in similar positions. So thank you ever so much for being here. Meanwhile, it's back to us here in the commentary box. We've got comments coming in. Andy Farmer saying, well done, Aaron. Cardiff, 3rd place. Not surprised at all. Big heart. Meanwhile, Ronan Power says, up with the brew. Meanwhile, Ruben Fernandez has been very cheeky. He said, let's go, University of Vigo. We need to win again against England. Best of luck to everyone.
Do you have to
from
remind
Spain.
us?
The smugness is palpable. I should also point out, by the way, if you're watching this, you may not be watching the news. Gareth Southgate apparently has left as England manager. You heard it here first on Formula Student. Not only are we providing entertainment, but providing information as well. Meanwhile, Mayor HFC says, Top Hat Man doing it for Hull. Go Tyler and team. We love Top Hat Man. Top Hat Man has made us really smile here in the commentary box. Luca, meanwhile, being rather rude and disparaging about Cardiff. Can't have everything, unfortunately. But we've got more coming to you from the Nürburgring, round 2 of the Heat 1 here at the Sim Racing Final for the Formula Student Series, brought to you by the IMEC. Elsie Lewis is saying, Bolton Racing are cheering our Sim Racing team on whilst we drive to Silverstone. Go on, lads. They're watching in the car. We love that.
I told you people are travelling to Silverstone. So if you are travelling to Silverstone, let us know, because of course there'll be a lot of students camping and actually travelling to Silverstone as we speak. And there's a few of the Sim Racing Series teams already, they were camping at Silverstone and they were travelling from Silverstone to Williams this morning.
I honestly don't envy them being in a tent at the moment. Yesterday, was torrential. I drove over from Wales and it was torrential rain from start to finish. And there were points when you physically couldn't see the car in front of you. It was that bad. Meanwhile, Edward Spencer saying Salford Racing on top. Mr. Hedge says great win for Bolton. Watson sporting his Altitude eSports shirt under the uni hoodie. What a lad. Other eSports teams are available. You are getting live footage there of the sim racing suite here at Williams eSports right now, and we should be able to bring you what the track action is looking like at the moment. Here is the grid as things stand. Starting on pole, we've got Bath in first. In second, it's Salford. University Portsmouth are in third. Ion in fourth. DMU in fifth. Liverpool John Moore University in sixth. Poly University in seventh. Hertfordshire in 8th, University Portsmouth Racing Electric in 9th, Hull B in 10th, Vigo in 11th, Queen's Belfast in 12th, MTU Munster in 13th, Queen Mary in 14th, York A in 15th, and York B in 16th. The lights are coming on. We're about to go racing again for the Formula Student Sim Racing Final. Live from the N²rburgring, it is Mazda MX-5s for the next 15 minutes, and we are go again. Let's see who gets the best start off the line. A fantastic angle there, and that looks to me like Bath have got a fantastic start. Lights flashing ablaze there in everyone's rearview mirrors, but Bath are unfazed by it, diving down with a perfect line into turn 1. Under pressure from Salford. Portsmouth Racing up, DMU up, and that is Bath have been swamped by Salford. Bath wheel to wheel with Salford, and Salford have gone into first. Bit of panel swapping there between the two as Salford take the lead. Bath following in second. Montfort and University Portsmouth battling it out for the final top 3 position. This is very close indeed, and that's Portsmouth up past DMU. They're side by side through the chicane. I think that might be Portsmouth still holding on to it, and they've slammed. Oh dear, that's not gone well for DMU as Liverpool John Moore go through. They go wide after a panel swap between Bath and DMU. It's all happening, Jess.
It is definitely happening at the start. It's similar to what we saw in race 1 as well. They're keen to make positions early on as Queen Belfast has got past MTU up into 10th place. And don't forget, it's the average positions in the heats that will decide who's going to go through to the final. So they need to make sure that their races are consistent throughout the entirety of the day. So Bath is going to be going throughout the entirety of the morning into the afternoon before the finals around about 4-5 o'clock. So it's going to be a long day, but they've got to make sure that they're not just consistent in this race, but in all other races that we've got coming up leading into the finals at Silverstone.
You're on board with Monteith University, Hertfordshire. That's a fantastic angle. Loving that. They're chasing down Poly University. The top 10 are so close together. Look at how close that is. Liverpool John Moore, the Montfort, University Portsmouth and Bath Racing Electric. Bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel, rubbernecking there at Hertfordshire on Poly University. That's a bit intense from them, isn't it?
It is quite intense, but they're going to try and get some potential. Essentially, these Mazdas
Who's that going around there? That's Portsmouth
drive.
Racing Electric driving down the inside. They're going to get 2 for 1 through here. That's a fantastic move from Portsmouth Racing Electric. Look at that! Poly University get past John Moore as well.
Oh
it's
no!
swapping.
That's Bath.
That's Bath.
That started on pole, had the luck of the draw in qualifying, and is already dropping down into 7th. We've seen Southampton recover earlier. Bath need to do the same here, and Bath were the driver, the team that again were very consistent throughout the series. They can't afford to mess this up. There's a little bit of a squirmy battle happening between the likes of University of Portsmouth. We also got Queen's Belfast having a little bit of the action. There's just so much actually going on, and it's getting closer already. There's no outright winner like we saw in race 1. Oh,
this is bumper cars was referred to earlier in the comments. This feels like actual bumper cars.
It does.
We're in round 2 of heat 1, and Bath have been dropped down from 1st to 7th. They've got 12 minutes to work their way back into the lead. The Montfort are in 2nd. Salford holding on to 1st barely. The Montfort taking an interesting line round the outside here. Not quite swapping paint just yet, but very close to it. And there they are swapping paint, and that is Salford down into 2nd, back into 1st, go to as the Montfort fall back down. This is really close racing, a little aggressive in places. There was a driver's briefing earlier this morning when the drivers were reminded this will be broadcast live from the Williams eSports facility. Please keep it clean. I'm not entirely sure how clean this is. It could do with a bit of a washing machine.
But I think they just want to have a bit of fun. They're still getting used to the rigs as well. So for some drivers, that they're getting used to the braking techniques, because they're a lot different with the brakes they have at the Williams eSport Arena compared to what they're used to at home, as we got more battles with Polytechnic, who's up into 4th place, and we also got Liverpool John Moore's been overtaken by Bath, so Bath having a little bit there. The gap between Salford and Montgomery very close up top by 0.3 of a second, and I've seen some cheers from Salford in the comments already from some drivers. Look at the guys in behind him. It's Hertfordshire and Bath as well. Monty may want to look away here.
Portsmouth under pressure.
Oh, that's Bath that's gone off.
Bath gone again. I think that's their race over in terms of a good position. I can't lie. De Montfort, meanwhile, you're on board with them. Salford in the lead. De Montfort getting a lot of support. Christian and Gandhi saying, come on, Dan, DMU. Looking to the inside. Keeping well paced here with Salford. Salford clinging on to the lead still. Not swapping paint yet. I might have spoken too soon. They go down the inside. Here comes the right-hander. Who's going to break first between Hertfordshire and Salford? Hertfordshire just a nose ahead, side by side. This is intense as it gets at the sim racing final. Formula Student into the left-hander, and that is close, and that seems somewhat inevitable, and they're both off in a big way. Both off in a massive way, and that, I think, puts Polytechnic University from Hong Kong into first. No, they're down. They've been overtaken. Liverpool John Moore and Polytechnic vying for the lead there. An absolute disaster for Hertfordshire and De Montfort, and that has completely changed the running order, Jess.
It's not it. Hertfordshire's leading.
Hertfordshire's leading. Who was that? Was that De Montfort and Salford? Sorry.
Yeah, De Montfort and Salford, and we've got Liverpool John Moore just fighting tooth and nail. But don't forget, Polytechnic has mission in the pit in the final round. They were qualified on pole for race 2, so they've got some pace, and they're past Liverpool John Moore at the moment. So it's good for the Polytechnic team so far. But it is the number 27 that took advantage and say, yes, thank you. There's people that made mistakes. I'm going to squeeze my way past and get the lead.
As Yazan Saloom says, 2 into 1 doesn't work.
It doesn't.
Yazan, you could almost be an engineer. Meanwhile, Anastasia says, shout out to Queen Mary. Graham Life says, my goodness. Graham, completely agree. You're on board with Liverpool John Moore. Liverpool John Moore going down, being overtaken, I think, by is that Polytechnic? Polytechnic and Liverpool John Moore vying then for second place as Hertfordshire steam away into the lead with a 2-second gap nearly, well, 1.1. It's going to open up into 2 seconds very shortly, I imagine. Meanwhile, you're back down with De Montfort, who are going around the outside of Bath. They're going to be gutted about what was a very poor result for them after a fantastic start. They got a great qualifying position from the Russian roulette that is qualifying in the final, and yet it just didn't pan out. It got too aggressive. It seemed inevitable, and when it did come, it came in a big way. You're on board with Liverpool John Moore. They're under pressure a bit from Vigo behind them in the black. Ahead of them, Polytechnic from Hong Kong. Obviously, Polytechnic from Hong Kong not with us. There's a fair distance between Silverstone and Polytechnic.
It's global.
And as a result of that, they have got that home advantage. Could that be playing into their hands a little bit here, Jess?
Because you experienced it when you were in the rigs yesterday. It just takes a while to get used to, and they don't have much of a comfort time in the practice sessions. Even though they're racing at different tracks, they've got to get used to the positioning as well, and obviously fixed setup as well. They're only allowed to change certain assists as well. There's certain assists that they can't have on as well, so they're getting used to that. But the car was very unsettled there.
They are getting really aggy now, desperate for the lead. Meanwhile, De Montfort go through on Munster, attempting to get back to the place they were in. I don't think they've got enough time, Jess. 7 minutes doesn't seem to me like enough time for De Montfort to return to whence they came. Meanwhile, Hertfordshire have lost the lead to Polytechnic. Polytechnic of University of Hong Kong have taken the lead from Hertfordshire, and can they hold on to it for the next 7 minutes? The field is really bunched together. There is not a lot separating those first top 10 cars. As you can see on your screen there, they are properly close together. Hertfordshire will now be determined to retake the lead from Polytechnic. Polytechnic of Hong Kong streaking away. That's opening up now. 0.5 seconds there. And they're putting the foot down, putting that hammer down. It's hammer time for Hong Kong. Hong Kong hammer time here at the Williams eSports facility, live for the final of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. Mazda MX-5's round up N²rburgring, 6.5 minutes of racing left to go, and against all odds, we've seen a real upset here, and talking of upsets, that's not gone well.
Speaking of upsets,
that's not gone well at all for Liverpool John Moore.
What team was that? That
Liverpool
was
John
De
Moore and
Montfort
University
again.
Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel, I think that is. Both of them well off and well away. out of the points, also steamrolling their way through there. Was that
John Moore, that's number 28.
Ibrahim Khan commenting simply meow? I couldn't have put it better myself. I hope you'll be driving later, Ibrahim. I'm looking forward to seeing you drive for Glasgow. That man is an absolute god behind the wheel. Meanwhile, Hertfordshire still chasing down Hong Kong Polytechnic. Hong Kong Polytechnic have got a 1 second lead. Vigo, though, have overtaken Hertfordshire. Hertfordshire so focused on the car ahead of them, possibly neglected their rear mirrors, and Vigo go through. For the sake of all that is good and holy, please, not Vigo, not the Spanish, not after Sunday.
Don't forget, they won one of the first races in Brazil in round number 1, and they seem to be fighting back for the lead this one. It's great to see new teams in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series this season taking it up to the top guys as well, and they've done very well in the real life Formula Student too, so they're really going to try and chase down Polytechnic.
Fair play to De Montfort. De Montfort have got up into 5th, absolutely spot on from them after what was a calamity 5 minutes in, a massive collision between themselves
Here they come.
and Salford, and they go through on the inside of Queen's Belfast, and De Montfort are back up into 4th, flying off the apex there. They are absolutely caning it around the Nürburgring here, Jess.
Yeah, it is insane. I think the difference between the first race and the second race is they're all so closely together on pace. Like the best laps we've seen everyone mostly in the 42s, Giles, which is more than what I can do in these rigs. I would probably crash if I had a go at the Nürburgring, but we got MTU versus Bath for 7th position. Bath definitely want to fight back after the trouble they have had so far. We also got De Montfort having some battles as well up front. It's also tight, but here's Bath.
This is Munster and Bath.
Bath
Through
getting
on
the
the
move.
inside go Bath. They've got that. That's nice and clean. Unless Munster decide not to be clean, but no, that's really well done from the pair of them. That is Bath up into 7th.
Yeah.
Munster down into 8th. The gap between Vigo and Polytechnic of Hong Kong is 1.2 seconds. Hong Kong leading, Spain in 2nd, England in 3rd. Why does that suddenly seem familiar? You're on board with Hertfordshire. It was the team that gave us Monty, and we're all very grateful for it. Can we be even more grateful to them now? Can they take 2nd with 3.5 minutes of racing left to go? I'm definitely not being biased after the football, I promise.
Yeah, we're impartial in the commentary box.
We're attempting to be.
Nice to see how Hertfordshire actually climbing back as well, because they had their problems as well. It shows you can overtake.
Making use of every inch of tarmac are Hertfordshire in their attempt to get into 2nd place. Hong Kong Polytechnic streaking away in the distance there. That black speck moving there is Hong Kong. And you've got Vigo. They're the ones that we're really concerned with now. The gap is nothing between Hertfordshire and Vigo. Right on the apex. Fantastic line through the chicane. This is a great overtaking spot. It's the final corner of the lap. Can Hertfordshire get through here? Great defensive driving from Vigo. They're all over the racing line. And Hertfordshire don't seem to have a response.
They don't. They don't at all. And even though they set the fastest lap, they want to try and get the slipstream from the car in front. It's going to point towards turn number 1. They're going to move over to the left. They can't
the
cover.
outside. That's not the line for overtaking, though.
No,
Unless
they
they can get the
can't.
switchback. Can they get the switchback? No, surely not.
They've got to leave the
Oh, they're
space,
going to go
Giles.
wide. They're going to go wide. Oh, it's
They-
tight. A fantastic angle.
It is a good angle, but they've got to take a different line in the next lap, which will be potentially the final lap if they want to go for the move. They do not have long left, Giles. And look at the gap up front between Polytechnic and Vigo. They increase the gap now, 2 seconds.
Oh, that's the moment. That's surely. Put the foot down. Go, go, go. Hertfordshire under pressure behind them. It's, of course, DMU. De Montfort are back in action,
And
trying to
Belfast.
get back into the top 3. Hertfordshire have been so determined to get past Vigo, they've neglected their rearview mirror. Hong Kong have just gone away with a gap of around 2 or 3 seconds. And there is no! That's Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel. Well off, and so are Munster as well.
Our first race winner from the series, or Alternative Fuel, already dropped down into the lower positions. It's not good. So they'll be on their final laps very soon. 2.2 seconds is the gap. We also got Queen's Belfast having the battle there, and we also got Salford as well. But we've got Hertfordshire versus Vigo. Let's see what they could do into the chicane. Oh, that was a
Rubber-necking,
contact.
pow swapping, and paint going flying.
Oh.
This is very close indeed as De Montfort get past Hertfordshire, and Hertfordshire are relegated to 4th as it's 3 abreast into the final corner. And the Montfort, against all odds, are in 2nd place. And Vigo is not happy about it, taking a swipe at Hertfordshire. This is absolutely insane.
Final lap, Giles, final lap of this one, and this could be a photo finish for the final spot on the podium.
And there it is, Vigo back into 2nd, not quite, and that is De Montfort holding on. Hertfordshire just watching from the sidelines, waiting for an alternative opportunity, and that is panel swapping there. They pushed them off, but Vigo have pushed De Montfort off. Vigo have got the racing line, and Hertfordshire are going to go through on De Montfort. Now De Montfort has been taken off again. Absolutely disastrous for De Montfort, and they're swapping paint, and that's Hertfordshire gone well wide, and surely that means Queen's Belfast are going to go through as well. It's a 4-way battle for 2nd place.
And the final spot on the podium, and this is what we get in Formula Student Sim Racing Series. The finals definitely deliver so far, and it's not going to be that long until they reach the final set of this lap. This is absolutely insane. If these guys keep swapping like that, look at who's going to be catching up. Salford, Bath, University of Portsmouth Electric catching up too, potentially, but that might not happen. But this is the
clock's
final.
run out. We're into the final few corners. A gap of 0.4 seconds between Hertfordshire and Queen's Belfast. A gap of 0.3 seconds between Vigo and De Montfort. De Montfort are going to have one shot at this, Jess. They're going to have one shot. They've got to make this count. They are so close, it's unbelievable. It's the battle for 2nd. De Montfort side by side with Vigo. They're swapping panels into the final corner. De Montfort go through on the inside. De Montfort takes 2nd place from Vigo. Can they hold on to it across the line? This is absolutely spellbinding. As Polytechnic of Hong Kong take the win, and De Montfort takes 2nd. Vigo in 3rd. Queen's Belfast in 4th. In Hertfordshire, we've got 5th, and Salford takes 6th. It's Bath in 7th. University of Portsmouth Racing Electric in 8th. Oh my days.
I'm lost for words. I'm lost for words with the fight there. Sorry to Polytechnic for not giving much screen time, but well done for them for winning.
A dominant drive from the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. Disaster ahead of them. They took full advantage and completely dominated thereafter. De Montfort worked their way up from a mid-place position after that crash, and that was absolutely incredible. Absolutely stunning. I can't believe that one final move from De Montfort on the inside of Vigo. That is what we're here for. More of that to come throughout the day. So do stick with us here on the Formula Student Sim Racing final. And hopefully we'll be able to bring you the live reaction in the Sim Racing suite here at Williams Esports. They're there watching themselves on the screen. That's going to be an interesting one. And I can't wait to get the reaction from everybody there. It's a fantastic facility that they've let us use. So massive thank you to Williams Esports for being so accommodating of all of us. They're also handling the catering as well. And the catering here, Jess, I promise you, is absolutely spot on.
I'm looking forward to that.
Darren G on the chat saying, what a race. It was brilliant.
And we still got a few more races still to come in on all circuits. So I can't wait.
So let's get the live reaction. Let's go over to Monty in the suite now. Monty, what have you got for us?
Well, wasn't that another fun race, guys? MX-5s never fail to disappoint. And again, congratulations to Hong Kong there. Yet again, another online racer. So hopefully we'll be able to have a chat with them in a second. So for now, I've grabbed one of the protagonists from that race. It's my old former digging grounds, University of Hertfordshire, JJRacing. That looked like good fun out there. Was it easy? Was it hard? Tell us more.
It was tricky to maintain the pressure from all of the universities behind. Was very difficult. I did make a mistake into turn 3, I think, and that cost me the win, but it was great. It was so much fun.
I mean, fair play though. There's so many more chances today because there's three more heats to go, and then we've got the 2 finals as well there. So it's great to see that the Hertfordshire boys are taking part this year as well. It's good to see more universities getting on board as well. Out of curiosity, from a simulation point of view, has this helped in any of your prep for the main FS car? What have you been able to take away from this season and apply to the main Formula Students event?
Well, when it comes to the simulation, we've used the engineering challenges a lot to kind of prepare how we run as a team. With Assetto Corsa, we've also helped train some of our drivers, kind of in the sense of what to expect from the car. Obviously, it's never going to be one-to-one, but it's a good starter. So for some of them, especially given that a lot of the team members don't have proper full-time racing experience.
I could not have said that better myself, actually. It's a very good way. And, of course, if you crash, you just go again, right?
Yes, definitely. The restart button is always there.
Everyone loves an escape key, you see. So on that note, guys, as we're talking about the engineering challenges now, I'm going to hand you back over to Giles, because this has been the other part of the contest this year. It's not just about the driving. All the students have been having to do challenges in between each of the rounds to earn some bonus points. A chance to put that theory into practice of the maths and the science. And we're very pleased to have our chief judge for the engineering challenge, James Tatum, joining Giles now to talk about more of these challenges.
Aren't we?
We are indeed.
And welcome back, Student Sim Racing commentary box. Okay. We are live. I'm reliably informed here in the commentary box, and joining me is James. What a race that was, James.
Oh, it was great. Yeah, very exciting.
Absolutely spot on.
Yeah.
And the thing is with the sim racing is it's not just a video game.
No, absolutely
I
not.
was lucky enough to be at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago for the Grand Prix.
Mm.
And in between the qualifying, they had a number of speakers on the main stage. And there was a gentleman who came from Ferrari. And he was talking about the fact that because of the rules in Formula One, you're limited to the amount of track testing you're actually able to do.
Absolutely.
So therefore, in a lot of occasions, the drivers will be in a sim. And he was saying that the sim is 95% accurate in this day and age. 95% accurate to the actual on-track experience, which is why sim racing is so integral to forming modern automotive engineers, because it's very, very close to the actual reality.
Yeah, and it really trains the engineers. The other thing as well is students don't have access to a race car on a track every day, whereas they can do this at home, and they're using the same tools that engineers at the racetrack are using. They're looking at the same data traces, and they're using the same analysis methods. And actually, some of them are creating new analysis methods that maybe industry hasn't thought of yet. They're using some really, really clever processes to look at what the car's doing, and then they can see, okay, we can make it quicker if we do this. So they can try it out. They can then look at the data trace and see, okay, yeah, the car's actually performing better in this. Or they might go, theory tells me that, if I lower the rear roll bar a bit here, that will improve it. They try it. Oh, it's not doing what I thought it would do. And so they can then analyze that in even more detail, and they keep just gaining experience. And it's all this experience that they need in real life. When they go out into industry, they need this kind of experience.
Because let's not forget, as great fun as all of this is, it costs money to go racing. Yeah. Racing is very expensive. Racing is also the cutting edge of automotive technology. So anyone who's sat thinking, does it really matter? We don't need to go racing. Technology that was on Formula One cars 10 or 15 years ago is now standard on a car that is available on the market. It's where new technology gets tested out first. KERS, for instance, is everywhere in hybrid vehicles. Yep. That got its start in Formula One. So this technology and the development curve is integral, but it's also very expensive. By doing simulations, it's a heck of a lot cheaper.
It's an awful lot cheaper. But, it's the perfect ground where they can learn how to actually do this trade. As you say, they can actually do it as students, maybe even in their bedroom.
Yes.
And they can do this cutting edge technology. And we're actually the only race series, as far as we know, that combines eSports and engineering as well.
And this is integral, and that's why we're here. IMEC. We're building the next generation of engineers to go into industry and change the world.
Exactly.
And we're doing it whilst having fun.
Yeah.
And that's the great thing about Formula Student.
Yeah.
And it's been a pleasure commentating on it and watching some incredible engineers come through. And they're all, most of the part, under 21. Yeah. It's unbelievable. The engineering challenges have been a vital point in the standings this year. We've got the results coming out today.
Yeah, that will come later.
Final challenge.
Yeah, no spoilers yet.
What did the teams have to do? Because you might be at home and you might hear us talk about the engineering challenges, and you might screw your face up. what are these engineering challenges that we're asking these teams to do, and how do they affect the on-track racing?
Yeah, so the engineering challenge it's part of the competition. So they're actually given, if they win one of the challenges, they get the same amount of championship points as a race win. So fundamentally, it's a really big part of the championship. Now, each challenge, there's 5 challenges throughout the season, will give them a brief, and it's a realistic brief that you would actually have in the real world. And we're trying to maybe channel it in a certain area so they can learn one topic at a time. So one of the challenges was about looking at the tyres. So they can analyze the tyre pressures, the camber, the toe, and they can see how the tyre is performing over a lap. And then they can look at the performance of that, if they need to lower the tyre pressures, increase the tyre pressures, are they getting enough temperature? You know, the tyre is the only thing in contact with the road. So they then get this core understanding of what that is. They then perform changes, analyze it, and then present that in a document. And that document, we're looking not just actually at what data they've looked at, but we're also looking at how they can communicate that data. Because it's really important in the real world, in industry, that you might not have long in an engineering brief.
No.
And so you've got to present that information as quickly as possible in a really efficient way. So we're asking the engineers not just to look at what is the data they're looking at, but how you present that data. Do they understand that data?
Talking of the data, shall we review the race that we've just seen?
Let's have a
Because
look.
this was absolutely stratospheric off the line. Bath got a great start. You can see that. But it didn't really pan out particularly well for them. Meanwhile, we've got Portsmouth on N³rburgring here. They were wheel to wheel. Queen's Belfast, the camera comes to at this point here. Back onto Vigo. Now, Vigo will go on to play a fairly important part. And there is one of the big moments as Hertfordshire go on through. Hertfordshire on a Stormer. They would go on to play a huge role in the rest of this race. Vigo coming up well behind them as well. But Hertfordshire made some fantastic places up there. Meanwhile, this is Salford versus... that is N³rburgring, I think. Salford versus no, it is. Yeah, it is. I think it is. And that was Salford gone, and that was N³rburgring gone, and that really, as far as we were concerned, spelled the end of both of their races. But we were proven otherwise.
Yeah, you never know what happens in racing.
No, absolutely not. It's just stunning. And here, Polytechnic University of Hong Kong, desperate to get up into second, and then once they did, they were just away. And it was absolutely fantastic. Unfortunately, that wasn't great for Polytechnic, but they held it. And that's the stunning thing. I think that might be the home setup benefit.
It could be. And that's something that maybe will have a bit of contention with their teams saying, oh, using your home setup versus the fantastic setup that they have.
Absolute disaster there for John Moore, going well off. In fact, it was a massive pile-up, and I'm still not entirely sure what caused it. Liverpool John Moore there, Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel, and both of them. There was a lot more contact. It felt like a contact sport, this race.
And that's classic MX-5s for you, isn't it? These cars are low-powered, and they're all about getting in the slipstream.
Fantastic stuff. So we're here in the commentary box, and James, it's been a pleasure having you with us.
Yeah,
thank you very much. I'll catch
Giles.
you very soon.
Yeah.
So do stick with us. I'm sure you'll be here throughout the day. Hopefully you'll be here throughout the day as well. We've got plenty more action to come. And what have we got next up in the gallery? I think we've got something to bring you. So James has been judging all the sim racing engineering challenges.
I have indeed, yeah.
And who's been your favourite to see? Who's been the most consistent? I've got a funny feeling I know who you're going to say.
Well, I wouldn't say we have a favourite, Giles.
Okay.
Every entry that we have is really interesting. But at the moment, we have seen one team that's done very well throughout. But I think that the ones that are the most exciting for me are the teams that are coming through. We've seen Glasgow at the top, but we're seeing Southampton are coming through, and there's also a few other teams that are just, they're raising their game every single round, and it's really exciting to see.
Well, talking of the rounds, it's time to look at what we've had throughout the rest of the year. So, James, it's been a pleasure, and I'll catch you later. We'll welcome Jess back into the box in just a second as we review the first 3 rounds of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. We kicked off with round 1 in Brazil. We had 2 new teams and 2 new winners. So let's have a look at that, shall we?
It's out. And away we go, and that is an absolutely cracking start for the University College Dublin. They're away, followed by Vigo. A bit of a mix-up further down the pack. Vigo get a great ball, the UPRAF. They're in third. This is a great battle for first place between the 3 teams as they go very tight through there. And that is Calamity then. An FSTN classic Calamity then. Oh, and there's a big cloud of white smoke. Someone's locking up there and away.
That's Exeter.
Actually, Formula 3 cars. And there's a fair bit of power to be had behind them. They take a rubber on and get away from the teams that have been holding them up. They won.
That was a huge flip.
Dear.
And that was Bath and Southampton.
Oh no! So things haven't gone according to plan for Glasgow, who took an early pit stop of the race, heading towards the checkered flag. Nothing can stop them now as they cross the line and take the first win of the season in Formula Student Sim Racing 2023, University Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel. And away we go. What sort of start can Southampton have? And they are well away off the line with Queen Mary doing relatively well as well. Southampton.
Queen
Mary's gone away. Queen Mary's gone. You're on board with Vigo. I thought that was
in too many calamities thus far, but there has been a few people that dropped their way down the grid. Cambridge dropped all the way down into P20, and we got another spinner.
Very squiffy there. That looks to be Unum out behind another Bolton in as well. So you're 2 rates. So the question is, who's going to get a better start, and where are they going to come out relative to Southampton? Have gone past Bolton. Can they go past Vigo? Vigo go out ahead. Vigo ahead. Vigo in pole position. And Southampton get up into second. They run, but not have a lot of time to.
Oh, there's a huge pile up. Sorry to cut you off.
And run this over second.
Cardiff is one of them.
Understand Vigo as they come round the last corner. A dominant drive from the Spaniards as they cross the line, fastening it to the line. Then side by side they go with Queen Mary. Queen Mary might just have this. It's a photo finish. I don't know who had it. Trinity St. David.
Oh my God.
Trinity St. David. Come on then. Away we go, and that is a fairly slow start by the looks of things from University of Glasgow as Cardiff nose in behind them. They're side by side with Southampton. Glasgow get a better, just away then. They've got the better racing line, starting on its students, so just keep your eyes on that tarmac. You're on board then with Victoria, who have got up into 10th, going.
To be honest, they are starting to lose a bit of time, and I know. And speaking of that, they're in the pits. So, and someone's been in the pit lane. That is Cardiff, I think. We could have Southampton leading there in P2 at the moment. Could they take away the lead? Just about to the inside of Paddock Hill Bend.
That's
and yes,
ridiculous.
Southampton take the lead. Brazil a month ago. We're going to see the same here.
I'm on the edge of my seat. This is fantastic stuff. Going round the outside. Glasgow desperate for the lead. Glasgow and Southampton. Southampton still in the round, but the racing line is with Southampton. You've got the inside on this right-hand corner. Oh my days! They go round the outside for Glasgow. This is fantastic, and there's traffic, and I can't look.
They're going through Druids now. They've got
it's a three-way.
It's a freeway out the left cars. Don't forget, they good.
They are 4 seconds ahead of the second place car, Southampton. Liverpool, John Moore, Glasgow just are going through then to take victory in race 1 of round 2. Back where they belong at the top of the podium. Southampton take the checkered flag in second. Salford then, lights out and away we go. Southampton with an absolutely cracking start. Bath not fast off the line at all, being swamped by the rest of the field. University College Dublin and Kingston having a quick through there as Southampton College Dublin are up into third, as are Kingston. Bath have a calamity go, barreling down, waiting to break late, going to the outside, not enough room there.
There's Kingston! Kingston's gone off!
Swipping out! I told you. I said,
my goodness!
And it's caught right in the racing line, and it is absolutely upset the rest of the field in a big way. Then the inside, can they make this work? Just about, it looks to me. Almost wheel to wheel. Glasgow are in first, Southampton in second. Unbelievable. Oh, what on earth is going on with College Dublin? A complete tank slapper there. They're backwards across the track, onto the gravel trap, nearly taking out the rest of the... Could they make a move? Not close enough are the Devonshire team, as Salford are now in 7th on that... Oh, and that's...
In the first one, manage tyres, and looks like they're going to fight again in towards Druids.
Southampton have got into the lead then. We've made a jump on Southampton into paddock curve. Can they go down the inside? They're slipstreaming down the start-finish straight, looking to the inside. Not quite enough of the move. Breaking out to the left, breaking out to the outside. Glasgow make this work through the chicane. This is where it's all going to be make or break, wheel to wheel. Will they touch? Glasgow have got it. Glasgow are in the lead for just about a second, but Southampton switch back through on the inside. And Salford in third, wheel to wheel, side by side through paddock curve again. Glasgow, can they make this work? Looking to the inside, sweeping round through. Southampton defending. Yes, again. Going wide are Glasgow. They can't make it work. Going round to the inside now, looking to the apex. But Southie, this is unbelievable stuff. The sun flaring off their visors as they go under the bridge. You can't see Glasgow in Southampton's mirrors because they're ahead. To be down into second, they hold on to first. Under pressure from the blue of Southampton. Round the outside, go Southampton, looking to copy the moves that Glasgow pulled on them. All the way, there's a 0.3 second gap, closing it up again, going down the inside. Can Glasgow stay ahead? No, they can't. It looks to me Southampton have ragged it and Glasgow are gone. Final corner is there. The start-finish straight is here as Southampton come across the line and they take victory in race 2 of tonight's round. Go, and it's a fantastic start for the University from Belfast as they get ahead. Cardiff coming in to take on Glasgow and Bolton coming in on the inside. They're 3 abreast through turn 1. NTU up in there as well. They're bunched together, 3 abreast at times. There's a lot of traffic here going through the first corners. Are we going to see a pile-up? There's a lot of side by side as Belfast go through past Bolton, taking back that position. Glasgow swamped by Bolton off the line then. Cardiff down into 4th, Glasgow down into 3rd. Belfast holding on to the lead. Bolton
on tyres like that, it's going to be difficult for them, but never say never in Formula Student as we've got a battle between Southampton as they go wheel to wheel with the 1973 Porsche car. In mid-February, so a bit of a taste of what we can expect, of course. The drivers know what combinations are going to be there, but they don't know what tracks yet. So they're doing well just to get used to these.
Could make all the difference, but I do believe this race does and indeed will belong to the Queen's Belfast Formula Student team. Congratulations to them as they take the checkered flag and take the win in race 2. Glasgow across the line can't.
It has absolutely fantastic season so far, and we're not even done yet. We're not even done. Those are the first 3 rounds that we've had for the Formula Students sim race, and we've got plenty more action to come today live from Williams eSports. You can see the teams getting to grips with the cars ready for heat 2 later on in just a few minutes. We'll be able to go racing. What was your favorite part of the first 3 rounds, Jess?
My favourite round has got to be that because that's where we saw Glasgow and Southampton really going to full force. They were fighting for, I think, at one point 10 minutes in race 2. I remember watching the clips on Saturday where we were going through them with Monty, and we just couldn't take our eyes off them. It was incredible just to see those 2 fighting, of course. And there was a bit of pile-ups at the beginning for some people, but Southampton and Glasgow were just able to do very well in that round. And Southampton took the race win in race 2, whereas Glasgow did very well in race 1. It was mainly those 2 that did very, very well. It was a shame about .V going in that round, not qualifying into the top server, but they did well in the middle server as well. But it was just a nice reminder of what's happened in the first few rounds. Don't forget, Giles, we were here since October last year.
We've been ticking along. This has been building up. The comments are also building up as well. Jesse says, so glad to see Monty back, aren't we all? Meanwhile, Louis Marcinello Pinzon Gazo says, go Vigo, go. Chris Smout says, utter racing chaos. Jason, meanwhile, has apparently put 500 quid on Queen Mary winning.
Wow.
That's a brave bet. Meanwhile, Louis has said, IC and Sobel for Vigo, double for Vigo. Disgusting. Queen Mary Formula student says, let's go, from Chief Hutton. Always great to have Chief Hutton with us.
We're about to get going, Giles.
We're about to go racing again. What have we got in store, Jess?
We got the Mosport 2012 track, and we got the F4s, and we'll go through the grid now, actually.
Polytechnic of Hong Kong have qualified in first place. Oxford University are in second. Queen's Belfast in third. In fourth,
I need to refresh it.
We could do with a refresh, and we reset there. I'm trying to bring you there. Aberdeen are in second. Oxford University in third. York A in fourth. University College Dublin in fifth. Polytechnic of Hong Kong are in sixth. I do apologise. Queen Mary are in seventh. Hull B are in eighth. Exeter are in ninth. Munster
Queen's
in 10th.
Belfast on pole.
Bolton in 11th. The lights are about to come on. 12th is UCL. Vigo in 13th. Then TU in 14th. York B in 15th. And at the back of the grid, it is Cardiff in 16th. Here come the lights. 6 lights. 15 minutes of racing action. It is Heat 2, Round 1 of the Formula Student Sim Racing Final, and we're away now. And that is an absolutely blinding start from Queen's Belfast as they get straight onto the racing line and cover off Aberdeen. And meanwhile, York A are up there as well. Aberdeen all over the back end of Queen's Belfast, and they go through on the inside, and it's not quite enough, and that is Queen's Belfast down into third as Oxford go through as well. Aberdeen take the lead, Oxford putting them under pressure.
These are my type of cars. Oh, there's a pile up already. 2 cars that are spinning in the same place, but these are the cars I'm used to when I'm sim racing in the Formula 1 cars, but these are a few specs lower than what we saw in the F1 cars.
This is so close, and going well wide there at York. York A off, and that is a 3 ride. You're not going to fit that many cars through there. In the lead, it's Oxford University. Queen Mary in second. In third, it's Munster. In fourth, it's University College Dublin. Bolton are fifth. Polytechnic of Hong Kong are in sixth. Up into first, that is Oxford. Is that Oxford? Oxford are battling.
Yeah, that is Oxford. That's 1.1 second gap.
It's very close at the front. Queen's Belfast rounding up the top 3. You're on board with College Dublin. But Belfast, Queen Mary, this is all very tight indeed. Queen Mary are
We have
in
an off,
third, and that's
Giles.
off. That is Queen Mary off. I spoke too soon. I was literally just spoke about them, and they've gone. It's gutting for Queen Mary. Sorry, Anastasia. I know you're supporting them on the stream. You're on board with University College Dublin as they hunt down Munster. Munster going wide there, trying to use as much apex as possible to get the advantage over the approaching Irish. The Irish on the attack, headed towards Munster. Can Munster hold them off for second place? In third is Oxford. Cardiff have got their way up from 16th. They're in 10th now as Aaron Farmer sweeps past Hull. Hull are now down into 11th. And next up for Cardiff, it will be Aberdeen and Scottish. University College Dublin piling on the pressure on Munster. You can see there how tight this course is. There's no room for error. A bit of a kickback there, and there's an error for Scottish, and he's down. He's down in 12th, and it's gutting for one of our favourite drivers here in the commentary box. We're not biased, we just love him. He's a nice lad. Cardiff are down in 12th now, 13th. That's an absolute disaster for Aaron Farmer. Aberdeen in 15th. It could be worse, I guess, for Cardiff. You could be at Aberdeen. Doesn't make much of a difference though. College Dublin being chased now by Bolton, and that is gone. That is Munster away. They've made a mistake. Have they made a mistake, or was that contact? And they've just been hit by Queen's Belfast, and there's carnage. That's taken Queen's Belfast out as well.
That is a bit of a shame that a few people are getting caught up by that, unfortunately. This is in Canada, by the way, Mosport. First permanent motor racing facility that they got in this country, so they've got to make the most of these guys. Queen's Mary, I believe, just set the fastest lap, but College Dublin have really took advantage of this chaos. Same with Oxford too, and
Oxford pulling away.
They're pulling away by a second. I think we're always seeing that with race 1, aren't we? The ones that are trying to pull away. It is Bolton, by the way. Bolton are in a very good position. They're in third. They're the only one of our championship contenders to be in this race. We've got Glasgow and Southampton taking part in the next race coming up around the same track, but we've got to see Bombers. They forget they want Bonds. They're a good advance so far. Here they come. They go up the hill. Is it going to be a chance for them to get into a very good position? Are they going to get to second place? Oh, it's going to be, they're going to squeeze to the inside. Oh, there's more.
And we cut away.
And we cut away as soon as we saw that.
As Queen's Belfast goes through
Bolton
on
are
hole B.
through.
We're back now with Bolton and College Dublin. Bolton are up into second place. The question is, can they hold on? 3am praying for a Queen's Mary student racing recovery. Chief Hutton says this race is messy. Restart, please. Not a chance. Bolton are up into second place. They're chasing down your race leaders under pressure from the team from Dublin. It's the top three. There's 1 second between each car as Oxford streak off into the lead. The question is, will they run out of fuel, Jess?
I hope not. Luckily, it's a shorter race compared to what we've noticed in the normal sim racing series. It was 25 minutes, but it's 15 minutes, so then not going to have that much problem with fuel. I believe...
Well, having said that, that's an interesting line to be taking Oxford, and Oxford have lost it. Oxford have lost it in the biggest way possible.
In the commentary box, I think we should just
shut up
and let the joke in. You know, like I think this is like the multiple jinx. But here we go, College
This
Dublin.
is great. This is fantastic as they sweep past. That was close as well. That is University College Dublin you're on board with as they hunt down your new race leaders, Bolton.
Again.
Bolton will be over the moon with this result. They need these results to keep their championship hopes alive. The question is, will Irish have something to say about it as they approach now the gap closing up? 0.2 seconds, 0.25 into the right-hander. No room for error. College Dublin and Bolton right on the ragged edge of the limit. College Dublin looking for a way past, looking for the inside, not quite there. Bolton holding them off, looking really well through the start-finish line. Ellie says, go Hull. Don't know where Hull are, Ellie. Right now we're on board with College Dublin as they chase down your race leaders, Bolton. It was Oxford, and they just made a calamitous mistake, Jess.
Yeah, and this is the pressure at the sim racing finals. Like it's got an averaging position in all the races. You've got to deliver in every single race. As we got a retirement, and that's Cardiff.
Oh no, gutted for Aaron Farmer, a driver that we know can do far better, and he is a DNF in this round, which will hurt Cardiff's points haul. 0.4 seconds now between Bolton and University College Dublin.
This is going to be a really good fight to the end. We almost saw that in race 2, but we saw Polytechnic as Queen's Belfast in 8th place.
In a really bad state.
Look at that front wing.
The front wing dragging on the right side of the driver, and body panels dented like no end. You're going to need more than a toilet plunger to get those dents out.
Wow.
Queen's Belfast holding on to 8th in fairness to them. They've got a gap of 3 seconds between themselves and the 9th place car, Hull B. The question is, they've got 8 minutes. Can they hold on? Exeter. Oh, that's a very, very tentative rejoin there. Exeter under pressure now from York. A rather interesting rejoin from Exeter. Must have spun out. There was no one else there unless they got hit off and we missed it. But by the looks of things, Exeter spun out and then made a brave choice to restart when they did, as York are all over them, looking for a way round. Sure, there's a left-hander, there's a right-hander coming up there, wheel-to-wheel. York B and Exeter vying for 11th position. Exeter have the racing line, but York B have the speed. York B looking around, and Exeter have got away from them. It's a question of who's going to break latest, and Exeter just are struggling, really struggling here to maintain pace, and
they're doing a bit of that is inevitable. You do not want this to happen, especially when you go down the hill like that, and that's going to cost them a lot of time. That is a shame for these two.
I'm not convinced that was the most sporting from
it's
Exeter.
not.
I can't lie. Given the circumstances, they were clearly below the pace, and they got overly
They got to be respectful in racing. They make sure they got to lead the space, and don't forget this is most of the teams are Williams eSports. They've got to represent their university as well, and if you cause a bit of trouble, that's not going to
sound like nagging parents now. I'm going to stop.
No. We're going to stop that.
Hull A under pressure from York A. Hull B under pressure from York A, I should say, as Queen's Belfast are going away. York A looking to the inside of Hull B, looking to the inside of York A. There's too many A's and B's going on. That's York A up into 9th. Fantastic stuff for the team from Yorkshire as Hull are relegated to 10th. It's the Hull B team. A dramatically aggressive race, I can't help but think. then again,
They don't have enough time to get used to the track before they actually go racing.
Right there, that's a wide line from Hull B.
That will be looked at. I'm almost certain that will be looked at. The track limits will be policed just like an ordinary Formula Student sim racing series.
We've got the whole team here as well. Big shout out to those guys that work behind the scenes. Myself, Jess and Monty are the front-facing people that bring you the sim racing series, but behind the scenes there's a whole army of virtual stewards, people in charge of the servers, making sure everything works, reviewing every complaint, and we are massively grateful to them. You're on board with University College Dublin as they hunt down your race leaders Bolton. That gap down to 0.8 seconds. College Dublin on the charge then with 5 minutes left of racing. Here we go again. It's Aberdeen and Bolton now, I think. And
no, it's not. It's Aberdeen and it was, I think, NTU. But Aberdeen's had a bit of an issue. Yeah, they got a bit of damage from that. Bolton's lead. It's not Bolton.
There's Bolton on the subject of Bolton.
Yeah, they got the red livery, Giles. What are you on about?
I genuinely, I do want it sometimes, Jess. There is your race leaders. That's why it's NTU and NC. I see an N, and I think Bolton. That is NTU down and off in 13th, and that could well be the end of their race as far as a good position goes. Bolton are your race leaders. They've reopened that gap between themselves and the University of College Dublin. Queen Mary, they've got a lot of love on the chat. They're a lovely team, really do get on with these guys, great to talk to, and they're on the approach now. They've told me that a couple of weeks ago they said it would have been a 60% chance of having a car through scrutineering and on track at the main event at Silverstone for Formula Student. They said in the past 2 weeks that percentage chance has grown, so best of luck to them as they are in 6th here in the second heat.
Tickets are still available though if you want to join us at Silverstone on Saturday and Sunday. Very, very cheap as well. So if you want to see us and also all the teams, well, you get a behind the scenes of the paddock as well. You get to see all the teams in action ahead of the events they got. So, and you also get to see the cars that may not be to the track, but the concept class as well. That they get an experience of what it's like to be in the Formula Student team ahead of maybe going to do the full Formula Student class next year. As they've got
back markers, I think. Bolton are lapping. Bolton are lapping UCL, and that's allowing UCD to catch up. Bolton under pressure then, and that's put UCL now between Bolton and University College Dublin. University College London acting as almost like a barrier
buffer.
And a buffer, that's the word I was looking for, between them. Vigo up into 3rd behind them as UCL not getting out of the way anytime soon. University College Dublin finally through. UCL.
That lost them a lot of time though, Giles, between themselves and Bolton, and I think College Dublin would not be happy with that. Queen Mary's recovered though, up into 5th place. They're chasing down Oxford for 4th place, and again we could have an interesting fight for the podium if Oxford can try and close. They've got to work together and close up to the likes of Vigo and, well, they're not going to catch up to College Dublin, so the shops who are just running away with it. We've got a couple of laps to go until the end of this one.
The gap between the top 2 and the rest of the field is a chasm. Meanwhile, you're on board with Munster as they try and squeeze past Polytechnic Hong Kong, and they do indeed. Round the inside, a very nice move, and Polytechnic go well off. They'd lost it completely, and into the barriers they go. And surely that is an absolute disaster for the Polytechnic University of Hong Kong. Queen's Belfast goes on down. You're on board with Munster as they finish down what were your race leaders until a mistake was made by Oxford. Oh, you can feel the acceleration through there, and the track limits are being abused on that exit of that corner there. I can't help but feel.
I just don't want to be another Donington or another Hungary.
Yeah, let's not.
Let's not,
just
please.
For the sake of
the
marshals
stewards.
And the stewards alone, let's not have that.
Please
Oxford University under pressure then from Munster. Munster clinging onto the tarmac on the ragged edge of the limit. You can see them there lining up Oxford in their sights, looking for a way round onto the grass. Just not quite sweeping around the outside. That's surely not going to do it. Can they get the switch back though? This is a fantastic move for a team whose front wing is clearly very badly damaged.
Oh, someone's gone off. That is
Vigo off.
That is not Vigo.
Anastasia says, shout out to Toto, Queen Mary, Formula Student, and Chief Hassan. What a move. Nice. And that's Munster up into 4th with a broken front wing. This is spellbinding stuff in the team from Munster. Oxford University do have a reply though as they go wheel to wheel, side by side. Oxford University's front wing not in particularly good shape itself, but Munster have the racing line clinging on to 4th just about. But Oxford are very aggressive, we know this, and they sweep through on the inside of the chicane. Really nice stuff from these two drivers, keeping it very clean. What we like to see. Queen Mary could possibly get third, says Anastasia. I wish we could tell you exactly what's going on, but unfortunately our screen has frozen. We're going to have to refer to the timing sheet until we can get our stream back running here in the commentary box. As Bolton, as we have it on the timing sheet, are still in the lead, followed by University College Dublin. The stream is back with us, and Oxford are in fourth. And through go on the inside, it's Munster, not quite. Can they keep it clean? I don't know. I really wish I could tell you exactly what was going on, but this stream is not exactly consistent. It keeps freezing, and it's in the final moments, so we can't afford this to be happening now. It's the battle for third between Queen Mary and Oxford. It's Munster and Oxford. Oh, they've gone together, and that is just so Oxford. If in doubt, they just seem to go for panel smashing. Why?
I believe
Keep
it's
it
the final
clean. It would be
lap.
so much more entertaining, and they go past one of the back markers. I think that's Aberdeen getting out the way for this battle for fourth between Munster and Oxford University. They're side by side. Oxford have the line, Munster have the speed. Who's going to get it? 30 seconds of racing on the clock. Can Oxford get back into fourth from Munster? They come together just as millimetres between them, and Oxford have it by a hair's width.
How did they do that? It's insane. The battle we really want to see is who's going to win this one. It's 9/10 of a second. I doubt that's going to make that much difference.
Munster through. Munster through into fourth. Absolutely fantastic.
And I don't think they're going to get the podium, but this with a broken front wing, I have to say, performance.
Oh, you can see how it's affecting the downforce because Oxford have gone well wide there. They've been pushing it through the corner. And you can see that they just don't have the downforce to be able to push it through like they want to. And that has allowed Munster to open the gap to 0.4 seconds. Will that be enough to get them through across the line? Meanwhile, talking of coming across the line, they've led for most of the race. They've done an absolutely spellbinding job. They are Bolton, and they are still one of your championship protagonists. They're keeping the fire lit. This is brilliant from Bolton. In the final throes of the final lap of this heat. They've got pressure though from College Dublin. They cross the line. And that is brilliant for Bolton, who takes second. College Dublin in second. Queen's Mary, I love this. They're going to go through the roof for this, and so is the chat, because there are plenty of supporters for them. Queen Mary, Formula Student, will take a podium position at the Formula Student Sim Racing Final. They cross the line to take third. Wonderful stuff. Munster will come across the line in fourth, under pressure from Vigo. Oxford just didn't have it in them to get across the line in a podium position.
Polytechnic got a damage front
they've
wing.
struggled as well. They've been done very well to come across in seventh. Queen's Belfast will be 8th, York A in 9th, Hull B in 10th, and Exeter in 11th. That rounds out your 15 finishes. We have one DNF. Cardiff disconnected from the server. I'm not sure whether that was a technical problem or whether that was by choice. We know that Aaron hasn't been feeling all too well, which is why he's unfortunately not with us here at Williams Esports. And Chief Hutton, yes!
I knew he was going to react positively to that.
Plenty of love in the chat for this. This has been a wonderful race, and it's always been a pleasure to have you alongside. Jason Espanol says, hey Toto, thank you for lending me that Ferrari, bro. It really helped me get to your 10-bed mansion.
Oh,
I think that might be an in-joke that we're not in on, Jess.
No, definitely not.
That is the live reaction. Monty giving us a wave there at Williams Esports. We're here with the final. There's your race result. Bolton taking a second win. Bolton, stand by. We'll probably end up going to you virtually at some point. If you're watching this on the stream, make sure your mic's working, please. Aberdeen moving out of shot. I'm gutting for McScottish. He'd been doing rather well, and that just didn't pan out the way that we wanted it to for him.
No, it is a bit of a shame, but it is a very tight circuit, a lot of things that could go wrong, and it has a lot of downforce, these cars, as well, compared to what we saw with the MX-5s. And they just got to adapt to the change in cars, because there may be some drivers that are maybe going from race to race, if they might be driving the first 2 races, but they may get a bit of a break in the final 2 races potentially as well. So, but
we're going to get a word from Queen Mary now. Fantastic team,
yes.
Lovely bunch of guys. Monty has them. We're lining up, ready for you. You can see it there, getting ready on camera. And we're going to cut to you now, Monty, with Queen Mary. Big up Queen Mary.
Well, that's 3 races of sheer unpredictability so far, guys, and a third race with another online winner. So bear with us a couple of minutes whilst we try and get hold of Bolton. In the meantime, though, I've got the Queen Mary team with me. Guys, welcome to Formula Student. This is your first season in here, and, well, that looked like a really fun race. Tell us a bit about it. How was it?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, really fun, really fun. I got a great start. I just blitzed everyone, started 9th, and then somehow was 2nd after 2 corners. But then I accidentally punted the MTU car, which I need to apologize for. But hopefully I don't get a penalty for that. But yeah, and then just after that, keep your head down, go get it, and then we got it.
Well done, P3 there was really well done. Impressive to see you. Good recovery drive there for sure. As I said before, this is your first full season in the sim racing series. I've seen some really strong results. I know in the first race you qualified on the front row, had a bit of a disconnection issue there, which was tragic, but I have to say the pace has been there since day one, so it's great to see newcomers coming in and showing the established teams how it can be done. But I'm curious, from your point of view, what have you learnt from the series so far, and how is this helping you to prep for the main Formula Students event itself? Any of you want to take the answer?
I think you'd have a better opinion about this.
Over to you.
So I majorly handle the engineering challenges side of the part, and obviously race setups and everything that the driver always requested. So the best thing I learned was more take the software itself and how we can analyze, make different match channels on it. Another thing we learned is how important driver feedback is when you're making setups. So you need to analyze different drivers and their driving styles and make setups accordingly. Now all of that helps us to put that in the real world and analyze what kind of sensors you could use on the real car, how you can analyze that data using the ECU into Motec, and then you can cross-reference that to your Assetto Corsa, your lap time simulations, and the actual car you're running in Formula Student. So this, even though it's a virtual sim racing environment, it gives you a whole lot of experience in Formula Student, the real world car you're making, the lap time simulations, and the game itself. So it's a good binding mix between all of it.
If I can add to that, yeah, I think the main thing was the LTS as well. I think from having to, from a wider point of view, having the same person doing LTS, doing the engineering challenges has been very useful because you get a really good idea of like how different cars behave and how to adapt to different cars. But then, I mean, also from their point of view, I guess, being able to, I want to say decompress over the weekends, but realistically they're just stressed. They're just stressed practicing for the races. But yeah, I think for our first year, it's been a pretty strong result. We saw the competition last year announced at the ceremony, and we thought it might be something we could try. And we never expected it to go this well, but I mean, it's here.
Yeah. We're all really glad to be here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, guys. And we're really glad to have you guys here as well. As I say, it's great to see more new universities getting involved. Incidentally, guys, this is the 51st of 53 teams to register this season, so it's been a big field this season. No, not late at all. It just shows how many people have been wanting to sign up to this, so it's great to see more getting involved. And I'm glad you guys have been able to get something out of this. Well done. Great driving yet again today, and good luck for the finals later on.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Thank you, guys. Back to the commentators booth.
And we are back, and here we go again for the next round of racing live here from the eSports facility at Williams Formula 1 HQ. Giles, Cosgrove, Jess Ball, commentators throughout the day, 15 minutes of racing. We've already had one exciting round 2. Let's have another, shall we, Jess? On pole, we've got N³rburgring in second. We've got University Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel. Manchester in third. University Welsh Trinity St David in fourth. Portsmouth Racing Electric in fifth. Liverpool John Moore in sixth. Hull A in seventh. Hertfordshire in eighth. Ion in ninth. UBR in 10th. FSTN in 11th. UGR are in 12th. Southampton are in 13th. Salford in 14th. USM in 15th. And Bath in 16th. If I was any of these guys in the top 11, I would be terrified of watching my rear view mirrors, because here's come Glasgow and Southampton, our 2 main championship protagonists. Here come the lights. We're about to go racing again before lunchtime, so do stick with us. 6 lights, the revs are up. Let's go racing again for Formula Student Sim Racing. We're off. There's a great start towards the back of the grid. What would you expect? Glasgow and Southampton are there. Meanwhile, at N³rburgring have got through into an absolutely spellbinding start. Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel haven't quite got a response, but then again, they've not down either. And University Welsh Trinity St David are there. And that's
that's not going well.
That was not pleasant to see.
Oh, and there's a pile up, Giles. Oh God, that's just inevitable. You have to avoid
How has that affected the front
Glasgow and Southampton are down the bottom.
Glasgow and Southampton well down. You're on board there with Manchester, front wing damage. What damage has that pile-up done to 2 of the main protagonists here in the championship final? You're on board with Salford as they look for a way round Birmingham. That there as well.
Trinity St David has had an issue, Giles. He's gone off as well.
Absolute drama out of the gate here for this race in the final rounds of Formula Student Sim Racing. Mark Rossi says, come on Alex, Manchester rock. University Welsh Trinity St David, they're struggling. Ion struggling. Liverpool John Moore trying to get through on them. UGR up into 13th. Salford in 12th. And Glasgow have got ahead of Southampton and Glasgow trading places as Ion go off. Liverpool John Moore go through into 9th. And that is not good for Ion. Ion really struggling here. Completely lost it.
They're struggling even more again.
From Liverpool as the rest of the field go through. It's Ion really struggling.
Yeah, it seems to be they're just not used to this track currently in these sort of cars as well. But this is the fight we want to see. Glasgow versus Southampton. Southampton trying to go for the lunge in towards the ready type bend, but Glasgow just about to defend from Southampton. Southampton have got to get ahead of Glasgow here, because otherwise Glasgow are going to have a huge advantage in the championship compared to Southampton. They've got to be near the top. Trinity St David is fighting with Hertfordshire. He's up into 4th place, Giles.
4th place for the team from Wales. They're here, they're competing in the daylight, and they're doing a very good job. There's FSTN, you can see FSTN looking at Hertfordshire and UWTSD all together, bunched up, and there goes FSTN trying to make a move on Hertfordshire down the inside, and they make it stick in 5th. They've got through the right-hander. That's very nicely done for FSTN. Hertfordshire will be gutted with that, but it's nice and clean. So we like to see John Moore up into 9th on Hull A. I heard apparently Tyler Davison showers in that top hat, according to the stream. You can tell this is a student series. In the lead, it's N³rburgring and Hull A. Hull A are battling it out with Liverpool John Moore for 9th position. Hull A back into 9th, down the inside on Liverpool John Moore. The team from Liverpool not having it all their own way. Meanwhile, University Welsh Trinity St David have got past Portsmouth Racing Electric. They are on the podium, are the team from Wales.
I actually had a chat with them earlier on as well, and they seemed really hyped about the sim racing series. For some teams, this is the only thing they're doing. They may not be doing the thing at Silverstone, but they are absolutely doing fantastically here in Mosport. That's the track we are at the moment in the F4, and there was a spin for Hertfordshire.
Sideways across the track and very well handled by all teams. Oh, I say that. That all did.
Oh,
that was John Moore. Someone's just cheered on John Moore in the comments just as they go off. Absolute disaster for them. Strathclyde have been overtaken. You're on board at the moment with Portsmouth Racing Electric as they are vying with the team from Wales. University of Wales, Trinity St David for the final podium position in this race. Annie Watson says, go on Liverpool John Moore, you got this, Finn. A lot of love for the team at 15th at the moment. Ion are out. I'm not surprised after that. They are a DNF. You're on board with the team from Portsmouth, the Racing Electric team, as they charge down towards the team from Wales. Not enough of a gap there. They move as we stand. David holding on with a gap of approximately 1 second between them. Hull A, meanwhile, closing it down on Birmingham. Fantastic view. A lot of these teams coming together. One mistake from one, and it will have a domino effect on the rest of the field. We've seen it happen multiple times already. 10 minutes of racing left. Hull closing it down on Birmingham, breaking late into this corner that a number of teams really have been having trouble with. And through they go on the inside. Hull A, fantastic move on Birmingham. Can they do one better and go on Bath as well? Bath next in their sight. They are so close, slipstreaming now. Surely the question is, will Bath yield? Yes, they will. Going round the outside on Bath are Hull A, and Birmingham are right there with them. But that is
and then so much quicker than the team in 5th place. They got a really good chance on sneaking a top 5 finish in this race so far. The gap between N³rburgring and University of Portsmouth turned to fuel now 4.2 seconds. Liverpool John Moore has passed Manchester up into 13th place. And Manchester's had a bit of a mare. Their front wing has gone to pot, unfortunately. And SDN are off.
Oh, that was very close indeed between them and UBR. That was so close. Has UBR gone? Someone's gone. FSTN.
Bath are gone.
Bath have gone. That was so close. Oh.
What's happening with this race? Race 1 there was a bit of contact, but there's more contact in this race I've seen in the last race.
It's the old adage, you're not you when you're hungry. It's lunchtime. Everyone's hungry. Everyone's elbows are out.
Some people have already had lunch.
Some people have. We haven't.
Exactly.
Southampton down in 11th. Hertfordshire through into 10th. Bath down in 12th. Still leading are N³rburgring. Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel in 2nd. University Welsh Trinity St David in 3rd, getting some love from Helen Gray, who says go UWTSD. Billy Sturdy, go on TY. Mimi says let's go Manchester. And Maya Davison says Tyler D, Sha-la-la, Hull Karting's king.
Aww.
Other karting teams from universities are available as in Bucks. Meanwhile, University of Portsmouth Racing Electric coming under pressure from Hull A. As expected, you said it was going to happen, Jess. Can they get past?
I think they can. They've got the consistency, they've got the upright pace, and they're right on the back of them as they go down the hill. This is Hull A's to gain, and University of Portsmouth to lose as they try to get the switch back. Potentially they're not going to get through in this tight corner. They're being very, very smart about this. I don't think they're going to get the move done just yet. I like Hull A's approach. They're being very patient. They know that they can get the move done eventually. It's just they've got to time it. As Salford's got past STN for
STN gone.
They've gone. Yeah. Did they take Southampton? Southampton's dropped to 9th.
Southampton are indeed down to 9th. Glasgow, meanwhile, where have Glasgow got to? We've been so focused on UBR and Hull and Portsmouth and UWTSD that we've neglected your championship protagonist. And there are Glasgow in 7th, chasing down Birmingham.
This is going to be a move.
When, yeah, go straight in there, down the inside, and that will be done like a knife through butter. Effortless.
Glasgow are on a mission. They've seen that Bolton's won the first 2 races. Their mission is to try and gain as much positions as they can to make sure they can score as much points as they can. As we can see, Hull's going to get it.
On Hull A. It's racing side by side. Down through here they go.
Oh, that's ended in tears, unfortunately.
It's a real shame when that happens because it just they actually do go wheel to wheel. And that's Racing Electric well off. That is their race pretty much ruined at this point. Glasgow go through, an easy place for them, as do Birmingham, and Portsmouth Racing Electric are down in 7th. Glasgow up to the top 5. Next in their slopes with a 2.5 second gap is Hull A. Birmingham, though, in fairness to them, have not let go at the tail end of Glasgow. Very impressed to see this. Glasgow so consistently dominant, and here are Birmingham right on their arse. Looking to the inside there. That's a really great line from Birmingham to try and make a move, but
they're giving Glasgow money for their money. Just because Glasgow's in the champion fight, it doesn't mean Birmingham cannot fight them. They are putting a lot of fight into this, and this is what we like to see in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series, as we do not have long to go left until the end of this one. 5 minutes and 20 seconds, as we've still got the Montfort leading from University of Portsmouth Alternative Fuel on board with Hertfordshire, as they were chasing down the likes of Southampton and FSTM, but De Montfort, the gap now 4.5 seconds. They set the fastest lap of the race earlier on as well. Oh no, that's Alternative Fuel that's gone off.
That's an absolute disaster for the Portsmouth team, who are right across the racing line. That is not the place you want to stop. Oh, that was very hairy.
They almost hit David Holley in Glasgow. And just as we said that they did well, they dropped out.
It might well be me, but I can't help but feel like this is the sort of that might just be me living in Wales.
I don't think we're getting any rain.
You immediately expect rain. Salford up into 7th ahead of University of Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel. Meanwhile, Billy Sturdy is missing an H on his spelling of Hull. In the comments, do please let us know who you're supporting, where you're watching from. We'd love to hear from you. FSTN going wheel to wheel with Hertfordshire. And Salford, meanwhile, have been overtaken by Salford then chasing down UPRAF. UPRAF. I love how it's taking us to the final to think of that. UPRAF, there we are.
Oh God, Giles.
UPRAF under pressure from Salford. Salford hunting down, braking hard, sparks and flames and something of a fiery nature leaking out of their rear. UPRAF under pressure from Salford. Can Salford get through? Not quite yet, I don't think. But there is a wide line there. Billy Sturdy pointing out to me that that's how you pronounce it when you're from Bill. Yes, fair play, Billy, you are right. Carla saying, go UPRE, whoosh, go. And talking of QPR, not having the best of times here as the Alternative Fuel team has been overtaken by Salford. Salford up into 7th. Up next is the UPRE team, but the Alternative Fuel team from UPR not willing to give it up. They go through on the inside, back onto the chicane, but I think Salford might have it. Oh no, this is so close, Jess.
I think this is the 7th place, and they're still flying as if it was a race. This is incredible. They're banging wheels. They go down the hill once again, and this is going to be a move to Salford. I think Alternative Fuel could get the switch back, but Salford is not letting having Alternative Fuel had that one as they go down there once again. Tight and twisty corner coming up as well. As we're seeing Hertfordshire battling in the background as well, but Salford at the moment is the one that's falling defeat to University of Portsmouth Alternative Fuel. Southampton is in this as well. Southampton is not in the best position because look at Glasgow. Glasgow's in 4th place where Southampton is only in 9th. Southampton's got to gain 2 places will hope that other universities struggle. Oh, there's a bit of touching again for Southampton.
Well, that's fair play from Southampton, holding that there as Salford struggle. That's really clean from Southampton. Congratulations to them. They are HFC from 7th to last to 3rd. Moving on to Top Hat Tyler. Top Hat Tyler in 3rd for Hull A, under pressure. Ish from Glasgow. They've got 1 minute 50 of racing left. Can Glasgow close it down on Hull A in 3rd? Time will tell. It tends to do that. Salford in 8th now as they get past Southampton. Shock of all shocks. Southampton have gone past FSTN, UPRAF, who are on board with UPRAF, who have got again Salford, and there are your race leaders. It's the Montfort University. Some of the team behind the scenes here, graduates of De Montfort under the Montfort Formula Student team. Manchester down in 14th.
Oh, we had a spin from De Montfort. The gap's now a 2nd, Giles.
That's going to leave things properly close now as we've got a minute 10 of racing left. Hertfordshire down in 12th.
And Trinity St David has spun as well.
Trinity St David in 2nd. This is going to be
is
very
that like
close.
synchronised spinning, Giles?
can't speak, Jess. I'm stunned by this. I'm absolutely stunned. They're in 8th for Salford, under pressure from Southampton. Can Southampton call it back up into 8th ahead of the close of the race? There's 40 seconds left on the clock. A lot of teams very close together. There's UPRAF trying to get past UPRE. Two teams from the same university going wheel to wheel, and it could all end in disaster. They've got to keep this clean. They can't do each other any damage, surely, as they go round the right-hander there, and that is UPRAF ahead of UPRE. UPRE suddenly under pressure from Salford then, followed by Southampton. UPRAF streaking away. On the clock, Salford attempting to get past the electric team from Portsmouth. Down the inside, very close, not quite a move to make. Well held from Salford, just glimpsing over the apex. Through they go into this sweeping chicane. It's a nice slow, gently caressing chicane, but it's, when I say slow, it's very fast. And that is the Montfort University in first place. They've reopened that gap after that spin on UWTSD to 4.7 seconds. Well done to them. Hull A holding on to third. Top Hat Taylor.
They lost 2 seconds to Montfort. They had another moment. So even though it's the end of the race, the pressure is really getting to them. Now on the final lap so far, and there's pressure happening in the background between the likes of Salford, Southampton, University of Portsmouth Electric, and University of Portsmouth Alternative Fuel. But it's not long to go until De Montfort comes across the line and takes the dub here at the Formula Student Sim Racing Series Race 2, and University of Welsh Trinity St David will come across the line in P2. Hull A in P3. We've got Birmingham fighting with the two University of Portsmouth teams for 5th place. Glasgow comes across the line in 4th. Southampton's dropped to 9th. That's another kick in the teeth for the team in 2nd, and they just had a spin again.
Southampton are off, and they could actually lose out on 9th. They do. FSTN go through for 9th just as the final corner is approaching, and that's Southampton in 10th. Glasgow finished in 4th. Is that Southampton's championship hopes over? Have we just witnessed the end for Southampton?
Could it be just between? Well, don't forget, these are average positions. We won't find out if it's over Southampton until the final round.
Oh! That was unnecessary, surely.
But don't forget, if Southampton don't qualify into Finals B, they're not going to gain much points.
No, that's
unless they get in the top 5.
So there it is. There's the final crossing line. We've had 3 retirements from that, Jess. Hertfordshire, Liverpool John Moore, and Ion have all retired. There is Top Hat Taylor. I've been reliably informed in the comments from Billy Sturdy that he's going to do a shoey in his hat.
Oh no!
Get him a drink. We need the shoey. Fantastic stuff there from the universities. Members of the Williams team moving out of shot. Top Hat Tyler getting a lot of love on the chat. Ibrahim Khan saying "Wara hat." Mayor HFC saying "Top Hat Tyler." Woohoo! Great stuff from all the teams there. Nice and hairy, just how we like it here in the commentary box. There's Monty getting ready for an interview, potentially with Top Hat Tyler. Who else? No, have we got a De Montfort here? I don't know whether De Montfort are here. We know that Glasgow aren't.
Yeah, I think there's only about 7 teams, Giles, that are dialing in remotely. Majority of them are here at the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. I'll have a look for you if you want to see.
Yeah, Jory Smith, meanwhile, saying impressive recovery from Glasgow. Totally agree. And hats off to Hull. Pro McSnipe saying lovely follow through. Pole to goal, DMU. Pro McSnipe saying well done to Danny as well. Do please let us know what you think of the on-track action. The YouTube live stream is right there. The comments box is waiting for you. We're waiting to hear from you. Where are you watching from? Who are you supporting? Please let us know right now. Monty has got one of the drivers who's done rather well in that.
I cannot believe what I've just seen there, guys. Honestly, this has been a manic start to the races so far today. That's 4 races so far, lots of chaos, and another online winner, which means we're going to have to go and get them again later for you. So for the meantime, we're just going to go for a wander around, see who we can find. I can see one person here standing prominently waiting for his interview from UWTSD. Good sir, how are you? How are we doing? That looked fun out there?
Very fun. Start of the race was hectic. I went off at turn 4 or 5, the slow bit, but got damaged. But I think pace was good, but unlucky at the end. I spun when the leader spun in front of me, but still second in the end.
We can take P2 there. That was a richly deserved result. Not going to lie, it's been great to see UWTST get back into the game of it. I know it's been a difficult season for you guys so far. Last year you were 5th. This year struggling even to get into the top 20. But we seem to be turning a corner. Competitive in Kyle Army. Giles got quite excited with you guys driving without the lights on, and I can see more heats, more positive results here. So is this a sign of things to come for next season?
Hopefully we can get our brakes sorted. One of our pedals failed on our rig. That's our excuse.
I like that excuse. Well, fair play. It's good to see you back in the running again, and all the best. We're going for Finals B or Finals A?
A.
Good man, good man. We'll see you in Finals A later then. That's nice. So let's see if we've got any other people here that we can... No, they've all disappeared, and I don't blame them, to be fair, because it's lunchtime at the moment. So this sounds like a good time to hand you guys over to our Chief Judge, James Tatum, for the Engineering Challenge, and also the Chief Judge for Formula Student, Mr. Dan Jones, will hopefully be joining us momentarily live from Mercedes F1.
Hi Monty, hi everyone. Yeah, so we're going to talk about the engineering challenge, and I understand that we should have the results soon. But as I was saying earlier with Giles, that the engineering challenge is all about challenging the students to see if they can engineer the cars in an eSports setting. But it's actually relevant to real life engineering. And here's Monty here. You're going to join me to talk about the engineering challenge?
Yeah, let's have a chat. Let's talk about the engineering challenge, because it's been another cracking challenge, really. We seem to throw many things onto them so far this season. We've done aero maps. We've done recommendation of types of cars from a variety. We've even, what was the first one beginning? We have to create like a track map type thing, wasn't it?
Exactly, yeah. So it was how would you approach a racing weekend if you were part of a race team?
Yeah, no, it was, and we've been very grateful for the people that have been helping us to judge these as well, because there's been a lot of industry knowledge into this as well, guys. We've had, it's not just judges from Formula Student. There's actually been knowledge from the different industries coming into this, applying their knowledge, sharing with us what they know about it, and I can only see this helping and being a good thing for the students, really, isn't it?
Exactly.
And their preparation.
Exactly.
And it looks like we have our challenges on the screen there, guys. So for the 5th and final challenge of the season, it's another clean slate for Glasgow. That's 5 out of 5 this season.
Glasgow smashed it, to be honest. They've done a fantastic effort all year. And even last season, actually, Monty. They were the winners last year as well, and they've continued that. But we have seen Southampton, each challenge, they've really given Glasgow a run for their money, and it's been really tight.
Absolutely. No, there's two main things really to talk about here. So you're quite right. Glasgow continue their unbeaten winners streak because they won every challenge last year. So that's 9 consecutive challenges that Glasgow have won now.
That's quite something.
Southampton, you're quite right. It's been great to see them closing the gap, because from a judging score, what was Glasgow at the very top, and then everyone was about 10 points behind Glasgow. It's good to see not only Southampton, but Birmingham, Strathclyde, Dublin as well as Bolton. It's good to see universities who perhaps in some cases aren't always the most competitive on the track have a chance to show off their engineering prowess elsewhere.
Exactly.
And claw back vital points that way.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to gain championship points, isn't it? You can really push your championship standings there.
Absolutely.
As long as your submission is good enough, you can get up to 20 championship points. Guaranteed. Well, assuming that your entry is good enough. There is a threshold that we have to accept.
Yeah, no, you're quite right. So for context, everyone, the viewers here, so what's been happening this season is for each round, as you can see here, universities can earn up to 50 points per challenge. Now, I believe there is a graphic somewhere in the system which will have the 5 challenges combined. So with any luck, we might be able to pull that on the stream in a minute and just show those total points which the teams have earned throughout the season.
Yeah.
Because this all goes into, well, the total championship for the main series itself.
Yeah.
And, well, as Giles and Jess were saying at the beginning of today, it's so close between Southampton and Glasgow. Every single point is going to make a difference.
Exactly.
As we saw there, another 5 points more for Glasgow compared to Southampton. This could have a defining moment come the end of today.
Absolutely.
As we declare our main title.
Yeah. And I actually calculated that we've given out over 2,200 championship points to the teams this year in the challenges. If you add up all the points for the engineering challenge.
Fantastic. And there we are, guys. Here are the total points which the universities have earned from these engineering challenges.
Yep.
And we can see that's an extra 250 for Glasgow there, 220 for Southampton, and Strathclyde 193. It's this is what I mean. It's great to see names which we're not normally used to seeing at the peaking order of the races, being able to show off in other areas here. So it's great to see Strathclyde there, Birmingham as well, Queen Mary. They're continuing. Honestly, Queen Mary and Vigo have impressed me because this is for both of them their first season in Formula Student.
Yep.
So they've had a steep learning curve, not only in the racing, but in how to apply this engineering as well. And I mean, they've won some of the challenges so far this year, some of the races as well.
Yeah.
So they are certainly teaching the established teams something new. And ultimately, this can only be good for the competition because it's pushing everyone along.
Yeah, and I'm sure that you'll start to see a correlation between teams that are starting to really engage in the engineering challenge and how they actually perform during the races. Because, you know, once they start to understand how their car is performing, they can look at the data, then they just perform their on-track performance as well, don't they?
Absolutely. It's nice to see. It's not just about putting in the fastest lap. It's nice that we're giving them a chance to use their brain elsewhere, apply that maths, apply that science. Okay, granted, it's not the same as real life physics. There's a little bit of a comparison going on there, but it's still maths and science. It's still problem solving.
Yeah.
And these are skills which they can transfer into industry. And we're seeing more and more teams out there. They're looking for simulations. They're looking for it. So, it's good to see. It's really good to see. On that cheery note then, James, I think all we can say really is congratulations to Glasgow, and I think it's time to go and show people more of the season highlights from rounds 4, 5 and 6, unless you have any closing remarks.
Well, I'd just like to congratulate the teams on the engineering challenge this year, and hopefully we can just keep improving it and the teams keep learning.
Absolutely. Well done to every team that's entered. It's been fantastic to judge your submissions. They've been fascinating, and it's been amazing to see what the industry has got to look forward to once you make it out there. But for now, guys, it's time to have a look at what happens in round 4, round 5 and round 6 this season before we head on to the latter parts of the heats and onto the finals and hopefully declare our champion.
Yeah, I can't wait.
See you later, guys.
Cheers.
Not a lot of initial movement, headed down towards that first corner. Here we go then. Is there going to be a squirreling? Yes, there is. The Salford up a bit. Bolton are up into second. Queen's Belfast down into third. They are down in ninth. Something has gone wrong for College Dublin right out because the orange of Queen Mary is right there as well. And this could all go Pete Tong in a second, and they're looking for a way round. Arblath trying to get past both Salford and Hull in the same move. It's not going to happen, and away goes Salford. Salford are off. Thank you very much. We'll have that.
Oh my goodness.
Vigo really do lose that, going straight into the cone.
All this squabbling is allowing the front lot to absolutely pull away, but here comes Hole A on Polytechnic, and all they hit the curves a bit, the cones a bit, and almost in the wall.
Surely nothing can stop them now.
Last corner, race 1 around number 4, the Virginia International Raceway. Brilliant drive from the Glasgow team. Good redemption, as you were saying earlier. And we got Belfast in P2.
The lights are out and away we go. And Southampton have got an absolutely cracking start. They are looking very close to the rear end of Southampton, tucking in behind them, looking round to the outside, trying to find a way round immediately. And Exeter are up into second. Exeter in third. Southampton up into third. This is monumental off the line. Exeter are in first place. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Queen's Belfast is off. Queen's Belfast is off.
Right-hander, so Southampton have got the racing line. Glasgow have got this pace. Glasgow are ahead, and can they hold on to this? But now, as I said,
Southampton right now, they're defending for their lives, and it's very crucial before these guys go into the pit so they can do it. Oh, they make contact. They make a bit of contact.
They did.
Looking at the gap. looking at the gap between these two and Exeter now. Is it going to come down? I think they're going to be all right. And it looks like
impeccable style. But this left-hander coming out, Glasgow have got the racing line for it. They've got the pace on, and Glasgow are up into first place. They've taken it from Southampton. They go wide.
Those teams making a bit of a mistake as well, but Southampton's going to get a good run.
0.25 seconds. Both teams heading into the pits now. This is crucial.
Ooh. They're both
to the pit exit. Could Southampton
get
the jump on? And they have. They have indeed. They've got a slow start for Glasgow. What is going on? Exeter side by side, and they've gone through.
They've gone through. Good run in on Exeter. That's going to allow Bath to pull away ever so slightly. Exeter's got to defend nicely towards.
Well done there.
Well played from Exeter, but
years on, not only they're still doing the Formula Student stuff, but they're getting involved in, well, what they call the modern stuff. Oh, who's that going off?
They've done very well. Southampton cling on for dear life as they make contact with Bath. And I'm off of my chair. This is so exciting.
Are you standing up, Giles? As Exeter has got past Bath, so I wonder if Bath's picked up some damage there.
This is absolutely unbelievable, and I really do have to stand up because of Bath going down the start-finish straight. Just over a minute and a half of racing to go. Right now, they've got the inside load on Exeter. Can they squeeze through? No, they can't. Exeter managed to hold on to it just about, I think. Yes, they do. The driving in this defensive position from
Glasgow could be right back at this with 50 seconds to go. Glasgow's got to make the move first. On the Bolton. Oh, that was contact. No, that's it.
That was always going to happen, wasn't it? And as Southampton crossed the line, they know they've done it, squirreling down through there. Brilliant from them. But my driver of the night, Exeter, takes second. And third, it's Bath. We go then. Lights out. They're off. And Salford have got a cracking start. Glasgow looking to the inside, as are Southampton. OUS are up into 6th. Bath up. Fairly clean through turn 1. By side they go. Surrey have got the racing line. Can they get their pace on and get ahead of Bath? Yes, they can. Bath then under pressure from Victoria, who look to the outside, clipping the grass in the process, trying to find a way round the team from the southwest. And you can see damage there.
Bolton, they've been rivals for many, many seasons.
How is that
They're
happening?
racing each other in the pits and they posted with each other. That's what we could see in an F1 game. What is going on here? As they go through the middle of turn 2, here comes Bolton then, past Southampton, but Southampton's going to have...
Oxford University now in the lead, the chat going wild as a result. They are a whole 9 seconds ahead of Salford, who are in second. In third, it is University of Glasgow, as we've just been discussing. In fourth, it is Bolton. In fifth, Southampton. Sixth is Bath. And Cardiff, who started on the front row in pole, are all the way down in 7th. 19 seconds. But they're desperate to climb over the line. It's like a scene out of Cars, but it's not burst tyres, it's an empty fuel tank. And Oxford are in Salford's sights. Surely they cannot hold on to this as Salford look to line up for the overtake and take victory back from Oxford. The gap was 11 seconds. It's now nothing as Salford go through and their way.
Glasgow, I think Oxford have run out of fuel. Because here comes Glasgow looking to get second place, and I think that's what most people have done. Has pulled off a great strategy, and here comes Bath, Southampton, Cardiff, and
They proved the point that one does have to stop for fuel, but they don't stop them now as they cross the line. Salford take the win, coming across the line in 8th, and that is just tragic. Well,
yeah, they have. They've run out of fuel.
Indeed. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Bolton's monumental start. Bolton have got the better line in second. Can Cardiff close them off is the question. Yes, they can. Cardiff get onto the racing line and cover off Bolton into turn 1.
Queen Mary there as well, but Victoria, the Basque Country, trying to get past Queen Mary for Saturday. That was close, guys, from Oxford and Glasgow ways. They almost made contact together in the final corner.
Southampton under pressure from Glasgow. Oxford University all of a sudden have come out like a bat out of hell, flashing their lights at Glasgow. Glasgow move over. Oxford barreling down the start-finish straight. Cue the meatloaf. Who's going to break first? Oh, that seemed inevitable. Far too aggressive from Oxford.
They saved it.
They managed to save it, but
he didn't care if you were Irish, you would still go anywhere. Oh, it's Oxford and Southampton.
Oxford
made a
and
bit of
Southampton going toe-to-toe, wheel-to-wheel.
From Tonelli in Oxford.
Can they get the slipstream? Looking to the outside, looking to the inside. Oh, and they've toe-punted them off. And that is exactly what I expected to happen. It is right there. Oxford University potentially too big for their wheel. They're trying to make sure they make up use of all the track to hold on to that final podium position. These are the two teams that I'm surprised that they're holding off. Oxford, meanwhile, are in the pits. Oxford.
Glasgow's going to go for it. Glasgow's going to go for it around the outside.
Looking to the switchback, but not enough room. Southampton defending.
Pitters, Giles. We got Pitters. We got DMU. We got UCL, Oxford, and we got Victoria in for their stop for fuel. Queen Mary got past University College Dublin for Glasgow. To the left-hand side, towards turn 4.
Glasgow are through. Khan has outrun runners to make a pit stop. They've got a 5-second win. And now they are just being held up, and Southampton are going to reel them in. And we know how good Southampton is. And could
there's Glasgow in second.
Glasgow's going to come out as well. Are they going to come out ahead of Cardiff? Cardiff's going to try and go for the move. It's towards turn 1 they go.
That's a really interesting line there from Cardiff, but they just don't have it. The checkered flag is in sight for the team from the north. They come across the line to take victory in race 2 of round 5 of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. Glasgow takes second, and disappointingly for Cardiff, they cross the Jersey, aren't you, Monty? Meanwhile, in 5th, it is Cardiff and Aaron Farmer. Bolton down in 6th. In 7th, it is Bath. In 8th, it is Vigo. In 9th, we've been talking about them, Queens. Belfast in Hampton are in 4th, which is a really good result, given that their car is notably slower. So we've qualified on 4th.
That's brilliant.
2024, penultimate round, and they're away. Glasgow got a great start. And plenty of people squabbling for positions off the line. A whole field of McLarens jostling for positions. A single Nissan to keep your eyes are down, and Southampton are up into second. It's a three-way duel. With that, it's very tight through here. You can down to 22nd. They were in 5th. And they've come down, went down the running order, we're in 22nd. It's a great recovery. Between stupidity and bravery is incredibly thin. What side have Trinity St David come down on?
Started off genius, but we're heading back towards the other side of the line now.
We're knocking on the door of having had 10 minutes of racing here, and a lot about to see Hull.
Oh, he's going to go for it!
The lead of the race, and he's going for it down the inside. This is very close indeed. Can they make it work?
Or is it Southampton catching up to them?
Southampton at 8 seconds behind. So
it's a lap car.
Nice lead. Glasgow going away there, getting a better exit out of that corner, and
they're in. Hull's in.
An unexpected choice then from Hull. Hull go in, and there it is. Southampton have gone through. Glasgow are back out. And now we go racing. Southampton have...
What?
No. What has happened here? It's all gone wrong for Southampton because they cannot now come out ahead of Glasgow. Surely. And they have. Glasgow have gone through.
Giles to take the checker flag.
He does indeed, but nothing short of an act of God can stop him. Flashing his lights. He knows he's done it. You know he's done it. Crossing the line to take victory. Pitch black. And coming out of the shadows then, who is going to come out best? Polytechnic have got a fantastic start off the line. Hull just about managing to hold on to it, I think, but in second. Yes, they have. Exeter vying with Hull for second place. They are up into... Hull up into second, fighting it out
Glasgow, wow!
Glasgow launching up into 4th. Southampton up into 5th. And NTU down into 6th. Polytechnic gets...
Top server and is in the top 10.
Absolutely fantastic result for a number of...
Game 1 tonight, but it's not over yet, as we're seeing Southampton.
No way!
Glasgow.
Yes, I don't believe what I'm seeing. That did not just happen to Southampton, who were making a late lunge on Glasgow, and they came off so bad.
Protagonists have fallen over themselves, and kind of like last season, we're now watching Glasgow for the moment capitalise on it.
The beauty sometimes of having less drivers, as we're seeing a DMU fighting with Aberdeen for 13th place, and that's not going to end well. They hit the wall, and that is definitely damage on that car. It's going to be that was an unsafe rejoin from one of the cars back there, and that's not gone well.
Glasgow up into 3rd.
I can't wait to see what this does to the points, because
No, you just spoke too soon. Glasgow had an off.
Was that? I don't think Glasgow did have an off. Was it me? It looked to me. Meanwhile, Polytechnic of Hong Kong on the hunt for third position.
I thought they were going to get it here.
Of Oxford University, and there go Oxford, well off and away. They get a lap duration. Polytechnic putting on the pressure to Glasgow.
Be the results you see on your screen. I think there's going to be a lot of protest and a lot to discuss. I think we're going to be discussing. And I just jigged again.
My
goodness!
That's not gone well for any university. De Montfort going through on Oxford then. Absolutely wonderful. We are still racing then. There's still some drama. On what on earth is that from Oxford? Weaving up the straight there. 14th looking to the inside, forcing them wide. Hertfordshire on College Dublin. They've got the racing line, and there seems to be an inevitable collision that we could just see coming a mile off. Here they come then. Exeter into the final corner to take a win in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. Exeter are your race winners here at Kyalami. The second race tonight. They cross the flag. There they are. And Glasgow, meanwhile, fighting off all opposition. They've come out remarkably well with that heavier car. A number of collisions, and they come out better from all of them. Glasgow crossed the line to take second.
You're on about the
He
same,
does.
aren't you? Oh, nice stuff.
And welcome back to Williams eSports HQ. I'm Giles Cosgrove, she's Bess Bull, and we are back for the second part of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. We've got plenty more action to come, including the grand final. We'll also be getting some great interviews and some insight for the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. You looking forward to it?
I'm looking forward to it. The first two races were absolutely incredible around the N³rburgring and of course Mosport Park as well, and we saw teams that did really well, but there were certain teams that struggled, and plus we found out the results of the engineering challenge, so plenty of scenarios to think about going into the final two races before the big final at the end of the day.
You can see behind us everyone's getting ready for the next race. To soak up the atmosphere, let's throw over to our very own James Montgomery.
Hello guys, thank you Giles.
No
Thank
worries.
you, Jess. Let's go for a wander around. Everyone's getting ready for the third heat. Let's see who we can go and annoy. Seen anything like this in ages. There's been a different winner in every race from different universities. It's very unpredictable. Congratulations to Glasgow for winning that engineering challenge. Honestly, every point is going to count in this one today to see who the overall champion is. I'm really excited. Who can we find here at the moment? Well, if we head on down there, I can see a couple of new faces that we've not had a chance to speak to thus far. Hello, guys. There's Queen Mary again. We were having a chat with them earlier. Exeter. Hello, our other people champions so far this season. Have you guys got 90 seconds spare just to quickly chat about whilst we wait for the races to begin? Fantastic. Right, so good sir, identify yourself. Who are you and what have you been driving so far this year?
So I'm Aidan Shadbolt. I drove under Elliot as at Kyalami. So that was the last race that we won and got heavily penalised. And yeah, I drove MXI earlier today, and then I'm driving the Prague R1 Imola in round 4, and then the final as well.
Very nice. Yes, sorry about Kyalami again. That was a very chaotic and a lot of penalties handed out after the race, you see, guys. Now, Exeter have kind of been the people's champions so far this season because it's been great to see. This is your first full season in Formula Student Sim Racing Series. We've seen you progress the first couple of rounds kind of in the lower division, then suddenly it kind of gelled. We started seeing you more often in the top division, in the top server, and really punching above your weight. In Virginia, we were just looking at the highlights clips before, battling for second there. As you say, winning for Kyalami. What was it which made it all work, and what are you guys getting out of this and able to apply to Formula Student proper?
I think the team was just kind of hitting the ground running midway through, where more people around the uni had started to hear about the sim racing team, people with experience outside of the Formula Student area that may have come in, like myself. And so I think midway through the season is where we kind of got the good mix between the experience behind the scenes and also behind the wheel. And so that's probably why you've been seeing better results from us.
Well, it's definitely been good to see, and hopefully another great result to come out from here as well today then. So best of luck to you guys. What's it looking like for the weekend at Silverstone? We're going to get the car onto the track?
I'm not too sure because I'm not too heavily involved, but from what I've heard, that they're on target for now.
We saw the launch over the week. It looks good, the car, so I hope it goes as quick as it looks. Best of luck today, guys, and yeah, welcome to the series. Good to have you on board. Right, we seem to have... oh, it's racing time now, so I'm going to hand you back over to the comms booth. Enjoy the races, guys.
And welcome back to Formula Student Sim Racing, the Grand Final 2024. Giles, Cosgrove and Jess Ball with you throughout the day. We've got 2 more heats and the Grand Final to come. It's going to be very special indeed. We've had some absolutely fantastic wheel-to-wheel racing. A bit more than wheel-to-wheel racing. It has been bumper-to-bumper, side panel to side panel. A lot of damage has been sustained virtually.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a really great experience for them to be a part of this Williams eSports, but it's now crunch time because they know what they got to do now. They've done the first 2 races. Some teams, they're feeling very happy with what they've done, so they know that they only need to score a few points to get into the positions they want. But there are certain teams, like Southampton, for example, that really need to step up in the final 2 races if they want to get into finals A, which is where the big points are at.
The teams are lining up on track, ready to go. This is going to be very exciting indeed. You can actually now see us, if you fancy it, over on my Instagram at Giles_Cosgrove. We're broadcasting to you here in the commentary box. If you fancy getting a look at what our reactions are, our live reactions, you can see that there. You can also see the live reactions of the gang here at Williams Esports sat on the sofa. Give us a wave, guys, please. I'm sure you can hear us. There we are. Fantastic stuff. If you're watching at home, we'd love to hear from you. Sunyoma says, what a handsome gentleman in the white. Elsewhere, Chief Hutton says, not going to lie, I've always wanted to do a GT sim race in the night. A weird dream. Elsewhere, Jojo Scott says, someone save Monty a sandwich. We just about managed to get something left. And finally, Lily Brend Fish says, come on, Southampton. It is close. It's Southampton. It's Cardiff. It is not Cardiff. That's me being that's me thinking
Yeah,
about my
Southampton
own
will be
team.
start-
Whoops,
yeah,
that's a slip
Southampton
of the
will be
tongue
starting
there,
on
isn't it?
pole in this one.
It's Glasgow, it's Southampton, and it's Bolton. Those are your three protagonists. We've got here the three scenarios that it would take for each of the teams to win. Bolton coming through with an absolute blinder. 2 wins today so far.
Crazy. I mean, they're consistent, and that the consistency is what gets you good results. They're not in this heat as well, but we're about to get going for the next race, which is at the N³rburgring in Germany, and what a great track it is. So let's run through your order then. Southampton's going to be starting on pole. That we got hold on, I need to refresh. It may not be Southampton.
Hertfordshire.
Hertfordshire, there we go. So it's Hertfordshire starting on pole, then it's Queen Mary in second, Birmingham in third, Exeter fourth, Manchester fifth, Southampton will be starting sixth, Trinity St David in seventh, MTU will be starting eighth, Polytechnic in ninth. We've got Hull B starting in 10th, De Montfort in 11th, Aberdeen in 12th, Oxford in 13th, John Moore in 14th, Queen's Belfast in 15th, and Cardiff will be starting in 16th. Cardiff was one of those teams that DNF'd in the last round. Let's see if they can recover. We just got about 30 seconds left until we get underway. I'm looking forward to this one. It's a track I've never commentated on. This is going to be my first experience.
They tend to be my first experience, to be honest with you, Jess. This should be very good. Brewski Boy asking for a shout-out for Minty. Of course, we can get a shout-out for Minty, however many there are at Exeter. Exeter qualifying in 4th, starting on the grid here for this race. So do stick with us. We're about to go racing again here at the Formula Student Sim Racing Grand Final live from Williams eSports. So make sure you stick with us. The revs are rising. The lights are ready to go. We're about to go live. You can watch it all on YouTube. You're probably here. Do comment. Let us know who you're supporting. The lights are up. The revs are up. The lights are out. And away we go. And that is an absolutely blinding start for the top 4. Hertfordshire away. Queen Mary Formula Student also away. UBR away as well. Headed towards the first corner. They're off and away. That's a stonking great start for Hertfordshire there. And UBR, that's absolute, oh my days. That is a pile-up and a half. And you can hear them over in the eSports suite groaning. That is completely altered the lineup. UBR now in first. In second, it's the Hong Kong Polytechnic, followed by Hertfordshire in third. You're on board with Manchester there. Manchester up into 4th. Oxford University are in 4th now, because down the through goes Hertfordshire. Hertfordshire sideways there. Disaster for them. De Montfort in 5th. Southampton in 6th. Queen Mary in 7th. It's all change at Evercreech Junction here. Going through there.
It's like no one wants to lead this race, Giles. There's a change for the lead everywhere. So we've got Polytechnic that looks like he's going to take the lead of this one attempt. For second, separating the pair of them. This is a very unique track in Germany that these drivers have got to negotiate. They make their way towards turn number 1 as we have got Birmingham that's go dive for the inside. Here we get Hong Kong is trying to take advantage. Someone's spun back. It's gone really bad for Birmingham.
Disaster for Birmingham, success for Hong Kong. Hong Kong leading, De Montfort in 2nd, Southampton in 3rd, in 4th is Oxford, University of Trinity St David in 5th, Queen's Belfast in 6th, Cardiff up into 7th from the back of the grid. Great recovery for Aaron Farmer in 8th, it's Birmingham in 9th, Aberdeen going well sideways, a bit of a proper car crash there for Birmingham. Aberdeen down into 9th as a result of that contact.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Their whole B's dropped a little bit as well. They're down into 16th place, Giles, and Oxford had a bit of an off. What is going on with Oxford today?
Oxford, every moment they seem to do well, it's followed immediately by disaster. Gutting for the team from one of the most prestigious universities in the world. Liverpool John Moore, you're on board with now from Liverpool. As the name would suggest, stating the obvious, as ever. Gone well wide of some of these teams. You just cannot handle that hairpin. That hairpin, everyone's coming a cropper through there. Down goes Cardiff, and also up goes Queen's Belfast. Aberdeen.
Exeter's had a spin. Exeter's had a spin, Giles, going through the hairpin.
Meanwhile, up into 14th go Manchester. This is, that's exactly what it is, Chief Hutton. Chief Hutton asking, is this the Sashers ring? And yes, it is. You're on board with Munster. In fact, Queen Mary Formula Student you're on board with. We can't keep up. I don't think many of the teams are able to keep up either. This is properly interesting. How on earth are we getting so many overtakes and undertakes? And overtakes all over the place.
There are tons of overtakes going on at the moment. Polytechnic is being under pressure for N³rburgring once again. This is where I think where we're seeing the most overtakes is through the hairpin, and Southampton is trying to get advantage of N³rburgring. Southampton, this is a great race for them. Don't forget, in each race, each round, they get a chance to experience what it's like being at the front, the middle, and the back. So if you've been at the back of the first round, then you get to be a chance to go in the middle and the front for the final few rounds. There's early flags. There's no point you starting at the back in every race because you're not going to get a chance to take advantage. As we've got Southampton is looking to take advantage once again from N³rburgring. This is going to be key for their championship hopes, and Southampton has taken it. They're up to second.
Southampton on track for their best result. Queen's Belfast on track for the barrier, apparently.
Yeah, you do not want to go into the barrier, Giles.
Not particularly. Liverpool John Moore in 6th, Oxford University in 7th. De Montfort you're on board with there in 3rd. That's that hairpin just coming a cropper on many drivers on that corner.
And we're seeing, I think, some moves going in the start of the straight. This reminds me of Le Mans, where there's a very long straight.
Yes. Now here's most of the pack, and here's where it all seems to go wrong for a lot of drivers. And sneaking through there is Munster. Fantastic stuff for Munster, who go through past Queen Mary Formula Student and are now piling on the pressure onto Hutt. Braking hard into this. It's a very tight course, this stress.
It is very tight, and a lot of opportunities for things to potentially go wrong, as we found out at the start of the race. The gap now between Polytechnic and Southampton is around about 2.3 seconds now, and Polytechnic have been looking so good in this final so far, which will put them in good stead if they want to go into finals A and finals B later. Oxford passing Hertfordshire up into 7th place. The gap's around 0.2 of a second now. We've got MTU in the fray as well. We've got Queen Mary, Queen Belfast, Manchester, Exeter, no, not Exeter, Aberdeen in 13th position. So this is going to be a very tight fight between the midfield team, as someone's gone off again.
Oxford, I think. Yeah,
that's Oxford.
Just having a disaster. We've got so much support on the chat, L740, saying, please, Oxford. I get it, but I also don't think a number of these teams have quite mastered these cars and this track. This might be one of the hardest courses these teams have had to combat over the course of this series. Southampton are up into 2nd, holding on to the lead with a 1.5 second gap is Hong Kong Polytechnic. Southampton coming past one of the back markers. The back markers getting out of the way well in advance on this circuit, understandably so. Those barriers on either side of the course just beckoning the drivers to plant it into them. Ibrahim Khan, I'm crying, man. What is this? Honestly, Ibrahim, we're not entirely sure. We've never seen it this bad on the sim racing series in the time that both myself and Jess have been doing it. And Southampton have dropped down into 3rd, been overtaken by De Montfort. De Montfort there in blue, overtaken them. Aberdeen, meanwhile, under pressure from Queen Mary as they head towards the infamous hairpin at this point. And Aberdeen are down, Manchester are up, Aberdeen are back up. They had the racing line, and they go through on not only Manchester, but Queen Mary as well. And Aberdeen are up into 10th. Manchester past Queen Mary as well.
Aberdeen's getting another position off of Manchester up into 10th, so in the top 10 now as well. For some people, getting into the top 10 is a big achievement. They're not aiming for the championship. As Trinity says, David has got past Cardiff up to 4th. This is a much better race for Cardiff. I don't think Cardiff started last, and they're up to
They're up to 5th. They are up to 5th. They're there in white. Wales Trinity St David in their characteristic blue and yellow. Meanwhile, Queen Mary trying to get through past Manchester, and they do so. Ahead of them, Aberdeen. The thing is, you've got the direct feedback on the setups here at Williams eSports. Any form of contact is going to kick back at you immediately, and I imagine if you get it wrong ever so slightly, that kickback from the steering wheel is going to really inhibit exactly like that. A small mistake like that, and you are really going to feel it.
They have been warned by the people in the briefing that if they make a mistake like that,
just let go. Just let go. Callum giving
As we almost had a contact.
That's gonna hurt. That's exactly the sort of thing I'm on about. A slide,
I swear
attack
they're
on the
reading our
barrier,
minds, Giles.
and Hertfordshire are going to get a real kickback on their steering wheel, and they've done very well to hold it there as Munster go past, Queen's Belfast, go past Hertfordshire. Jory Smith saying some people use the if gap car mentality. Here it's if car. An interesting point of view, but nonetheless potentially quite accurate. Stick with us, we've got 6.5 minutes of racing left to go. Can Polytechnic of Hong Kong hold on to it? Southampton back into second, getting past the Montfort there, squeezing through. Can they avoid the barrier? Just about, brakes on there. They're defensive driving. The thing is, this track is so wide in certain sections that to drive defensively, you need to weave like you're threading a needle.
That is true. There's some of the apex are quite blind. You're not going to know what's in front of you until you hit that corner, and you don't know if someone is coming up behind you around the outside. It's some people can take different lines, and that's what's interesting around this track. Cardiff now got past Trinity St David against their swapping positions. We also got Hertfordshire and Queen's Belfast fighting. Let's look at Trinity St David on Cardiff. It's going to be a drag run down this long straight, heading towards the hairpin once more.
That is some fantastic defensive driving into the hairpin from Cardiff, who are under pressure from their fellow Welsh team. University of Welsh Trinity St David sliding around there on the exit of the hairpin. Trinity St David have got Cardiff in the sights of the Mercedes badge on their bonnet, and they go through on the inside. And please tell me that's fantastic stuff from Cardiff, though. We did think we lost Cardiff for a second, but it was just a glitch on our screens here. Not to worry. Definitely didn't have a heart attack there. EB says, man, this race is so skippity. Skippity is a good word for this race. Cardiff about 0.3 seconds ahead of University of Welsh Trinity St David. Not a lot separating them as they go through yet another very tight corner. The Germans exacting in both their engineering and their track design, clearly. De Montfort with their fastest lap there, I think. You're on board with Manchester, who are going to try it on Aberdeen. Not close enough. Probably for all the best. Meanwhile, Aberdeen have gone. That's Aberdeen well down. Aberdeen really struggling, There's a lot of power, clearly, in these Mercedes cars, and a squirt of the accelerator, and you could well lose the back end.
Quite hard on handling as well. Just don't forget, they've got to get used to different cars. There's 1 minute we were in the MX-5s, then we were in the F4s earlier, now we're in this.
Oh, that's gone.
That's not gone well. That has not gone well for the likes of Queen Mary and Oxford down in 11th and 12th place. We've only got 4 minutes left and not many opportunities for people to get back into this one to score some
5-second gap between Southampton and Hong Kong Polytechnic. Jess, from your opinion, can they get it?
It's gonna be a tight one between Southampton and Polytechnic, I think. I mean, for Southampton, they need to gain about a second a lap, which we've only got like 3 minutes to go. Well, 3 minutes 50 to go on our timing screens. So, and you can see the way that Polytechnic is increasing the gap to Southampton. I think Polytechnic has got this in the bag as long as they don't make a mistake. Queen's Belfast just set the fastest lap of their personal best. It's sometimes confusing because we think it's purple because it's their fastest lap of the race, but no, it's their personal best.
Ooh, this is tight. This is tight from Hertfordshire. That's an interesting line to be taking on an overtake. Inside, past between Munster and the barrier. They bail out of it just in time as Hertfordshire pile the pressure onto Munster. Can Hertfordshire get through in the final throes of this race? 3 minutes of racing left to go. Munster go well wide, inviting surely Hertfordshire to take a dive down the inside. They don't, and they stick to the racing line instead. Now they're looking to the inside. That's an interesting move, trying to go round the outside here. They're also under pressure behind the Queen's Belfast is waiting to make a move. There goes Hertfordshire through on Munster. Queen's Belfast you're on board with now. You can see how close the three of them are. Surely if one of these makes a mistake, this is all going to be Queen's Belfast.
Yeah, I think Belfast has got a good seat in the house because they can just slide through if any of those two make contact. If I was them, just take a back seat into this as MTU past Hertfordshire up into 7th place. Can Queen's Belfast do another switcheroo? No, they're not going to do another switcheroo yet.
They're pushing. They are really pushing at the limits here. I think the teams have relaxed into it. They found their rhythm with 2.5 minutes to go. Bit late, but nonetheless they're there. And we're on board with Hertfordshire, who are trying to get past none other than Munster. Behind them tell you that the Queen's Belfast car is not particularly far away.
Yeah, it's not
Lining
just
up their
about
sights,
7
lining up
laps.
down the inside, diving down the inside, go Hertfordshire. Fantastic move from Hertfordshire on Munster, but
Not
they go
anymore.
too much. They way into the barrier. They really did try it. I thought it was going to work, and so did they apparently, but we were both wrong, and that's not gone well for Hertfordshire as Munster run away with it into 7th. Queen's Belfast behind them, the gap opening up to 0.3 seconds. In fact, greater than that, I believe. It must be about 0.5, is in over a second. It's closing up now. Queen's Belfast on Munster. The gap into ever-changing. Polytechnic of Hong Kong, though, got 1.5 minutes to go. There are your race leaders all the way from Hong Kong. I wonder what time it is in Hong Kong. The time difference is about 7 or 8 hours. So
I wonder if it's Wednesday morning for them.
It might even be Wednesday morning, yes. In fact, it might be about 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock in the evening. So
I will check.
Southampton, potentially. Is that Southampton on the approach, or is that one of the back markers? That's one of the back markers. Your race leaders are in a comfortable position here. They've got 8 seconds almost, with 59 seconds to go. It's 21 minutes past 9 o'clock over in Hong Kong. There are the team in second, who are desperate to keep their championship hopes alive. So far, a second place, I believe, would be their best finish of the day so far. And in the wall
that's Oxford
is
again.
Oxford University.
I think many teams have had trips to the walls. I can't even count to see how much. This is a very tricky circuit, though.
Definitely not enough fingers and toes to count how many times a car has ended up in the wall in the last 15 minutes. Queen's Belfast are on board with now. They're in 8th. Munster in 7th. The time on the screen, 20 seconds to go. So this will be the last lap. The question is, can Queen's Belfast get close enough to make one final go of it? I do wonder. There's Exeter sweeping through on the approach to Oxford, who have been struggling as we've been discussing. There's another team who may just have one more last-minute move on them. If they can hack it is the question. Exeter approaching Oxford University. The gap, we're waiting to find out. The line is approaching. The clock has run out. Hong Kong surely will take this. And there are your race leaders. There is the Hong Kong Polytechnic University coming around the final corner through that hairpin that has been the cause of so much drama in the last 15 minutes. We're going to get plenty more again very soon, so do stick with us as Hong Kong Polytechnic University cross the line and take the win. Their second of the day, is that? I think it might well be.
I think so.
Southampton cross in second place. They will be happy with that. The points they need secured. De Montfort in third. And after a DNF in their last appearance, Cardiff crossed the line to take 4th.
They'll be really happy with that. And then we've got Trinity St David, who was fine with Cardiff. We've got the line in 5th, and we've got Queen Mary and Aberdeen that they're fighting with right now for 11th spots. As we're seeing Liverpool, John Morgan, we've got, oh, no.
And
that's not ended well.
Yeah. Oh, and there's
that's Oxford.
Right when you think it's all over, they throw a curveball.
Yes.
They do throw a curveball. So that might well be it for this race, and all I can say is thank goodness, because that was exhausting.
We still got one more.
We do have one more. We do indeed have one more. Make sure you stay with us. Live here on the Formula Student YouTube channel. You can get all the latest action, plus interviews and looks at the rest of the series so far. So also do please comment in. Who are you watching? Where are you watching from? Who are you supporting? We'd love to hear from you. Lily Brand-Fish has given a round of applause. Rightfully so. Getting through that was a task and a half.
I think for most people it was damaged invitation for some of these. They didn't have much time to practice either, Giles, for these tracks. So fair play to them.
Indeed. There are all your teams. That's the race over, and hopefully we'll be able to find you a Monty, a camera and a microphone to catch up with some of the high finishes in that last race. We'll be going racing again. Same cars, same track, different drivers. So do stay with us. Not long to go until we go racing again. Jess, you've never seen that circuit before.
No. I don't think I would want to
I
drive
was
that.
about to say, you've got a lot of experience with that. In a word, how did that look to you?
Chaos. I'll explain my thoughts in a minute because we do have an interview ready to speak to our high finishers from this race at the N²rburgring and see what chaos they had to endure. Take it away.
Well, that's 5 out of 5 as far as I'm concerned for another crazy race. I'm going to take a bit of the credit for that one. That was my choice for combination, so I hope you enjoyed that. We've got a second half going on. Didn't really know where to look in that race, but I've managed to round one team together just to find out what was going on. University of Southampton, one of our championship protagonists. That was by far their best performance of the day so far, but it wasn't incident-free either, so let's find out a little bit more about this, guys. Hello, guys. Nice to see you all in person. Now, you were driving for that one. That looked a bit chaotic out there. How did it feel in the driving seat?
It was actually less chaotic than I expected it to be, given it's a lot of heavy braking zones, but I think that's exactly what caught us out. Someone maybe not quite getting their braking zone, and unfortunately we were caught on the other end of that.
By somebody, I'm assuming you mean the back marker when you had just overtaken them?
Yeah, I can't really say much. I think they ended up a lap down, 2 laps down, and maybe they weren't comfortable with the car, so yeah, it happens. Second place is good, so.
Okay, you get a gold star from me for being the most diplomatic student I've ever interviewed. Fair play. Guys, this has been a season-long battle between you and Glasgow so far. We've seen it swing both sides so far. We're coming up to the climax now. We've just seen them take final honours in the 5th and final engineering challenge of this year, but you guys were only 5 points behind, so it's still to play for in Finals A. How has the season been for you guys? Because I know that you were our original champions back in 21-22. You were runners-up last year, so obviously you want that title back again this year. What's the gut feeling? What do you need to do to make the difference come for Final A?
Yeah, it's been a very up and down season, we can say that. We've probably got ourselves involved in a few too many incidents, so I think really the main focus from here on in, especially after the first 2 heats, we got in a few incidents as well. We're just trying to keep it as clean as we can, because you lose more time if you get in a collision, rather than you just back out, lose a couple of attempts instead of losing like multiple seconds spinning out. So yeah, just try and keep it clean, and then, I mean, what everyone else does is sort of out of our hands, but just try and do the best that we can and see what we can do.
I guess that's all you can do, really. I have my fingers crossed for you guys. You've been by far the most consistent throughout the whole season there, so no, it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Just the final words then for this weekend. We go to Silverstone. Out of curiosity, what have you been able to apply from the series so far this year into the actual team, and what's your gut feelings for this weekend with the car? Who wants to answer that? Go on, over to you.
I guess probably how we set up the car, sort of the process that we take towards it, and driver feedback as well. That's really the main things, to be honest. Mainly from the engineering challenge and how to sort of do our documents properly, and documentation, and strategy. Of course, that's the most important thing for Formula Student as well. It's definitely.
Well, I'm glad you guys have been able to pick out things from it. Your engineering challenges have been fantastic to read so far this season, so fair play for really closing that gap to Glasgow. It's been a season-long slog between you two. Fascinating to watch, and all the best going into the finals. Back to the commentary booth. What's happening next?
Cheers, Monty. So there are the teams getting ready for the second race of Heat 3.
Yes, Heat 3 at the N²rburgring.
It's an absolutely impossible circuit, as far as we could tell. Both impossible to drive and impossible to keep up with. In fact, I think we've got some replays of the carnage that occurred in the last 15 minutes. So we'll be able to go through these with you now. Just we'll get them when we can. There are some attempts to get them for you. We're doing our very best. And here we are. Here we are from the... How do you pronounce it, Jess?
No, I think it's N²rburgring. I might be wrong.
N²rburgring.
Yeah.
It's
That's
an
what I said
advertisement
in the
for a certain
briefing.
Formula 1 driver there. Meanwhile, you
That's
can
what I
just
thought.
see here that you've got a massive field on what looks to me like a converted autobahn. And this hairpin here, just watch as they go through here. The absolute carnage.
Like that.
Like that. So you are a fairly successful sim racer, Jess. When you're on lap 1, you're going into something like this, there's traffic everywhere. How do you keep your nose clean?
I just look ahead, see what's going on, and if there's a little bit of a pile-up going on, then I always try and make sure to avoid it. And there's always yellow flags going around on that one.
But what about saying if a car dive like that? How the reaction time on that is mad.
I'm rubbish at those reaction times. See, these races are probably much better skilled than what I can do. But you and what I've learned is it's not over in that one. Okay, so you got to make sure it's a close field on that one, but you can afford to just be a little bit patient, wait until around lap 2 and lap 3, because you've got to get used to the track. They haven't practiced this until for a while on these sims, so they don't know what the reference is with the pedals that they got, because it's different to what they have at home too. So it's going to be quite tricky for them. And you can see once more a little bit of bumper cars again. It looks like, Giles.
Indeed, and I do wonder how well these cars are steering. I can't help but look at some of these accidents and think.
I wonder if it's a bit of understeer,
It
Giles.
does look to me like a lot of understeer is going on. We're lining up now for the next race. Same cars, same track, different drivers. UCL have got pole. I don't know whether I'm supposed to be telling you that yet, because we've just cut back to a live of the Sim Racing Suite. Give us a wave on the sofas. You're there. I don't know whether they can even hear us. Possibly not. But you've got the team. They can hear us. I'm reliably informed. So, hello to the team from Munster. I was lucky enough to catch up with them over lunch. It turns out, Jess, my meatloaf references are wasted on this lot. I made a reference to meatloaf a few months ago in one of the previous rounds. In Hungary, that was it. And there was a car barreling down a straight, going like a bat out of hell very quickly. And I said, cue the meatloaf. And no one has any idea what I'm on about. Anyway, we'll give you something you should understand. Let's talk about the grid, the running order. Let's go to this second race of Heat 3.
Yeah, so it's 3B. So I'll need to refresh the timings to make sure we got the right order. There we go. So UCL will be starting on pole. Then it is the US Strathclyde in second, Nottingham-Trent in third, Vigo in fourth, Salford in fifth, Bath will be starting in 6th, FSDN in 7th, University College Dublin in 8th, Eon in 9th, Bolton in 10th, Alternative Fuel for Portsmouth in 11th, York A in 12th, Glasgow 13th, Hull A 14th, University Portsmouth Electric in 15th, and York B in 16th. And we're just about to get underway. Giles, over to you.
Lights coming up then, as do the revs. 15 minutes of racing. We've seen how dramatic this track and these cars can be. Let's go racing again. Lights out. And away we go. Wheel spin off the line for Strathclyde. They've got an absolutely blinding start. Parallel with UCL and Strathclyde go ahead of that. That is Strathclyde up into first place. Vigo in second. Here comes the hairpin. There goes the drama. And it's all gone Pete Tong yet again.
Did they learn from race 1?
Oh my days. Groaning and shouting from the suite next door to us. The reaction's impeccable. I can't. Bath apparently have somehow managed to get up into first. Then it's Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel, who are dicing out with Glasgow of all people. Then it's York. They're going sideways a bit there, where University Portsmouth Racing Electric, Salford in 5th. In 6th, it is York B. University College Dublin in 7th. Portsmouth Racing Electric in 8th. Hull A. Glasgow, meanwhile, get back ahead of Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel.
At least they kept. Oh no, I was about to say at least they kept that bit clean, but we've already got a pile up there.
That's run away. So, I don't know how to handle something like this. I wouldn't know where to start as a driver.
I think this is one of those tracks where there's just so much speed to the track, you just don't know where to go. And I think that's what the drivers are negotiating at the moment. It's Bath that's leading, 8/10 over Glasgow, but Glasgow's got a lot with the slipstream. Nope, they're not. I think Glasgow's had a moment.
Nev Cohen, famous from Glasgow.
That's
how to do a lap one.
Well.
Glasgow getting away very cleanly. One of the piling their way straight to the front, with only Bath separating Glasgow and the lead. Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel in 3rd, going well into the wall. There is Ion. Ion haven't had the best day, have they, Jess?
They have not had the best day. There's many teams of their days gone to us, but they would enjoy some of their experience at the Williams Centre, but they would have wanted the result on top of that as well. The gap.
That looks to me like he's going straight into the wall.
Oh,
well
you pointed
saved
that.
from Vigo there. Well saved.
But not well saved from these lot.
No, apparently not.
So
Ion down in 14th. You're on board with them.
I don't get it. Why? I think they just missed their breaker point heading into the.
For a team that were in the lead, look where Strathclyde are now.
Yeah,
Disaster
Strathclyde
for
are
them.
down
in the
down in
pits
the
at
bottom.
Glasgow. Glasgow have pitted. That's an unusual call to see in this race. It's only 15 minutes long, and it puts them
Have
down
they
from
got
second
damage?
into ninth. Had they got damage? It's a good question. Someone in the stream, if you're with Glasgow, we know you're not here, you're up in Scotland, do please let us know what was the reason for pitting, Glasgow. You're on board with York, who are now in third. UPRAF in second, and still leading is Bath with a gap of 4.5 seconds. Waitaki asking, is this Roblox? No, it's Assetto Corsa. I imagine that was somewhat ironic because the Mercedes are quite blocky. You're on board with your third place car, York behind
FSCN
them.
has not had a good day. They dropped down to 15.
There is Hull A chasing down University College Dublin. Interesting from Nev, just heard from Glasgow. The car rolled and got stuck on roof.
Oh, so that was the car that got flipped.
No, it wouldn't have been because Glasgow got up into second well after that. So something happened that we
So
didn't
something
see.
must have happened that we didn't see. I think that's when Glasgow lost the time that we saw on the timing tower.
That would do it. Bath leading with a gap of 5 seconds. They've opened that up. You're on board now with that is NTU, sorry, Nottingham-Trent, who are under pressure behind them. It's Salford. Salford diving to the inside, nearly clipping the barrier there, and that allows Nottingham-Trent to get away. Salford having to abort that overtake. York A, meanwhile, comfortably up in third. I know there's been some love for York on the chat. They'll be very pleased with that, but look behind them. It's Portsmouth Racing Electric closing the gap just a little bit. They're lapping at their best, each achieving personal bests on the timing board, and that's a late braking manoeuvre from York on University of Portsmouth Racing Electric. The other Portsmouth team closing up on York A as a result, and there it is. Your second, third and fourth cars
Hull A,
together.
speaking of Hull A, they had enough, and that's allowed Bolton to be like, thank you very much, that's another place. In the top 6 once again for Bolton. Very consistent run of form. If they keep this up, the final A is looking very good for one of the top 3 teams today, as Blue University of Portsmouth Electric has got past York A up into the podium place.
York A just managing to hold on to
Their best result so far, isn't it?
Yeah, this is doing really well for York, but the Portsmouth teams both making it somewhat difficult for them. Elsewhere, according to Waitaku, come on UCL, it's so winnable. Cam on UCL, go UCL. There's a lot of love for the UCL team, who are down in 12th. Meanwhile, you're on board with Portsmouth Racing Electric as they go wheel to wheel with York A yet again. They've been overtaken by York A. York A going wide, inviting Portsmouth to take another go at this. Not quite. York A holding on to third. This is tight. You can see they're up and down the gears like a fiddler's elbow. On board with Portsmouth Racing Electric, on the hunt for a podium position. 9 minutes of racing to go. York A between them and the podium. Another Portsmouth team ahead of them. You can see them on your screens. The second, third and fourth place cars all very close together. A mistake for one could mean disaster for all, or it could also mean an extra position, depending on the way the cookie crumbles. The cookie has crumbled in favour of Bath, who have opened that gap up to nearly 6 seconds at this point.
That is massive for the team at Bath, who needed a good result today, because there were some races where they got caught up in some stuff, whereas Bath just kept it clean in this race at this track of all places. So this is probably the track where this driver has practiced the most, I think. But I don't blame them because of how difficult the track is.
So I did wonder whether Portsmouth were going to make a move on York, and that's a really, we've seen it before, sandwiched between the car and the wall to get that inside line here. You can see the drivers now on your screens as well, competing there. The absolute concentration on their faces into the hairpins. Switching back goes Portsmouth Racing Electric, and they take third from York A. Portsmouth have got the 2-3 in this race. You're on board with York A as they watch the tail fin of Portsmouth Racing Electric disappear in front of them. Portsmouth, the two teams lapping the fastest they've done throughout the last 7.5 minutes, 7.5 more to go. We're halfway through. Salford in 11th there. Meanwhile, there's drama.
Oh, that's York. That's York that's had a spin at the hairpin again. No. They were doing so brilliantly up near the top. And Vigo's had a bit of an off as well as, yeah. That was an interesting way to take that corner.
The Spanish team there, keeping it clean. Who aren't keeping it clean? It's Bolton. That is, oh wait, no, that is College Dublin.
That's not Bolton,
That is
that's
College
College Dublin. Bolton is in 4th.
There's Bolton. Bolton are fine. No one panic.
I think Bolton, out of the 3 championship contenders, have performed the best today.
They have certainly been consistent. They are now in 4th position with York
Glasgow's
A
down in 10th, Giles.
falling away. And they're lapping at their best are Bolton. They've found their groove. They've got their pace on. They can see the top 3 ahead of them. Not a lot separating the top 3. Even less separating the top 3 at this point. That got very close indeed through the hairpin there. And Bolton having to go wide round York A.
York A's recovered, it looks like.
York A have recovered.
Hull A's had another off.
That would be Hull
And
A.
so is Vigo. The hairpin again.
It's this hairpin that's causing a great deal of consternation for the teams. The stream lighting up with love for UCL. The timing board, less so. They're down in 16th.
Bless them. They're a lap down, unfortunately, but
Yeah, 128 Nitro Core saying, never mind, it's cooked.
I'm looking forward to seeing them this weekend at Silverstone.
I don't think it's so much cooked as it is roasted. Meanwhile, you're on board with Vigo, who are chasing down Hull A. I should point out, there's absolutely nothing separating these top 4. Vigo down and up again, like a yo-yo, battling out for 7th, or 8th, I should say, with NTU, Nottingham Trent there, with a windshield full of Vigo. There are certainly worse things to have a windshield full of.
And we
Going
can have
down
another
the
move on the
inside
hairpin
into the
again.
left-hander, outbraking Vigo, RNTU into the hairpin. Can they make this work? Squeezing Vigo into the wall, but Vigo have got the power down and they've got back into 8th. Hull A have now got to deal with what looks to me to be Glasgow overtaking bottom NTU. Glasgow have entered the fray. They were starting well back, I think. Am I right in that, Jess?
I can't remember.
There's Glasgow trying to out-drag Vigo, trying to pull the same move that NTU did earlier. Very close indeed, and yet that is contact there between NTU and Glasgow. Glasgow managing to hold on to it there. Bolton up into 3rd now, separating the Portsmouth teams who are on board with Portsmouth Racing Electric. Wonderful angle there. Look at how close they're getting to the wall. This is so tight.
Bumper to bumper.
A train through the hairpin. Getting on the power. Taking a wide angle, trying to sweep in through there, get the apex nicely, and then break into the left-hand hairpin. All 3, the top 2, 3, 4. This is so close. 4 minutes left. Bolton trying to go down the inside on Portsmouth Alternative Fuel. Side by side they go. Bolton have the speed. Portsmouth Alternative Fuel have the line. Who's going to get it? Headed towards the left-hand hairpin. I can't call it, Jess.
I can't call it either. Oh, Bolton's made a mistake.
Oh, no.
Bolton's made a mistake, but luckily they only lost 1 place due to it. But Bolton have lost a place from both the University of Portsmouth cars.
Back on the power, and it's all to do again for Bolton. 3.5 minutes to go. They can still do this. They can still get on the podium. The question is, what podium step will they going to be on? Portsmouth will want that 2-3. They'd love a 1-2, but with a 5-second gap between themselves and Bath, it seems unlikely. Squirming around there at Nottingham Trent.
Squirming around is a lot of other cars. There's Salford's had a spin in the background in 11th place, but NTU trying to get the switch back from Salford. It was just a moment in the hairpin.
I think that's them trying to get past Vigo, Jess. And that's NTU on Vigo. And Glasgow.
Glasgow, oh no.
Are facing the wrong way, Jess.
They are facing the wrong way.
One of the championship protagonists, one of the teams that really have it all to lose as far as the maths goes. If I were a betting man, which I'm not, I'd have my money on Glasgow.
Where did Southampton finish in the first race?
I can't. They come second. They came second. That was their best result.
So pretty much they're
on equal pegging between Glasgow and Southampton.
Yeah, it is equal pegging, yeah, because
you're on with Portsmouth Racing Electric now. Ahead of them, Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel. I wonder what the inter-team orders are here. I'd be deeply interested to see that. Oh, very close to the barrier.
Even though they're team orders, Giles, they want to win it for themselves as well, but they have to work together in this, because otherwise Bolton is going to snap both of them. So here comes the University of Portsmouth.
If I were you, Alternative Fuel, I'd just be getting out the way.
Getting out the way, getting past, because you can see Bolton getting on the
Bolton's there lurking in the background.
Yeah. And if I were you, Bolton! Oh, no!
And that's ended badly. And the University of Portsmouth Racing Electric team are facing the wrong way. They've now got York all up in their own. I say that they've got away very well. Have the Racing Electric team recovered very well. Bolton punting them off. I can't help but think that might be a steward's inquiry.
That might be a steward's inquiry, yeah, which could have huge implications on the championship.
It could well do. Vigo, meanwhile, on the approach to NTU. Nottingham-Trent took the position moments ago. Vigo still holding on with a gap of 0.7 seconds. It will close under braking. Vigo braking later than NTU into that very harsh chicane there. That is tight. I Exist says more tragic than an England Euro loss. Can't help but agree. Gutted for Portsmouth. The overtake was going to happen, I thought, but I wish it had happened in a
There is Glasgow trying to go for the move on the likes of NTU and Vigo.
Vigo's gone well sideways. Glasgow slotting in between NTU and Vigo. Glasgow now have NTU to get rid of as they head back towards the front of the grid. You can see now the two drivers competing there. Bath have got traffic, is that?
I think York's out of the race, Giles.
York's out?
York B,
that would be the team that's got out of their seat then?
Yes.
What on earth happened there?
Because I can see that, the reason why I can see it is in the pit.
Is that them that they've just driven past? There's a stationary car on the left there.
It might be them, yes. So I wonder if they put less fuel. Oh!
Who? Oh! What on earth is going on here? I know that there are no orders for back markers to get out of the way of the front runners, but this is basically closing the gap. They've lost a second.
They lost a second to University of Portsmouth.
Because of this traffic. We're on board with UGR. UGR in 9th. Drag racing with NTU. Glasgow got a nose ahead of Nottingham-Trent. There's the abandoned York car.
Yeah, we see
what has happened to York? We'll find out as soon as we can for you.
They ran out of fuel.
Reliably informed in our ears. York out of fuel. They've done an Oxford.
I thought so, because otherwise they would have been in the pit. So that is gutting. We thought there wasn't going to be a fuel problem, but turns out there is.
Oh, sideways there.
As Bath wins.
That's Bath winning. Getting very happy about that. And that's doing well by you, Bath.
Yeah, you do not want to have broken whip.
Bath win. University of Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel takes second, and Bolton managed to, whilst we were busy worrying about York, Bolton took third, which is massive for them. Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel, Portsmouth Racing Electric, take fourth, York A in fifth, UCD in sixth. In seventh, it's going to be University of Glasgow.
Good recovery from them, but not what they want, seeing that Bolton is in third place.
Exactly. There are the team from, is that Bath talking to Monty there? I think it is Bath. Yes, it is Bath.
Bath is here today.
Bath are there, and there they are with Monty. There are your race winners. Very well done to them.
I'm very excited for the next race coming up, because the next race is going to be the one I'm looking forward to, the Pragas at Imola.
Imola is an amazing circuit, so do stick around for that. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. There are the teams live from Williams eSports. As always, a big thank you to Williams eSports for hosting us. They do an impeccable job every year. They are so welcoming, a well-oiled machine, and incredibly accommodating. We're incredibly grateful to them.
Lovely
We're also
food.
very grateful to HighViz Media, who have pulled out all the stops to bring you a stream of such high quality. We really do appreciate their time and their effort, their blood, sweat, and tears. Thank you very much to everyone that has made this happen, and the teams for coming as well. We've still that live reaction from the winners, Bath, who were with Monty. I can't quite see him on that wide angle there.
They're by the engineering booth.
Well, there we are. We can catch up with them now. Over to Monty and Bath.
And there they are. Off they all go. That's all right. All right, sounds awesome. Wow, wasn't that another fun race, guys? That's 6 out of 6 now, as far as I'm concerned. It's chaos everywhere. There's a lot of fun everywhere. And best yet, we finally got someone in the room who's won the race, so I can go and interview them live now. Mr. Ivan Chan from Bath. Very nice to finally meet you in person. We've had a lot of interaction throughout the year. Your engineering challenge submissions for Bath have been fantastic as well. And apparently, you're a pretty handy racer as well. You made that look really easy, was it?
I mean, to be honest, turn 1 was a bit of a mess. I just saw loads of cars going everywhere, and then somehow there wasn't any cars up my inside, and then after that, I pulled a gap, and I saw there were a couple of changes behind, but I just pulled away, so...
Honestly, okay, maybe there was a bit of luck in there, but I mean, you made that work. That was, what, 5 seconds in the end you won by, so... Comfortable margin, one of the biggest ones we've had so far today, so no, nicely done, good driving there for sure. That will hopefully cement your fate into Finals A for Bath, and it means you're not having to fight out in Finals B now that you've got a win there. What's the target for today? You going out for everything for the win? What's the kind of target for Bath?
I mean, we have got a really quick and driver for Final A, and I think a pretty spicy setup. So fingers crossed, we'll go into Final A all right, and then we'll try and smash it from there.
I'm really looking forward to that. Best of luck to you guys for that one. Now, moving on to the weekend, of course, it's Silverstone. Bath are going to be there, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Now, I'm intrigued. What have the team been able to apply? What have they learnt so far from the sim racing series this year? Has it helped you in being able to develop and prepare for the main Formula Students event itself?
Yeah, I'd say definitely. So I myself am involved with vehicle dynamics and in terms of design in the team a lot, but also just the vehicle dynamic simulation as well. And we have applied a lot of the analysis techniques and knowledge from sim racing into the team as much as possible. So hopefully it translates into a good on-track result.
Fingers crossed then for that as well. Giles, myself and Jess will be commentating for that, so hopefully we'll see the car out on track in anger there. But for now, well done on the race win here. This is going to be a cracking Finals A, I think. So Ivan, well done. Really, that was great to see. And for everyone back home, I hope you enjoyed that. I think we're going to hand back to the commentary booth now just for a bit of a conversation, and then we'll be moving on to Heat 4, the final qualifying round.
Welcome back to here in the commentary box with Giles and Jess. You can see on your screens there, he's been lovingly nicknamed Top Hat Tyler. Well, he's actually just left the screen, but he is there, as are the rest of the teams who are recovering from what was another very dramatic round in the build-up to the main final race here at Williams eSports for the Sim Racing Final. Jess, what did you make of that?
Well, I have one word to say to that, and we'll look at the replays. Absolute chaos on the opening lap once again. There are many teams that we weren't expected to be up near the top. Bolton being the most consistent once again, but there could be some stewards inquiries going into both of those races here at the N²rburgring.
UCL had P1.
They had
There's
P1.
so much love for them on the chat, but it just did not pan out.
They missed
at
their
all.
braking point, Giles. That's
Is
what
that
they did.
what happened?
Yeah, they missed their braking point. Well, I'm interested to see what happened to the Glasgow flip.
Yeah, where did Glasgow go?
I'm watching the gap. I think the gap's around about 1.2 seconds.
And then it opens up to 3 seconds.
So that's probably when that happened. And then there was, every time there was an incident, it always happens to be the hairpin.
Yeah.
Apart from Ion. Ion has not had a good
Ion
day.
just found the wall like a
Loads
magnet,
of times.
bless their hearts.
And Bath, bless them, who were doing...
Ion just not had a lot of luck. Roland on the ropes asking a question that I can't answer beyond. We don't really know. There's been a lot of drama today. This combination of car and track was incredibly difficult for all to master, including some of the top teams by the looks of things. I think at the end of the day, it's all well and good saying, oh, this is disastrous, oh, this is rubbish. To be honest with you, it takes a great deal of skill.
And they haven't had much practice.
Exactly, and especially not on these rigs, because these rigs are not their home rigs.
No.
So to say something disparaging is
the only
ignore...
ones that have had practice properly are the ones that are racing at home.
This is so tight. I would be terrified. Going along there about 80 or 90 or however fast that is with
That's
car.
a clean move. That is a clean move.
Excellent there. And this, meanwhile, not a clean move. I think I can't help but think that York was actually toe punted there. I feel like York was punted, which is really sad. But that's
that was College Dublin. That's found the wall.
The racing line. Meanwhile, here's Portsmouth, and you can get a great view of that overtake there as a number of teams go well wide and just that wasn't even wide. That was just that awful moment when
that's just not going to end
Portsmouth
well.
Racing Electric lost it because of Bolton going into the back of them.
And then towards the end of the race, there was. I think that's when they were punted off the track with Giles going into you. It looks like.
Yeah. Hull must have finished the race in the pits by the looks of things.
Yeah.
You missed that earlier. There you go.
So yeah, York B and Hull having issues then.
So that wraps up round heat 3.
Yeah,
We've got another heat and the finals to come for you throughout the day. So do please stick with us. We're going to be here until gone at least 6 o'clock, so you can get home from work, put it on the telly, and relax on a Tuesday night. What else are you going to do on a Tuesday? So do please stick with us. Giles and Jess in the commentary box. James out and about roving around. There he goes through shot there.
That was good timing.
Wonderful timing. And for now, we're going to throw to something that myself and Monty did a few months ago over in Wales. We were lucky enough to have an attempt, shall we say, at actually driving a Formula student car. And this is what happened.
I'm very jealous.
Hello, I'm Giles Cosgrove, he's James Monty Montgomery, and along with Jess Ball, we're probably best known for doing this.
You're going to go 3 wide into Paul Frere as well. They're keeping it very, very clean. Fair play to... Oh, no, they're not. I spoke too soon.
Monty, the line between stupidity and bravery is incredibly thin. What side have Trinity St David come down on?
But it has allowed Sheffield Hallam to join in now, and this two-way battle for 9th has become a 4-way. Beautiful.
You want to watch what you say there, Monty?
I don't believe what I'm seeing for the first time in 2 years, 3 years. Cardiff finish endurance!
55.8 is their fastest lap. My goodness, hope my ravioli watched this.
The thing is, there's a slight problem. None of us in the commentary box have ever actually driven a Formula student car. Jess is a very successful sim racer, but she doesn't have a driving licence, so officially she can't. What about you, Monty?
I was too tall, too big to ever drive. I could never fit in the Formula student car.
I could fit in the Formula student car, and I did.
Nice.
But the closest I ever got to driving was bleeding the brakes. And I sat in the cockpit and pushed the brake pedal when I was told. And that was the closest I got to driving the car. Take from that what you will, until now, because we've come away from Silverstone. It's cold, it's windy, and chances are it's going to rain at some point because we're in Wales. We've come to Cardiff Bay, and my old team Cardiff Racing have been kind enough to say that we can have a go. So we're at Cardiff Bay, which is where Cardiff Racing come and test their cars, and we've got a bit of a challenge. So we're going to have to complete driver egress ourselves to be allowed to actually drive the car, which is something every Formula Student driver has to do, and then we are going to try and get within 2 seconds?
Steady. 5.
5 seconds of a lap time set by Formula Student's most entertaining driver 2023, Cardiff Racing's very own N³rburgring.
Can it challenge the likes of the top three? I don't know, but to be honest, it is about trying to score as many points as they possibly can.
We've collected a cone.
That is a time
We've really collected a cone. It's not dropping off anytime soon. That is. Oh, hello. Whoops-a-daisy. That's not going to do any favours for this time, and that is what was going to be quite a promising time. The second attempt from driver number 1 from Cardiff was looking really quite promising, and now we've just got a cone coming for a ride. We've adopted it now, apparently.
Hello, Giles.
Hello.
Just coming for a wee cameo here. I think that could be candidate for furthest travelled cone for this weekend, that drive there.
Well, the wind's beginning to pick up. What do you expect? It's Wales, and we're joined by the man himself, N³rburgring. Thank you for being with us. How are you doing?
So good, yeah, I'm good. How are you, Josh?
I'm quite nervous about this, I won't lie. What does it take to be a Formula Student driver?
Yeah. Well, you know, I think it changes from team to team. You know, if you've got an electric car, if you've got a combustion car. In our team, if you show a lot of commitment in the early years, you know, you kind of show a little bit of promise in karting, a little bit of sim racing, then maybe you get, you get a go in the kart, you go down testing here, and then that's when it like really starts. You know, you've got to learn how the car behaves. It's nothing like anything I've driven before. You know, I've driven like karts, like karting, you know, race karts, cars, and it's quite different. You know, it's quite the weight balance is very different to like a normal kind of race car that you'd kind of receive, because there's no weight on the front. There's all of it on the rear. Right. It takes a lot to learn how to drive them.
So you're in the car.
Yep.
The engine's running.
Yep.
By Formula Student standards, that's already a miracle.
Yeah.
What do you need to do next?
Yep.
How do you get the car going off the line?
Yeah. So for our car, we've got an electronic clutch. So we've got a little paddle on our steering wheel. So you pull the clutch in, change it into gear. We've got electronic shifter as well, and you slowly release the clutch until it starts moving with a little bit of a higher revs to keep it going even.
Okay. And then, what's the secret behind a fast lap? Once you've got off the line, you're moving.
Yeah.
How do you put the power down? Where do you put the power? What gears are you in?
Yeah.
How do you get round in the fastest time possible?
So I think it's about learning the car really. It changes from track to track, from car to car really. So for our car, it used to not really like first gear, so you want to get out of first gear immediately because it wheel spins a lot there because you've got a lot of power, and kind of like braking earlier into the corners and letting the car roll through. Our car is not a big fan of the hard braking and turning into corners. So it's really about knowing what car you're driving. Like if I drove a different car, it'd be completely different. And I think bringing it all together for a lap is really hard, but it's one of the fun things about it, isn't it?
Well, we're going to see if you can bring it together for a lap. Come on then, show us how it should be done. Whilst Aaron was doing exactly what we'd asked him to and showing us how it should be done, the weather took a turn for the Welsh and rain became hail. Aaron was quite happy to continue, but the camera crew, less so.
Then the weather got really bad, so we're having a quick break.
And once the weather had subsided, it was our turn. And before we could hit the tarmac, first we had to get to grips with the cockpit and egress. Luckily, team lead Hugh was on hand to talk us through it. Right, so I'm in the car.
You're in the car.
What do I need to know?
So it's going to be different to any other car you've driven.
Okay.
The main thing is that all your controls are on your steering wheel of how you need to drive it.
Okay.
But your most important button is the kill button here.
Right.
When you come to a stop or you need to turn everything off, that is your kill button. Slam that with your palm, do it, get used to it. Hit that, that's fine.
Right, okay.
Twist it lightly to undo it, to reset
okay.
it.
So
That's sort of like start the car again.
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
All right.
Next to that, you've got your start button. This is how you actually start the car.
Okay.
Standard. On your steering wheel.
Yep.
That comes on and off with the collar behind. You
Yep.
can do that with one hand or two hands to take it off.
Yep.
You have to pull the collar all the way.
Okay, so it's going to be like that.
Yep. Putting it back on is the reverse. So line it up on the top. Make sure it's all the way on. There we go. And then make sure it's nice and on. Give it a good tug. Make sure it's solid. Perfect. Now this is where things get different to your normal car.
Okay.
You've got paddle shifters for the gears.
Right.
Upshift, downshift. So as you're driving along.
So is it double click or one click?
Single click.
Like that?
Yep.
Okay.
So one solid firm click. So you're accelerating along first gear, click second gear, it does it for you.
Right, okay.
You don't even have to take your foot off the throttle.
Sure.
You can just drive along full throttle, change gear.
Okay.
As you're going to change down a gear, you're braking into a corner, you don't have to do anything but click the downshift button. Automatically it'll do the clutch for you and blip the revs for you. You'll be in that gear below before you even know it.
Right, okay, okay.
I hope you're paying attention and taking notes, because I should have. You can probably see I'm really concentrating, or at least I'm trying to, but it wasn't all going in.
The other big thing here is on the bottom left, you've got your big clutch paddle.
Right.
So that is your clutch. You should only need that when you're pulling away or you're coming to a stop. Because once you're moving, like I said with the gears, you don't need to worry about using the clutch. It does everything for you.
So much.
Oh yes, you will. So it's a motorbike clutch.
Right.
You have to let it slip for a lot longer than you would in a car. You're also starting what the motorbike's engine is actually its second gear.
Okay.
So you don't use its first gear.
I've never
so you
driven a
have to
motorbike in my life.
No, that's fine. It still runs like a car, but you have to basically into first gear with the clutch in, with your hand on the clutch. Let it out about halfway, and you'll start to feel the car move. Hold it there.
Hold it there.
You'll gradually pick up speed, and you'll have to probably go about 20 metres or so until you can let it out fully.
Right, so
Once
it'll
you've
take
got
a
up
while,
enough
because obviously
speed.
you've got to go through the 19...
Absolutely.
The
So you'll be near where Brian is there.
Right.
By the time you can actually release the clutch fully.
Okay.
You also have to hold the revs slightly high as you do that as well, otherwise it will just stall. It's a very racy engine.
Sure.
You have to give it quite a lot of revs in order to pull it away.
I want to say how hard can it be, but I can imagine very, to be honest.
If you follow those steps, you'll be fine.
Okay.
But it'll take some getting used to. It definitely needs that.
Right, and I'm under the impression, before we can even drive, we've got to prove that we can get out of here all seat belted in within 5 seconds in case of
Absolutely.
emergency.
The safety egress for if the car's on fire, you need to be out from your fully belted position in 5 seconds out of the car.
Should we try that?
I think we need to get you done because you're not driving if you can't.
Let's give it a go.
Welcome back to the grand final of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2024, live from the Williams eSports HQ. I'm Giles Cosgrove. She is Jess Bull here in the commentary box with me. We've had Heat 1, we've had Heat 2, we've had Heat 3. Jess, you know what that means. You know what's coming.
Yes, and this is a race I'm very excited. It's one of the tracks I really like. They'll be racing in the Pragas in Imola for the final race before we head to the big one, the finals at Thruxton and at Silverstone. And for multiple universities today, for this race, it's a chance for them to redeem themselves. If they want to get into Finals A, they want to have a very decent result. And there's so many twists and turns. Turn 2 is going to be the big one. Villeneuve as well. Toast is quite nice to overtake. There's just some lovely overtakes. And the Pragas are very nice as well.
It's an incredibly high speed circuit, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
And you can see there the team's getting ready, giving us a wave. Let's go through the grid. Oh, in fact, we haven't got time to go through the grid. The lights are about to come up. Hull starting in first, with Oxford rounding out the front row in second. FSTN in third. Queen's Belfast in fourth. Let's go, Jess. Take us through the start.
Here we go then, 6 lights here at Imola as we've got Trinity J. David on pole, and we are underway for the 4th race of the afternoon. Now let's see who's got a good start. Oxford has got a decent start, a lot of slipstream heading towards T1, now heading towards turn number 2 of Tamburello. Holby having the best start out of anyone, and they've got to get their braking points right. And no, as I just said that, there's a few spinners, but there's more than a few spinners. There's multiple spinners. Oh my goodness.
It's like Beyblade.
Yeah, as Holby and Oxford seem to avoid everything. So did Bolton as well. Exeter has a good start too.
Exeter having an excellent start. Up into first though is Oxford University. Holby and Oxford University very close indeed. Bolton in third. De Montfort crawling their way up into fourth. It's Exeter in fifth, and in sixth it's Queen's Belfast. Those top 6, top 5 cars very close together. Bolton up into first now, with Oxford relegated to second and Hull B in third. Down go Polytechnic of Hong Kong, University of Trinity St David down as well. Both knocked out there, on board with Hull B. Rip roaring through, down the inside go Hull on Oxford. Oxford have got no reply by the looks of it. Bolton are going away with it yet again, and here comes Hull. Fantastic result for Hull there. They go wide though, as do Oxford. A lot going wide there, and it looks to me like Bolton have this under control, Jess.
They seem to be, yes, they've already won 2 races already, and they won the podium in the last one, so they're keeping it consistent. Now heading towards Variete Alta, which is a very tricky chicane, down the hill in towards Ravazza. I think, yeah, they're heading towards Ravazza very soon as well. 1.7 seconds is the gap. Exeter's dropped down to 11, so they had a horrific first lap so far. Someone's gone off. I'm not quite sure who that is, but that's probably a team Nasca Mumford.
As do Oxford University. They're down in third.
Oh, you do not want to do that.
Punted by Exeter. Is that Exeter have gone? Portsmouth Racing Electric have gone. Back up with the front runners. Southampton running around in fourth, chasing after Bolton, on board with Southampton. They came into this final here with the most points on the leaderboard, and they're getting very close with Queen's Belfast. This is really tight stuff here at Imola, as Oxford University go up into second, going wide and off there. Are Oxford University up into a fantastic set of positions are Queen's Belfast, Salford and Southampton. Southampton in fourth, plenty of traffic behind them. There's Hull A, there's Hull B, there's Oxford University. Southampton, your championship leaders as of the start of this heat today, still in fourth, holding on. They can see there Queen's Belfast and Salford duking it out. And that is inviting a little bit of, well, I was going to say inviting, and they lost it there.
Action, Giles. There was a bit of off there.
I was saying inviting a chance for Southampton. They lost it and got punted away, and that is Southampton down into 7th. Hull A coming through, as are Oxford University there. You're on board with Queen's Belfast, Salford in second, Bolton in first. I went downstairs earlier during the break to have a chat. Well, there's Aberdeen going sideways across the racing line. The drivers doing very well to avoid that. Aberdeen getting themselves back underway. There's FSTN grappling with University of Trinity St David. York B behind, as are Polytechnic of Hong Kong. You're on board with the Dragon of FSTN then. FSTN pushing up on University of Trinity St David, looking to the inside, not enough room there. University of Trinity St David holding the racing line, going wide. Surely that's an opportunity for FSTN to go through. Not quite. As things stand, De Montfort are out. Thank you, Jess.
That is a shame. So we already had one retirement in Imola already, so I wonder if they had an issue of some sort, as we're seeing almost a switchback from one of the... Oh, that's Bolton that's off. Oh, no.
Shock of all shocks.
The team that's been the most consistent is dropped down quite a few positions.
I think they got trapped with traffic, and I think they went off with it. They
Yes.
haven't won themselves a lot of love amongst the rest of the drivers after that performance in the last race.
But they're still back in the lead, so they probably had the gap. Yeah, they had the gap.
certainly had the gap. It was a gap of 6 seconds. What it was beforehand, it must have been huge. Queen's Belfast trailing behind Salford with a gap of 0.2 seconds. That's getting ever so close indeed. Clinging onto the racing line are Salford in the hopes of holding off Queen's Belfast. The question is, how long can they hold on for? I'm not entirely sure, Jess. You love this circuit. If you were Queen's Belfast, where would you be overtaking?
A, through totes around the outside. B, heading towards turn number 2, and also towards the Vatso, the final corner. That's where I would go.
Hull A have got a problem, and it's shaped like... I would say Hull A have got the answer. Hull A have got through on Queen's Belfast. Queen's Belfast have lost out on a place to Hull A, who come gunning through with every intention of getting well past them, but Queen's Belfast unwilling to relinquish that final podium position. You're on board with the rear end of Hull as Salford try and slot alongside, not quite enough there, and they dive through in, and that is a lock-up from Hull, and that is Queen's Belfast back through. Hull A locking up and inviting Queen's Belfast to take the position from them.
And more importantly, it's allowing Southampton to be back in the mix as well, against, you guessed it, Oxford University. Chasing down Southampton with a 5th place. Exeter's gained another position as well. You're just seeing different orders in each race. It's not the same orders apart from certain teams. So that's going to make things unpredictable when we find out who's going to go into the big final later, where we score the most points. Think of it as Server A and Server B, but at a different time.
Oxford University on the hunt for Southampton. Oxford have given us a number of famous figures over the years: Boris Johnson, David Cameron, Michael Gove, George Osborne, all politicians. Can Oxford give us a fast driver or a great engineer? We'll see. Right now you're on board with FSTN hunting down University of Welsh Trinity St David with a gap of 0.8 seconds between them. FSTN keeping it clean and driving well as they close the gap on the Welsh side. The gap down to 0.7 now from 0.8. Chief Hutton saying on the chat, everyone is being super aggressive.
They've got a point to prove. They've got a point to prove. For most people, they have been in a good position all day, so they have to fight for this, but they can't afford to be too aggressive because they could get penalised by the stewards.
Indeed.
So
FSTN closing that gap ever more so. 0.3 seconds now between UWTSD and FSTN. You're on board with FSTN in the cockpit now. This is what the driver's seeing near enough. The closed, cramped space in the Praga. To the inside, there was nearly a gap, but not quite. Holding onto the racing line. Very well held by University of Welsh Trinity St David. Holding the apex, just nearly using the track limits, but taking every inch possible as the two cars are so evenly matched. Meanwhile, Hull B are there under pressure. I think, is that from Polytechnic from Hong Kong?
yes, it is. We've been doing I think the biggest surprise of the day so far. Very consistent, but they're down 8 for the moment.
Nosing forward, inching ever closer to the rear and trying to get on the inside. And there's the opportunity for them, but they go through. The Polytechnic of Hong Kong, bit of contact there. Hull B down into 8. Polytechnic of Hong Kong up into 7. And they're sweeping away. Polytechnic clearly have the pace.
Fastest lap for Polytechnic so far.
You can tell that gap is immediate, Jess. That's a rocket ship there from Hong Kong.
Well, fastest first step,
Meanwhile, dropping well up, Hull B. All of a sudden, according to the timing board,
what's happened to Hull B?
I think that might be a timing board.
Oh yeah, it might be a timing board, but it's still staying.
Yeah. Timing board glitching there, back to normal now. Polytechnic ahead of Hull B. Meanwhile, you're on board with the University of Welsh Trinity St David. They're down as Exeter come past them. That's FSTN and Exeter now, who are past the Welsh side. The Welsh side down in 11th, sliding there. There's a lot of power, and they're going well wide into the gravel. Swinging round, just waiting for the appropriate moment to re-enter the track as University of Portsmouth Racing Electric go through on them. That's University of Welsh Trinity St David down into 14th. York B going through on them as well. The livery on the Trinity St David car reminding me a little of the Golf livery on the Ford, and also Herbie from the old movies.
And also reminds me one of the Williams cars from 2017.
Is it me or was 69 the number on Herbie? No, it was 53. It was 53 on
yes.
Herbie. 69
oh, I love that film.
69 is a student joke. Meanwhile, Hull A hunting down Queen's Belfast. We're on board with Hull now. Trying to get in there, but there's not enough room to make a move, not close enough. Locking up are Queen's Belfast, under pressure then from Hull. If you've got a driver in your rearview mirror, Jess, you know they want to overtake, you don't want to give them the position. What's your attitude? What's your approach?
I think in the last lap, if you're this close, you do not want to be the car that's in front. You want to be the car that is chasing and trying to get. Just look at the toe that he is getting. So he's trying to get that. At least in a Formula 1 car, you don't want that. So here he comes, and Queen's Belfast just like, you know what? I'm going to defend that. Fair play to them.
Queen's Belfast on the defensive. Hull A trying to get back onto the podium. The team from Ireland appearing rather lucky as things stand. And they've gone wide.
You may have jinxed it, Mr. Cosgrove.
Just a bit. Queen's Belfast down into 5th. 69 down into 5th as Southampton go through on them. Southampton into 4th, hunting down Bolton, their championship rivals, who have been incredibly consistent across the afternoon and this morning as well. Southampton now have Hull ahead of them. Meanwhile, Aberdeen not having much luck down in 11th. Chief Hutton reminding us that the film is called The Love Bug and it's an amazing movie. Yes.
Other movies are available.
Other Herbie films are available. The one I remember with Lindsay Lohan.
Yes, the one I remember.
Herbie Fully Loaded. There's a throwback. Meanwhile, you're on board with York.
I might watch the Love Bug one on the train tomorrow.
Well, there you go. There you go.
That's my binge watch.
Come for Formula Student Racing, get movie recommendations.
Exactly,
you're welcome.
Yes.
York B under pressure from FSTN. Gap of 0.7 seconds, 0.6 seconds between the pair. York B just about holding on as FSTN go well wide. No, is that is
that's Bolton.
No, that's FSTN.
Oh, that's
wide.
FSTN.
Not sure why the graphic is there showing Bolton. I'm not quite sure why that's the case. FSTN were the ones that went wide. Southampton in 4th.
Bolton are still leading by quite a way.
They've just posted their best lap time, have Southampton, as have Oxford University. Oxford University lapping faster than Southampton by the looks of the timing board as I saw it. Could well be wrong.
It's great to see. Oh, the livery that you just see now, it kind of reminds me of a Brawn car.
I can't go wrong with Brawn. Yes, I do see the lime green and the silver/white.
One of my favourite seasons of Formula 1 because they just came from like underdogs to
2009 is one of the best.
Win the race.
Meanwhile, the gap between Hull A and Southampton is looking to me to be around 1.1 seconds. Closing that up. And as Southampton make the approach, they're under pressure now from Queen's Belfast. And that gap is somewhat equal. So if Southampton get tangled up with Hull in trying to get onto the podium, they are going to have to watch their rear end. Meanwhile, you're on board with Exeter as they look to make it the move down the inside of Hull B through the sweeping right-hander here.
You see the pace difference more in this session than in the previous sessions as well.
It seems a little cleaner as the races progress. We've got 2.5 minutes left to go as Exeter take 8th from Hull B. Polytechnic of Hong Kong are next up for that. Polytechnic of Hong Kong, though, dicing with Oxford University as it happens through the chicane there. Oxford holding on to 6th. There is the Hong Kong Polytechnic in 7th. You can see them in the rear wing at the back of Oxford's car there. Oxford pulling away. If they make a mistake, Polytechnic will be back on them, but as things stand, although then again that's a really great racing line from Polytechnic, and they are braking later into the corners than Oxford, even though they've got the exact same setup. You're not allowed to change the setup in these heats.
They can in the finals though, so once they're in the finals they can change setups, but they don't have a long time to change setups. We've got a lot of tow coming here in towards the first corner as Polytechnic up into 6th, Oxford down into 7th place, but it's not over for the Oxford team. In towards turn number 2, in towards Tamburello, heading towards the left-hand side they go. Oh, they went off heading towards turn number 3. And there's a bit of banging wheels once again, now heading towards the very tight chicane of Villeneuve in, can't remember what corners, I think it's turn 4 and 5, I believe. and then towards turn 6, and then up there and towards turn. They're still right bumper to bumper as they head towards Toaster and towards turn 7.
Polytechnic of Hong Kong. A fantastic move by them. A little bit wide, nearly lost it, but there they go. Hull B, meanwhile, in 9th, pushing up towards Exeter, who are ahead of them by just over a second. There is FSTN taking on York B, with Manchester in the background. De Montfort, a non-finisher. Hull, top hat strikes again, says Biddy Sturdy, meanwhile going well wide and off, and that is FSTN. Wheel spinning, trying to get back off the grass. There is UPR. The electric team from Portsmouth. Oxford University still hunting down Hong Kong Polytechnic, riding the curbs, every inch of track being used. Can Oxford get the place back from the team from Hong Kong?
Final lap, Bolton's just crossed the line, final lap of the race.
There it is then. As it looks to me, I'm not entirely sure whether Oxford have got this, Jess.
I don't think so, but they may just wait until the last possible moment to try
Hull
and get
A,
the move.
that lap time from Hull A and Southampton, tenths of a second between
This
them.
is going to be close between those two to advance lap, and then Oxford set their personal best as well. But Polytechnic are still faster on that lap as they head towards turn number 2. Oh, bit of a look up there, but they're leaving every inch from some teams. Well, for all teams in this lobby, this is their final chance to prove that they can get the average position needed to get into Finals A, where all the big points will be rewarded. More information about the finals coming up after we've had these final 2 races, as we saw Polytechnic make a bit of mistake on the gravel. That's allowed Oxford to gain a lot of time heading towards the Toto as well. We've still got a few more inches. We've got Belton heading towards Aquamirali. Meanwhile, in towards turn 2, Manchester has just had a moment.
Was that a brake test from York B or Manchester?
I wonder. I hope not, because otherwise it'll be a trip to. Oh!
No!
No way!
Shock
That's
of all
Bolton!
shocks, that's Bolton gone wide and gone off, and all of a sudden.
Salford could take the win here.
Salford, the gap is closed from 7 seconds to 1.7 seconds. We're in the final throes of the last lap, and all of a sudden, a last-minute mistake from Bolton opens up the possibility of a Salford win. Bolton pulling away. They cannot afford a single mistake. Salford braking late. They know what's at stake here. They are chasing down the race leaders in the last lap. And I do agree, Jess. I don't think Salford will have this as they go into the final corner.
As here we go then. That was very lucky from Bolton. They made a mistake on the final lap, but it did not affect them at all. They just won by the skin of their team.
0.620.
Yeah, 0.620 over Salford. What a performance from Salford in that round. Much better from them. Hull A in 3rd, Southampton. Not too bad showing for them in 4th. Again, Bolton beating them. Queen's Belfast in 5th, Polytechnic in 6th. A much better race from Oxford in 7th. Exeter will come across the line in 8th very shortly, but they're having a battle. No, they're not. They're a little bit too far behind from Hull B. As we're seeing on our shots, people finishing, and then Aberdeen will come across the line in the top 10 in just a moment, but there's a 9/10 of a gap separating themselves and Trinity St David. And again, like I was saying earlier, we've got one retirement of De Montfort. So here is Aberdeen and Trinity St David. There we go, across the line in 10th and 11th. Their work is done until the finals begin. Portsmouth Electric in 12th. And then we've got York B and FSTN, what could have been for them. And then we've got Manchester bringing up the rear. I enjoyed that.
That was brilliant. The chat going wild for a certain top-hatted Tyler. He's become a bit of a cult figure this afternoon on the final. Evan Dalton, you all. And there it is. That is your penultimate race of the heats, isn't it?
Yeah, because we still got one more.
One more
to
and
go.
then we're on to the finals. Who will get into the top? Who will have to settle for second best? We'll find out. We've got one more race to come. There is the sofa. Give us a wave, everybody. You're live on YouTube. And hopefully we'll be able to bring you that reaction from some of your top finishers very, very soon. There's the wide angle there. You can see.
I like that pillow, by the way. Eat, sleep, game, repeat. That's what I usually do 24/7 if I'm not
working.
Yeah.
Monty getting ready to come to you with an interview with one of the top finishers in the. We have it ready for you. So there it goes. Let's have a bit of Monty, shall we?
Well, there we are. That was nearly one for the books right at the end there. Looked like a slam dunk for Bolton, and then they almost threw it away on the last lap. However, even with that little error, that's 3 wins and a 3rd position they've had in the heat. So I think it's safe to say they're through to Finals A. Well done, guys. I'm pretty sure that's exactly the kind of results you got last year as well. One person who's very, very close, though, Mr. Jonathan Wheater, for one final time before you graduate and leave this wonderful world of university. You've been part of this series since the very beginning. You've won a race in every single season as well. You've been an absolute staple. You very nearly got another win there. How was that? That looked very, very close.
Oh, thank you, Bolton, for making it interesting at the end, taking pity on me. It was a very interesting start. I think I was down in 14th place, I think. Everyone goes off at the start, as typical Formula student fashion. Made my way through and then kind of kept my nose clean for most of it. I had a battle with someone else, I don't know who it was, but after I got by them, I was just kind of cruising into 2nd place and then thinking, oh, Bolton, fair enough, they've got that, I'll take 2nd place. Not realising they'd spun at the chicane, thinking it was a back marker, and then thought, oh, okay, might have a chance here, but if only there was one more lap, maybe, but not to be.
So close, 7/10 in it in the end there, but no, fantastic result to finish off there. Fingers crossed then we're going to see you into Finals A there, but if not, then it just means one extra race. So that's all right for you, yeah. But with regards to the actual Formula Students event itself then, this weekend, Silverstone, so obviously that's going to be your last attempt at that one as well. How's the team looking there? What's the kind of gut feeling for that one at the moment?
So we've got quite happy with the car at the minute. There's a few little issues that I think they've tried to sort out last night. But everyone's kind of very happy with the progress they made this year, and I think we're in a very good position to actually get onto the track. So fingers crossed, shout out to everyone at SUFST. I think we can do it this year.
I'll have my fingers crossed. It'd be great to see you guys on the track there as well. And just as one final question then, so obviously you've been part of this for 3 seasons now. Yeah. So I'm intrigued. What have you kind of picked up from the sim racing series? Has this been able to add anything onto your main Formula student work, for example? Yeah, what have you been able to get out of this?
I'd say it's the vehicle dynamic side of things, being able to look at data from the simulator and thinking how can we make adjustments on the car and how does that make a difference on track. It is nice to see that. A lot of people don't really see that when they come from the classroom straight into university and Formula student. They think it's all about racing and going as fast as you can, but really it's about interpreting the data and figuring out how we can actually use that for our own car as well. So I'd say definitely interpreting all that stuff, and then I think maybe the confidence as well to actually go into a simulator and know exactly what changes to make and knowing that will make a difference in the real world as well.
Fascinating. Well, thank you for all of your help. Thank you for all of your contributions over the last couple of seasons. I hope to see Salford back in next season under new guys with new teammates anyway, but it's certainly not going to be the same without you, but all the best with your graduation.
Thank you very much.
Back to you in the comms booth.
Welcome back to the sound of the commentary box. Giles and Jess with you for the Formula Student Sim Racing Final live from Williams eSports. Congratulations to Salford for that finish. We've got another race to come from Imola. Very excited for it. We'll also be able to bring you the engineering challenge results, the final ones. Nice creep in from the guy on the bottom right there who just crept into shot and had a bit of a look down camera and then ran away again. I know you sat there.
The engineering challenge results were given whilst we had our food.
Oh, were they?
Yes.
That'd do it. I was busy stuffing my face and we missed that. So those 50 points are going to be a massive part of how things turn out. Also a massive part of how things turn out will be the result of that race that we've just seen. Shall we look back at the replay?
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay whilst we're waiting for the drivers in this heat to get going, including the likes of Glasgow.
It's a great start.
It's a great start for Hull B.
FSTN had a fantastic start down there. Hull A covering off Oxford University as well.
And I always predicted that turn 2 was going to be an issue because there's just so little room for all 16 cars to get past. But the top 2 just weren't fazed by it at all. Same with Bolton. And I think that's where we saw the likes of Polytechnic were down in 15th. So for them to recover to 5th or 6th was pretty good as well. Exeter were in 5th, and then there was spins in Tozer as well, which is pretty much very predictable. And we'll see what happened with De Montfort, because don't forget, De Montfort were the ones that retired from the session.
when we were live, couldn't quite tell what happened to the Montfort. That's what I'm watching out for.
So they had a spin, so I wonder if they got too much damage.
There. Did they get too much damage, or did they just get beached in the gravel? No, they did get moving again. Got to keep an eye out there and what caused that. Salford up there, Oxford University not there. There's Southampton losing it nearly, just about holding on. Aberdeen well off. The Montfort are lapping in 16th at this point, so they're still in the race. When did they?
They pitted, and that's when they were out.
And that was it. We'd love to know what happened with the Montfort. On the stream, meanwhile, plenty of love for Hull. Mayor HFC saying top hat, taking another 3rd place. Go team Hull. Hull A, as you can see on your screens there, didn't quite manage to get that position, but they did get into 3rd eventually, and they held on to it.
They've been doing well in this
they are
finals
doing well,
as well.
Exactly, certainly better than I could ever do, which is what I talk about.
Both of us can do, because I'm so used to driving on the F1 game rather than what these drivers are racing on, which is Assetto Corsa, and they have to get used to
multiple cars,
multiple classes, a different rig. There's just a lot going on here.
There's the team getting ready for the next race live from Williams eSports. Do give us a wave on the chat if you want to. Do drop us a line. We're there waiting to hear from you.
6 o'clock.
Where are you watching from? Who are you supporting? We'd love to hear from you. As the day goes on, people are going to be leaving work. So this is the ideal time to sit down with your tea and watch some absolutely class sim racing for the rest of the evening. Waitaku says, come on, UCL. Great deal of love for UCL. Lawrence from UCL, an absolute all-time legend now with Williams and elsewhere. Jenny, do you remember last year we had the fashion competition?
Oh, yes,
and
we
Double
did.
Jenny from UCL won for her double denim in the pouring rain. We will be doing that again this year.
Oh, brilliant.
So if you're going to be attending Silverstone, and if you can attempt to if you fancy entering our unofficial best dressed competition, do feel free. Of course,
tickets are still available as well.
Exactly. Now this is very interesting. This is the end of round 6.
Challenge.
End of round 6 with the points for the engineering challenge added in.
So the gap's closing down to Glasgow because Glasgow won round 6 for the engineering challenge, so they got the maximum 50 points. If the gap has closed down to 10 points, and of course we don't have the drop rounds added. That won't be added until the races are over today. So we've got Southampton and it's Glasgow in 2nd, Bolton 3rd as normal. UCD, College Dublin in 4th, Vigo in 5th, Cardiff 6th, Hull in 7th. Don't forget, this is not whilst these are happening. This was before this was happening. Then we've got Bath in 9th and Salford in 10th. There's a few teams that dropped down a little bit, but it's Glasgow's traits when it comes to engineering challenge is incredible. I was watching a little bit whilst I was in a little room to myself eating some food, and it was absolutely incredible. But we're about to get on the way for some racing. And we've got 30 seconds still to go.
Got a few shout-outs to do. Kay says, let's go UCL. Daniel Letard says, de Montfort could have finished top 3 in every heat and likely won 2 if it weren't for that ram up the arse bricking his wheel. Meanwhile, Anastasia says, shout out to Queen Mary Formula student. Jason Espanol says, watching from Dunelm, go Queen Mary. And McScottish is convinced that Monty's cursed him again. Jess, we're going to go racing at Imola again.
We're not going to have time to go through the grid, but your top 3 is MTU, York A, and Vigo. Your lights are on. 6 lights. And for the final race of the heat, we are going in Imola in the Pragas. MTU having a very good start from York A. What about Vigo? Vigo might have dropped a little bit. Don't forget this, the likes of Hertfordshire and Glasgow starting near the back. Vigo up the inside in towards turn 2. Let's hope they can keep it clean this time. The front lot have kept it clean. At least it's a lot better showing from this lot. They must have listened to what was going on in race A and like, I didn't want to do that. But how about Villeneuve? Oh, someone's gone off. That's Bath. I spoke too soon, Mr. Cosgrove.
Well, having said that, I think you're fairly right, Jess. I think they've certainly kept it a lot cleaner.
Oh, not UCL.
UCL well wide. The chat will be very disgruntled with that. Vigo down into 2nd, down into 7th are Queen Mary. UCL, Hertfordshire and Bath all down. This is shaping up to be a lot cleaner as starts go for this series than we've had previously today. Vigo there in black, dicing it out with who I think are York A, who are all over their rear end, causing a concertina of traffic there as UCL battered it out with NTU, I think that is. Behind them,
Nottingham Trent.
Hertfordshire, Bath and Birmingham as well. You're on board with
Cardiff's
Hertfordshire
up to
now.
7th. They were started last.
That's a certain someone for you.
That is a certain. Don't forget, the reason why they're starting at the back is we have a few one-driver entries, so
Yeah.
they have to start at the back.
They do indeed. Not that that seems to cause too many dramas.
No,
for Aaron
because he's
Farmer.
always all the chaos. Most of it.
If you've been watching the stream, you'll have seen me interviewing Aaron in part 1 of the VT, myself and Monty did over at Cardiff Bay. You're on board with York A now as they hunt down University College Dublin. Not a lot separating them, UGR and Vigo as well.
Ion again!
That's Ion, who just seem to be having a really bad stretch of luck across today. Lawrence, go drive forward, says Annie Watson. I do think the idea is to just drive forwards, as far as I'm aware.
Don't drive backwards, no. You do not want to drive backwards because A, that'll be weird, and B, you'll get disqualified. Cardiff is up to 6th, past Queen Mary.
Cardiff, starting at the back, now have overtaken Queen Mary and looking to get past York A as well as they dive down the inside. And Queen Mary are looking at York A themselves and wondering whether they can make a move on them. Not at this point, but with that toe, surely it's inevitable. It's coming at some point. York A piling on the pressure on Cardiff now. Not a lot separating them. Cardiff trying to pull away. And that just seems to have stuck. And that's Cardiff up into 5th. University College Dublin in 4th ahead of them. The gap about 2 seconds separating 5th and 4th as College Queen Mary come in past York. Down the outside, trying to get the switch back. Not enough room there. Defensive driving from York paying off very well. Here comes an ideal opportunity, but shockingly, York stretch ahead all of a sudden. Queen Mary possibly braking early there, staying on the track, using the apex, not exceeding track limits. Nicely done from Queen Mary. The traffic lining out, stretching out, keeping it fairly clean. There is Queen Mary trying to look for a way around York A, but York A pulling away, as are Cardiff. Cardiff closing the gap on to University College Dublin down to about 1.9 seconds. There's Queen Mary trying to make that move round York. An ideal opportunity here for the team from Yorkshire to get past Queen Mary, but it's not quite happened here. And Queen Mary cling on
We've
to...
got to change for the lead.
We do. Vigo have got up into 1st, and that's the legend that is Khan. Ibrahim Khan from Glasgow is driving in 2nd.
And look at the gap, Giles. They're going side by side in towards turn 1. Glasgow versus Vigo. It's not the first time that we have seen this so far in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. Glasgow looks to the left. It's inches to contact, but they just about avoided getting a damage. Glasgow is up into the lead. Vigo almost dropped into 2nd, but College Dublin there too. In towards Villeneuve they come once again. Glasgow pulling away. They love to see the likes of number 14 and number 35 battling with each other as well. MTU is as well in this, and potentially Cardiff, but the gap's starting to increase a little bit there as well. But Glasgow so far doing what they need to do in the lead. This is a crucial race for them.
Cardiff lurking in the background. York A and Queen Mary having a tit for tat for 6th place. Chief Hutton finding our commentary rather amusing. Meanwhile, Waitaku says absolute masterclass from UCL. UCL down in 10th. A lot of love from Kay and Waitaku for UCL. You're on board as York A and Queen Mary battle it out for 6th. Not a lot separating them, and that's inviting Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel to have a look. Not at the moment now. Oh, that's going to get close there in the braking zone and losing the racing line there, getting bumped by the apex, and that's going to cost them a few tenths. Is York A on Queen Mary, and that just brings, oh hello, we've had a bit of drama. That's Ion off, Hertfordshire through, Liverpool John Moore through, NTU, Nottingham Trent through as well. There's UCL. Great deal of support for them on the stream. There's York A though, and they've been overtaken by Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel. I did wonder whether that was going to happen. UCL closing in on USM now. That's Strathclyde under pressure from the team from London.
They are under pressure. Strathclyde versus London going strong at the moment. We also got
MTU battling with Cardiff. Queen Mary up on York A. Our picture is frozen. We're back now as Cardiff go wheel to wheel with MTU. We've got a left-hander here. Just in time for the action as they go through the chicane.
Not a lot separating the top 5 here. You can see them all on your screen. You're on board with N³rburgring for Cardiff Racing. Some fairly consistent results apart from that DNF for Cardiff, but it won't make a huge difference because Cardiff is inhibited by that one driver entry penalty.
Yeah.
Diving down the inside are Cardiff on Munster, and there go Cardiff. Cardiff go through.
Cardiff go through on MTU in 4th position. They're still 8 tenths behind University College Dublin, so they can still get a
Well
podium in.
wide. Cardiff are off in a big way.
Well, we spoke too soon.
One day, Jess, we'll learn to shut up.
Yeah, we will learn to shut up, and they've got to put up with some.
Today, though, it's not that day. You're on board with Cardiff, who have got it all to do again. The gap is 1 second, and Vigo
Oh,
are
Glasgow!
off.
Glasgow's off.
Glasgow well off. Well off in a big way. An absolute shock for the team that seem destined to take it for a second time. They're on the defensive at the moment. They're the defending champions, and they're off and down into 5th with a 3-second gap to Cardiff in 4th. You're on board, meanwhile, with Queen Mary. You can see the black and blue of Glasgow. Their race is black and blue, as their livery is as well. They're up ahead of University Portsmouth Racing Electric. That's in 6th. In 5th, you can see just ahead in your screens there. That's Glasgow. There goes Queen Mary, attempting to make a move on Portsmouth Racing Electric. Hertfordshire, meanwhile, looking to dive down the inside of Liverpool John Moore. Not enough gap there to make it work. Lawrence the Goat says Bradley. Beatloaf says, I'm losing a bet worth 5,000 Robux if UCL loses, I swear.
Oh no.
I wouldn't go betting on this if I were you, but then again, what do I know? Queen Mary on the approach to Portsmouth Racing Electric now. As UBR goes through on UCL. UCL relegated down into 10th. There's a battle for 10th. It's very hotting up there. Birmingham and UCL. And all of a sudden, Birmingham have gone. And I can't help but think that Birmingham got through on UCL, and then there was some contact, and that sent Birmingham well away because that gap has gone from nothing to 2 or 3 seconds. So there was some contact there, I should imagine.
I think there was a bit of contact, Giles, but obviously it's hard for us to tell. What we can see in the commentary box are the same pictures, of course. This is the Sim Racing Finals for the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. This is Heat 4B, the final heat before Finals B and Finals A. And for many teams like College Dublin and for Vigo, this is the result they definitely would hope this would happen in 6 minutes time, because that would boost their average position up to qualify for Finals A later on at the virtual Silverstone. As Hertfordshire's had a bit of an off in 14th spot. The gap's come way down between University College Dublin and Vigo right up in front. And we've got Queen Mary fighting with University of Portsmouth Alternative Fuel, but this is the battle we want to watch.
You got 5 minutes, I should say, 5.5 minutes of racing left as the top 4 teams all post their best laps of the race so far. The gap from Vigo to UCD, 0.89 seconds. This is very close indeed. Locking up through the chicane. There's not a lot separating. No one can make a mistake at this point. On board with Cardiff, you can see the top 3. That's Munster, that's UCD, that is Vigo. All there on your screens now. And meanwhile, drag racing down through the start-finish straight. Bath go past Birmingham. Anastasia says she's putting money on a good recovery drive for Toto for Queen Mary Formula Student. UCL lock-in, says Kay. There's your on board with Bath. You've got past Birmingham and are opening up the gap now. The gap, talking of gaps, is opening up between UCD and Vigo. That's now up to 1.1 seconds. The gap from UCD to MTU is 0.6 of a second. That's very tight indeed between Birmingham and Bath.
Very tight.
But it does seem to me that Bath have got that one. Queen Mary, meanwhile, on the approach there, trying
to Nottingham Trent
to close in for Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel. Nottingham Trent
they're down in 16th now. It's not ideal.
Lapping 55 seconds behind your race leaders. There's MTU, meanwhile. You've got UCD up ahead. That gap to 0.3 of a second. 1 second between UCD and Vigo. That's UCL well off. And sideways across the track, and that's going to spell, that was very close for a second.
That was
taking avoiding action. Some of the drivers just managing to hold on to the racing line. Good stuff from everybody involved. MTU just edging towards the back end of UCD, 0.3,
2 of a second between them. And here they come, out-dragging UCD, RMTU. Munster trying to apply the pressure on Dublin. Very close indeed, downshifting into the chicane, braking hard, not a lot separating them. And this drama between these two will just invite the Welsh team of Cardiff ever closer. Having said that, it looks to me like Cardiff have got bigger issues behind them than in front. Ibrahim Khan closing in.
I think it's Glasgow, yeah,
It is.
because Portsmouth, Morton, Fuel and Queen Mary are a bit behind them at the moment.
You're on board with UCD, you can see University College Dublin and their rear wing there.
What has
behind
happened
them.
to Vigo?
MTU.
College Dublin has increased the gap. Look at that as they head towards turn 9 at Piratella.
Yeah, this is going to get close. This is the battle for the lead, Jess. You know this circuit like the back of your hand. Where would you be overtaking? What would you be doing if you were UCD? Not here.
Definitely not here, because I think that's the elevation change. That's going to be quite tricky. You could try it into the next chicane, the Variante Alta. You could be brave if you wanted. There's 4 or 5 cars fighting for the same piece of tarmac, so I wouldn't get past there if I were you. But College Dublin was trying to do that. I think they're going to try and do it towards turn number 2 later on. But down the hill, this is the first one I would think of, Giles, to go for the move. So this is the first opportunity. Here they come. Nope, they're backing off as we've got Vigo that shuts the door on College Dublin. Not long to go until the end of the race. I believe, I think we'll just about have 2 more laps to go after this one. I might be wrong. Let's see what UCD can do. They see can challenge Vigo in towards turn number 1.
It's going to be close whether this is the last lap or that we've got another lap left.
The best lap is 1:49.
University College Dublin going down the outside of Vigo. Vigo holding on to the lead as best they can. Vigo losing pace and inviting both MTU and University College Dublin to have a look, getting squirmy through there. MTU weaving, trying to block and defend against the approaching Irish team from Dublin as MTU close in as well. Vigo desperately holding on. That looked to me like Munster were going a little wide there, going a little sideways. Cardiff there as well, as are Glasgow. In fact, Cardiff's gone. Cardiff's down in 4th. Cardiff's down in 5th.
I wonder if Cardiff's had an issue.
No, Cardiff is here.
Yeah,
it was masked.
Glasgow.
This is very tight indeed as Ibrahim Khan for Glasgow comes in for a stormer. Cardiff up back into 4th, down through Cardiff as Aaron Farmer got an answer for Ibrahim Khan. I don't think so, and Ibrahim goes on the inside of the team from Wales, and that is Glasgow up into 4th.
That is key for them, for Glasgow, to gain as many positions as they can. But I believe we'll have 1 more lap to go after this one.
This is all getting very dicey.
College Dublin's down to 3rd.
College Dublin is indeed down to 3rd as Munster go through, and here comes the unstoppable force that is Glasgow, looking round, trying to get through here. This is a brave one, but that's just about worked down into the hairpin. A left-hander, I should say.
Glasgow can technically win this.
If they get another lap, Jess, I do think they are well within a shout of taking the win. Meanwhile, here come Strathclyde locking up and trying to get past. Is that Bath ahead of them? I think it is indeed. They locked up there. Don't think that's going to be the opportunity they need. We're on to the last lap then. Just about made it across in time for 1 more lap. This is the final heat before the grand final, the Formula Student Sim Racing Series, live from Williams eSports. In the lead at the moment is Vigo, under pressure from both Munster and Glasgow. Glasgow on an absolute send, trying to get to the front of the grid. We haven't seen them win a race today, I don't think. I could well be wrong.
No, they have not won a race.
Munster in trouble. There we go, they're wide, and that's Glasgow straight through. You do not show open tarmac to Ibrahim Khan unless you want him to pass you. You're on board with Cardiff. You can see the top 3 on board with Cardiff. This is how close they are, and it now comes to a 0.7 second gap between UGR and Vigo. Cardiff looking to try and get past Munster, but we're more interested really in whether Glasgow can close that gap within this lap on Vigo. Vigo have got this lap to hold on for the win.
and going down the
they
inside.
make
And that's a punt
contact.
from Cardiff onto Munster, and Munster will not take kindly to that, but I don't know whether there was an opportunity really for Cardiff to break. Cardiff were going faster into the
Look
corner.
at this, the gap.
And the gap is nothing. The gap is nothing as Glasgow and Vigo fight for the win here at Imola. It is going to be a race to the line between these two. I'm standing up. I'm that excited. This is unbelievable racing. Here we go then. The gap is 0.2 seconds. The checkered flag is waiting for one of these two cars. Who is going to take it?
We're gonna have to
Nothing
wait and
separating
see.
them.
Nothing is separating them, but I think if Glasgow just had one more lap, he could have done it. There could have been a photo finish. Glasgow's got to make the move on at this moment.
He's
And
got it,
almost-
surely.
Surely not. I think Vigo just got it. Is it going to be enough for Glasgow to take the win?
This is so close, and Vigo take it.
0.037, you can
Come
hear.
on. That was amazing.
Ow! You can hear the cheers in the eSports lounge, but that was the closest finish we've seen in the sim racing series.
Oh, man. That was spot
I'm
on.
glad I stood up for that.
Thank God you know your way around this circuit.
Pardon?
Thank God you know your way around this circuit.
Yeah.
Oh, that was spot on. from
Well, that's
everybody
one of
involved.
that's one of the
Whilst we were there busy getting excited, Cardiff got up into third.
nice. Well, as well as Silverstone, that's one of the tracks I know the corners very well, Giles. I've commentated since 2018.
There
of
you
course
go.
I know the track.
I know Imola is fast.
It is far. It is one of the tracks where I absolutely hate driving on, though.
Oh, okay.
I love commentating it, but I hate driving it. Anyway, Birmingham, Liverpool, John Moore are fighting for P12. Yep, there they go. So up to 12 for BBR. Liverpool, John Moore 13th, Hertfordshire 14th, NTU in 15th. And for the first time in a while, hopefully, we'll have all 16 cars finish in the race.
Yeah, it's
Come on,
strange.
Eon.
It's strange how many non-finishers we've had, which I really wouldn't expect. There are your race winners, Vigo, by 1,000ths of a
One
second.
more lap. If there was one more
No,
lap,
there
I
was
think
no,
it would be Glasgow.
if there had been one more lap, there's no way they would have held that off. And
No.
here comes Ion to cross the line. Round of applause for Ion. They've done very well. They've not had the best of luck throughout the day, and I'm
To finish
really
first,
chuffed
you
that
first
they're
have to
actually
finish.
really chuffed they're actually going to get to see the checkered flag. Plenty of chat here on YouTube. NT Khan, Unlucky Khan, Chief Hutton, surprised that Anastasia was able to predict where Queen Mary would finish. Nice try. UCL says why Taku, and elsewhere Chief Hutton just simply says nice.
Nice.
And it would be at this point that our stream has frozen. So here we are. We're back. We're here. We're here with us. We're here in Vision. Hello. And this is the commentary box here for the next few hours. And do stick with us. You can also get in touch if you want to send us a message. Then we're on Instagram and social media with. I can't ever get this right. There we go. We're there. It's there. And get in touch with us on socials. Or alternatively, if you want to just get to us directly and very quickly, comment on YouTube. It's the easiest thing to do. Beatloaf says UCL Shah is the GOAT in reality. He just wanted to let the other teams have a go. I think that might be optimistic. Elsewhere, Guacamole says word, and Aveni just has a lot of breathing out emojis. That was tight. Shall we go and get a word with our race winners and Monty?
Yes, we should. Over to you, Monty.
I'll tell you what, guys. Yeah, no, that was the most fascinating race yet. That was a five-way battle for the leads. That was great to see. And then what was that at the end there? 0.03 of a second between first and second there. And I've just been told as well afterwards that wasn't the only thing in decimals, because apparently we were down to 0.3 litres in the tank of the car as well, right? That looked scary then from the inside. How were you feeling defending that?
I'm speechless, to be honest, because there was the fuel on one hand and Glasgow right behind me. I knew he was faster than me as well, because he'd been in P4, I think, and he just went back. And to be honest, from the moment I was in the lead, I just thought, I need to keep this clean. I just need the race to end right now.
I mean, that was time to perfection. That was so much stress going on there. Knowing you got the fuel, holding off 4 cars, and then right at the end, Glasgow, the reigning champions, on your back for the whole of that. That was so much pressure. So honestly, huge respect. That was fantastic to look at the whole of that. And actually, I have to say to both of you guys as well, firstly, thank you for making the effort to come over here, because I appreciate that you've flown from Spain for this. This is the University of Vigo, of course. They are debutants in the series this year, guys. This is their first time in the Formula Students Sim Racing Series. You started off with a bang in round 1 because you won the race, yes? That was you, right, in round 1? Then, and yes, and you came second in yours as well. Yes, that was such an impact that you made. Then it went a bit rocky, and it seems to be it's coming back up again, and we're going on to a winning track come the end of the season. So tell me, how has your first season been in the series?
I think it was an amazing experience so far. Basically, just learning from everyone, seeing how well everyone was performing, and trying to always get a better result within each round. Always, it is difficult because some cars are more difficult than others, some tracks are trickier than others, but there's quite magic in learning all that process, and we love it so far.
I'm very glad to hear that. You guys have made such an impact. You've been regular top 10 finishers. You're in the top 10 of the standings, in which out of 53 universities for your first attempt. Fantastic attempt. And we've been very impressed as well with how much you got involved in the engineering challenges as well, not just the racing, but you've really made an impact in there. So it's good to see that you've been able to apply some of the theory that way. Out of interest, what have you been able to learn from the sim racing series? Has it helped you guys with the actual Formula student team in your preparation?
Not really.
Not the right answer. Live TV. No. But I mean, obviously, I know it is just sim racing, but you know, with like driver prep and stuff like that, has it had any impact on that? Perhaps.
Less impact than I had hoped for. Okay. I really think we can apply what we learned in the engineering challenge, like for example in the design event or the cost, really the way to present the information in a way that the judges like. That was, I think we can take some lessons from there, and I don't know, maybe next year we'll apply that.
Okay, well that would be really good if it helps with the static events. For what it's worth, the judges have felt that your submissions so far this year have looked of a professional standard. They do look industry standard, so we have been impressed with the quality of how your products look there. And I think it's safe to say the audience have been impressed with your racing so far this year. You've made such a huge impact. I'm very glad you guys were able to join us here, and congratulations on the win there. All the best for the finals.
Thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure. Now, guys, that's the 4 qualifying rounds over and done with now. We need to go and tot up some numbers and work out which universities are going into Finals B, which ones are going into Finals A. I need to go and stare at a spreadsheet now. Yay. So I'm going to hand you back to the commentary booth so we can go and do some number crunching and find out what our finals look like.
Worthy winners by the skin of their teeth, with thousandths of a second in it. We were both out of our seats by that point.
We both stood up, and we never usually stand up in esports commentary. Look, we stood up there.
I love standing up, and I just, that was absolutely spellbinding. There, meanwhile, on your screens is the Think Scalextric events.co.uk Scalextric setup. A fantastic bit of kit. It's just a shame that they don't have the controllers and the power system ready for them. What we do have ready is some replays for you. So let's relive what has to be one of the best sim racing events that we've had here on the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. We kick off the line. Now, there's Ion, who, bless their hearts, would eventually finish in last place. And I refuse to say a bad word about them because they try so hard. And no, they've not had the best of times, but they still come through. That is not the replay.
I think they're having trouble with the replay. So bear with us, guys. But you actually get to see a scale model of one track. Oh no, I had a look at it before we went to the commentary box. It looks beautiful.
It's got some of the features of various different circuits around the European Grand Prix circuit. Bits of Silverstone, bits of Monaco, all worked in. That's one of the advantages of Scalextric. Love Scalextric. And we can now throw back to the replays. Jess, when you're starting off the line here, what's
tricky.
Your thoughts?
It is a tricky one. I always dread the starts going into Imola because it's just so narrow, and you're going to think where to place your car. It's usually better if you're like Cardiff, for example, to start near the back. So luckily it was a lot clearer. Turn 2 was very clean from all drivers involved. It's when they got to around about this corner here was where we've had the carnage. I think I was near Villeneuve chicane where we saw that. And then Vigo was just climbing up, up, and up. They were having a race of their life. And this is through, I think it's it's through Piratella. Then Nakamurali, Hertfordshire having a bit of trouble. And I think there was just pilots meddling on the opening round. And fair play to Eon for finishing, as you were saying.
Absolutely. They have got the sheer grit and determination to come through and cross the line, regardless of the circumstances, is fantastic. Nice save there from Liverpool John Moore, the tail stepping out on them, and they handled that very nicely. Cardiff had a stunning drive from last to third. We didn't even talk about the fact that Aaron finished third because we were so busy talking about the finish and the photo finish that we had. Meanwhile, there is the battle that was consistently going on elsewhere on track. Bath versus Birmingham. They swapped places more than trading cards. And that was a real nice clean-cut battle from what I could tell. If we're wrong, we may have missed something. Meanwhile, De Montfort McDavitt was me. The punt from Oxford took out my force feed on my wheel. Wheel didn't have any feedback and went full restrictive force. That's why I had to retire. That's why De Montfort retired. Really
that was
gutting
the race before.
That would explain why they just were talking of punts from people. That was Cardiff punting Munster, who I'm sure will have something to say about it.
There'll probably be quite a few stewards inquiries.
So down with the drivers. This is it, though. This is the battle to end all battles between Glasgow.
This is why we got up on the edge of our seats.
Vigo. It was so close, and here it is into the final corner. You can see he's just bump drafting, and there he goes for the switch. Can't find it round there, so then goes to the inside, and then it's a question of who's got the heaviest right foot.
That was just the best finishes I've seen in the former student sim races. I hope we get to see more in the future. I really do.
I completely agree.
We got Fruxton and Silverstone to come.
Yes, we've got the lower final and the upper final, so we'll be able to bring you live coverage of all of those. We've got plenty of notes. Like, we've been working our asses off in here all day. We don't just sit and talk about it, we promise. But we are going to have a bit of a break. So I think you would like to introduce this one.
Yes, because if you were watching after the engineering challenge, or a bit after that, you saw Giles getting ready to drive into a Formula student car. There was a few people in the chat that were saying, oh, why do they leave it on a cliffhanger? Well, you get to find out how Giles done in a Cardiff Racing Formula Student car from 2023 at Cardiff Bay. I'm looking forward to this. Roll VT.
This wasn't even the hard bit. All you have to do is take the steering wheel off, hand it to the person next to you, quick release the safety belts and pull yourself up and out of the car, all in 5 seconds. This wasn't even driving, and it took me multiple attempts, but finally we got this one, which was in 5 seconds. Ish. With egress completed, I had to learn how to pull away. Lee offered me some advice.
So your clutch obviously is on your hand, right? Not your foot, yeah? Yeah. So let's pull neutral, goes in neutral again, right? Yeah. So you got to ride the clutch, ride. Hey, clutch, first gear.
Oh. Sorry.
Clutch.
And finally, after all that, I was underway. But I wasn't exactly winning any points for speed.
Yeah, try and get into go, yeah.
Quite possibly the most fun I've ever had in a car. And I've got to go in now, and apparently, I think I'm going to actually try to do a lap, which, suffice to say, is not easy.
Into the cone.
Okay, so this is that, but quite honestly, I'm absolutely terrified. I don't know where this I'm at the track limits completely. Oh well. Yeah, I can see Hughes directing me now.
Slalom. Yeah, good. Excellent exit. Power on. This is where they want to kick the aero out, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Through gear. I've got to be really consistent with my foot. This is so sensitive. It's such a sensitive car. I'm out of the cones completely. And after that complete disaster, it was pretty obvious I was a lost cause. And it fell to Monty to defend the honour of the commentary box. Here we go then. Clearly, I haven't got it. Monty might well do. So let's see what he can do behind the wheel of CR19. Monty off the line for his first sprint lap. And immediately he's a lot quicker than he was. There's a cone gone already as he breaks into the sweeping left-hander. Back down through the track. Really flooring it there. Spray leaping off the rear wheels. This is looking pretty good. That 2-second penalty though is going to inhibit his time through the slalom, keeping things planted. That's a nice line through there into the left-hander. He's got the exit perfectly from the slalom into there. Perfectly done. Spray leaping from the wings. It's not great out there. Coming round the corner. And I wish I could tell you the time. I don't yet know. Amy, what time was that? 33. How far off of Aaron's is that? 3 seconds. He's within the 5 seconds. He's already done it. He's already done it. Oh, hang on. No, add on the 2 seconds. He's just got the 5 seconds with that 2-second penalty for the cone. If you stay off the cones, you're within the 5 seconds of Aaron. You've got 1 second to take off. You want to be within 2 seconds of him. In just one lap, Monty had achieved what we'd set out to do, but he wasn't done yet. Here we go then, second flying lap for Monty behind the wheel of CR19. The revs are up. Bit of wheel spin off the line, plenty of wheel spin away then. No cones, oh, and they're away. I spoke too soon, the cones are gone. 2 out of the second of the 90 degrees. Oh, a lot of wheel spin through there, looking at the tail stepping out, torque steer to the maximum. Monty really pushing it now through the slalom, great entry. He'll get the exit line perfectly into that hairpin at the top of the course. And they're flying straight down the back. Spray leaping from the car. Coming past me, I've got to step back. He's getting out of line. Oh, and he's really sent it through there. That was the most fun I've ever had behind the wheel of a car, ever.
Yep, agreed. That was just wonderful to do.
And I was rubbish. I was absolutely dreadful.
No, you weren't. You've never driven one of these things before,
No.
and it just shows how hard they are to
Yeah,
drive,
absolutely. I was 15 seconds, 18 seconds off of Aaron's time.
Really?
You were on par with Aaron's time, give or take a few cones.
Yeah, well, I couldn't really fit into the car that well, but do you know what? I was fine with that. I was literally driving like that, so I just went, well, I'm not going to be able to turn. I want to see how much power this thing had, so the cones were the sacrificial lamb as far as I was concerned.
Some were really sacrificed. The car did have to get put out to retrieve one of the cones.
Yeah.
But it's all fun and games, as evidenced by that lot. So, put it this way, I think we have proven how hard can it be? Very hard to drive a Formula student car. But now, in the commentary box, at least we can say we've done it.
Absolutely, and we have much greater appreciation for every single person we see at Silverstone driving one of those cars.
Without a shadow of a doubt. Back to us in the studio. I won't use that.
Oh, welcome guys, we're at the Williams Museum. A lot of nice cars here. We are joined with Michael Preston, who was showing us around the eSports facility earlier. Now Michael, you actually were a Formula student yourself back in the day, so how did you manage to go from there to this as your work?
Yeah, so I started Formula student in my first year of university at the University of Southampton in 2017. By 2019-2020, I was, I guess, quite fortunate to become the head of race engineering for our team. Did that for 2 years, and then we had the first iteration of Formula Student Sim Racing in 2020 with the COVID pandemic. That went fairly well for us. We finished, I think, 2nd overall in that year after having a bit of a calamity in the final. I won't put any blame to my fellow drivers, but I did my part. So yeah, we had that in 2020. Then we had the 2nd iteration of it last year, where we ended up with effectively a LAN final at Silverstone that we had last year, and we went one better and finished 1st last year. So yeah, that's my former student sim racing journey. We also had our, I think, the best year's point scoring for Southampton University in those years as well, helped by things that we were learning in former student sim racing competition as well. Since then, I've always been interested in sim racing anyway, just as a hobby. I've played the F1 game since F1 2002, I think was my first one when I was 3 or 4 years old. Started sim racing properly around 2015-16 on the F1 games with a rig attached to my desk at home, which I then took to uni. So I've always had a flavour for sim racing, I guess. Coming out of uni, I was quite fortunate to have made some good friends at my university, one of which was working at Williams at the time and was informed about the sim racing team at Williams wanting to increase their engineering capacity. So that they were looking for engineers from the F1 team, but obviously F1 engineers have very, very little time to spare, and me being a fresh graduate straight out of uni with an interest and experience in sim racing, it seemed like a perfect fit at the time. So I joined the team, and we had a few senior engineers, we call them, in the team already, who are people with real motorsport experience. So they're people that are currently working in the World Endurance Championship, W Series, European Formula 3, all the way up to Formula 2. So we had a real wealth of experience already in the team, and it was an opportunity for me to come in, learn everything I possibly could about real-world performance engineering from them and try and apply it to what I already knew about sim racing. So the last year and a half I've been working with the team to bring and effectively translate what these senior engineers know from real-world motorsport and what I know about sim racing, and make a partnership between that and come up with a solution for engineering in sim racing. So our team currently has 4 or 5 senior engineers, and I think at the last count we were up to around 16 or 17 student engineers who we have working with us. So it's a proper full-scale engineering operation running our sim racing team at the moment, and that's all to service around 30 to 40 pro sim racers, not quite full-time, but pro sim racers. So the team has grown massively. We've just celebrated our 5th anniversary of Williams eSports as well. So in that time it's gone from 3 people in management and a handful of drivers to well over 60 or 70 people. We've just hired a load of people for improving our marketing, our broadcasting capacity as well. So the team really is going from strength to strength at the moment, and also the carryovers into real-world motorsport are becoming more and more apparent with the improvements in sim racing as well. So the ever-improving iRacing, there's other simulators that are quite new that have a very detailed physical model in the game, so it requires the front-running hardware just to be able to run the game. All of this basically means that the data that is coming out of these games at the moment that we can analyse with telemetry software is as good as, if not on par with, the telemetry that you're going to be getting from a real car. And in some cases you can even get more detail from a simulation because it's just a physical model. So you can take forces that are going through the car that you wouldn't be able to even measure in real life. You just have to come up with some way to estimate what the forces are going through the tyres, for example, at any given moment when they go over a bump. In sim racing we can get actual real values and start correlating other things as well. There's the other side of things where all of the F1 teams now have their own, they're called driver-in-loop models, which is their big boy simulators effectively. So they'll use that to do hundreds of hours of testing before every single race, and also during a race weekend, to start correlating what they learn at the track and understand the challenges that they're facing at the track and try and solve them in a physical model back at the factory, because obviously the time that you have a track is very limited and the time that they can run the deal for is effectively unlimited.
That's a heck of a lot going on. That's a very exciting journey and a lot to keep you busy. But I have to ask though, Formula student, were you able to apply any of the skills you learned in the contest into the job that you're doing today?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my first experience with Motec as a tool for analysing driver telemetry was as part of the Formula Student Sim Racing series, and the skills that I've learned in analysing driver behaviour from Motec and from the Formula Student Sim Racing series carry over not only into my job with Williams eSports, but also in using other tools such as WinTax, which I use in the European Formula 3 series, which I'm also working on this year. So everything that I've learned about racing drivers effectively is coming from Formula Student and also sim racing, and I'm able to apply that to real-world racing drivers as well.
I'm glad to hear that. Fantastic. Michael, thank you so much for your time. Just as a last thing though, I have heard in the news that you did win an award not too long ago as well. Could you just tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the Williams Autosport Engineer of the Future Award, which I was fortunate enough to be the recipient of at the back end of last year.
Congrats.
Thank you. So the award used to exist in a different form where Williams and Autosport would invite students from a select few universities to do an assessment day at Williams, and that would be with the chief engineer, a few other engineers from within Williams F1. They would assess the candidates over one day and basically pick somebody that they think would be a good candidate for Engineer of the Future, and effectively what they're trying to find is their future technical director. So that ran for a few years. COVID hit again, and as with a lot of things, that managed to put a stop to that. So it didn't run for, I think, 2020 and 2021. Then in 2022 was obviously when I was starting my journey with Williams eSports and had effectively a full year to try and implement everything I wanted to, from real-world engineering to a sim racing capacity. And fortunately for me, the people at Williams thought, oh, this is quite a good idea, that there's this young engineer coming along and he's learning skills that are really valuable to real-life motorsport in a sim racing capacity, and that's quite innovative. And the whole point of the award is effectively to find an engineer that is being innovative and looking to the future. So that joined quite well with what the award was trying to achieve, and it also was quite a future-looking way of finding a new engineer through sim racing effectively. So over the course of last year, I was working solely with Williams eSports and sim racing for the first 6 months of the year, and then I was fortunate to go to race weekends with Carlin in GB3. So I was able to shadow one of their race engineers and also spend a bit of time at their factory, just learning, again, as always, about their processes, about how they work with their drivers, how they go about their race setup for a race weekend. They thought it was a good story and also a good pathway going from engineering graduate to real-world motorsport, and that it's something that could be repeated as well. So that became the premise of the award, and we have relaunched the award in its full capacity for 2023. So we've just taken our first haul of new engineers who are working with Williams eSports for the first 3 months. So we're calling that phase 1, where they work solely in sim racing, and then the top half of students that are working with us will then progress to doing a task in the driver in loop simulator, working with the people from Williams F1. And then again, the top half of those, which will be 3 or 4 engineers remaining at that point, will have the opportunity to go and work with Carlin on a couple of race weekends and really follow that same journey that I did, going from sim racing to real world engineering.
That sounds amazing. I'm so looking forward to seeing what the students can get out of that one. It sounds like it's put you on the right step, and what an exciting journey you've had so far. Thank you so much for sharing your journey with us. Again, congratulations for that award. Good luck for the future.
Thank you.
We are live at the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. We've got Monty beside me, and before we head to the final speed, We've got some championship standings to talk about very, very soon, haven't we? But it's been a fantastic event so far. Well done to everyone involved.
Oh, absolutely. It's been fantastic racing throughout the whole day so far. Those were some cracking races in the qualifying heats. You know, I thought they'd be saving it all for the finals, but no, they've just gone gun-ho out there. But we've seen some great crashes. I think N²rburgring and the DTM were by far the most entertaining one.
Yes.
But that last race with Praga, though, 5 for the lead.
I think one of my favourite races of the day as well. Absolutely incredible. But how the finals is going to work is they've done the heat calculations. Grid positions are determined by the average heats results. The field will be split into 2 finals. The top 15 teams with the best combined position in the heats will go through to final A. All other teams will enter final B. And then in final B, the top 5, the people who finish in the top 5 will go to finals A, starting at the back. So in finals A are, just in case you haven't reached Discord, are Bolton, Glasgow, Polytechnic, Vigo, Southampton, DMU, Portsmouth, UCD, University of Hull, Queen's University Belfast, Salford, MTU, which is Munster, University of Bath, University of Wales, Trinity St David, and Cardiff University. So those are the teams that will be fighting at Silverstone. But the ones that are going to be racing right now at Thruxton are University of, well, I think both University of Portsmouth team, Queen Mary University London, University of York, both University of York teams, Oxford, Exeter, Birmingham, Hertfordshire, Nottingham-Trent, Liverpool, John Moore, Strathclyde, Aberdeen, Manchester, University of Hull B, Edinburgh, UCL, Stavanger, and again, York. But the standings have been updated. What do the top 3 have to do if they want to win the championship?
So this has become very interesting now, guys. So we have updated the championship standings to reflect the engineering challenge. All of the points are amassed from there. So we spoke about earlier how Bolton needed to win both the race and the engineering challenge to have any hope of this title. So mathematically, they are just in it still.
Just. Only the top 2 crash.
Yeah, they need a miracle now to be able to capitalise off the other 2. But do you know what? They've been so competitive so far today. They've won 3 of their 4 heats, and the other one they came 3rd in. So they are trying everything possible to make it happen. They just need a little bit of lady luck. And to be fair, Southampton and Glasgow have both had some good attempts at trying to screw it up throughout the day, haven't they, Jess?
They have. There has been a few incidents with them, but they were keeping it consistent throughout the season, and it can change with the sim racing finals. And I mean, it is going to be electric. All 3 teams that are fighting for the championship are in finals A. So it just goes to show the top 3 in the championship definitely deserve to be there because all 3 of them have qualified.
Absolutely. So the things we need to look out coming into the finals. So we know they're not in finals B. They've all qualified for finals A. So we're about to go into a race to see the top 5 who will get in and join finals A, where these 3 universities, among with the other fastest 12, will be there as well. So Southampton and Glasgow, it's going to be a case really of, well, like we discussed earlier, if Southampton win and Glasgow come second, they're still going to win it by a couple of points purely because of that drop round. As you saw, Glasgow had a really bad first round. They only scored 30-odd points, whereas Southampton, they've been so consistent throughout the year, which in one context is great, but it means they're going to have to drop more points as a result. So even if they win with 100 points, which is what you're going to score for the win here, realistically, they're only going to get 40 points because they've got to drop that many points. Every single point's going to count here. Glasgow have already got an extra 5 compared to Southampton for the engineering challenge. So it's all going to come down, I think, to the bonus points. If Southampton win this, they need to do everything to get those bonus points. The fastest lap, the highest climber. I think every single point is going to help them huge on this one. But as it happened, my gut feeling right now, Jess, is this is Glasgow's to lose.
That is Glasgow's to lose. We have seen Glasgow make mistakes, though. Glasgow ideally needs to win in order for it to be definite champions. Southampton have been the best in terms of consistency, in terms of scoring higher than Glasgow in some of the races, whereas obviously Glasgow done well in the last few, but struggled in the first 2. So it can go either way. Southampton are at Williams at the moment. Glasgow and Bolton are dialing in remote. I wondered that will come into effect in terms of the comfortableness of the setup potentially as well. But I have to say the rigs at Williams the Williams eSports lot are doing an incredible job supporting the students at the universities, making sure they're comfortable before they get going.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a flawlessly run event so far today. We are so much in the debt of the Williams eSports team for all of this. And I also have to say, as event captain, a huge thank you to every single university who's physically here today, because you have been fantastic brand ambassadors for your teams.
Well behaved today.
Yep, it's been a well-run event. Everyone seems to have enjoyed the food. And no, we're really, really proud to have you here, and we hope that you've enjoyed this all. However, it's time for me to go and disappear, Jess, go and help out with the rest, because we're nearly ready to start. So I will move out of the way so Giles can come back. Enjoy the comms, guys, and enjoy the finals, everyone online.
Thank you, Monty. So, Finals B is about to get underway in Thruxton, and your order for Finals B is, I'll get my refreshing. There we go. So we've got Queen's Mary in P1, York A in P2, Oxford in 3rd, and Giles back in the commentary box. Giles, take us through the rest of the grid.
So we've got Oxford in 4th, Exeter in 5th, UBR in 6th, and 7th is Hertfordshire in 8th, it's NTU in 9th, Liverpool, John Moore, USM, Strathclyde in 10th, Aberdeen in 11th, Manchester in 12th, in 13th it's Hull B, FSTN in 14th, UCL in 15th, Ion in 16th, and in 17th it's York B. 25 minutes of racing. The lower final, the top 5 from this will get into the grand final. We're about to go racing. Here come the lights, here come the revs, here comes the action. One of the last times we're going racing today from Williams eSports. It's one of the finals of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. UPRE in pole position, and off they go. That's a stonking great start for Queen Mary off the line, and they've overtaken Portsmouth off the line. York coming in for a go of it as well. Fantastic off the line, brilliant stuff. Here comes Queen Mary on Portsmouth. I've got to take my jacket off, I'm so excited. There we go, streaking away at Queen Mary. Oxford University up into 2nd, and UPRE, University of Portsmouth Racing Electric, have to settle for 3rd. There's a big pile up here.
Safe rejoins Giles there in the background around Thruxton. That is quite slippery as well. So, but Queen's Mary holding the fort right now at the front. Oxford in 2nd, UPRE in 3rd, Hull B in 4th, York in 5th. Those are the top 5 all make it through as it stands, but that it could go either way between the other teams as well. We have seen how, like, there's some drivers that were struggling to start when, and Hull B, as I said that.
Talking of struggling, he's gone to take Percy the parkkeeper out of a job.
They have. It is a bit of a shame there, but for all of these teams, I think all of these teams are Williams today, which is great to see as well. As UCL being on 11th, and no.
Sideways and a half there from Hertfordshire as they take a leisurely line into the grass. You're on board with NTU, Nottingham Trent University, chasing down York A. York A well ahead of them. Meanwhile, here's Manchester, looking the most solid they've done for a while. York, oh dear, this is a top 3 disaster. Portsmouth Racing Electric and York A have had a real issue, and that's put Portsmouth Racing Electric well down the running order. Disaster for them. A gap of 2 seconds, meanwhile, has opened up between Queen Mary and Oxford. University of Strathclyde having a battle with Nottingham Trent for 3rd. We're on board with Strathclyde now. Roland on the rope says, this is my kind of chaos. Queen Mary on top, according to Anastasia. Chief Bentel Hutton saying, oi, 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 let's go. There is Strathclyde looking her way around. NTU in the Mustangs. Carnage out of the gate, and Strathclyde will also have to contend with Aberdeen on the approach to them. Aberdeen and McScottish haven't had much luck this final. Could that be about to change in the final throws? Could they stay? If they stay in now, Jess, Aberdeen will get into the main final.
And Aberdeen has been in all morning, all day, and that could be becoming in the final. To finish first, you first have to finish. However, some drivers, they may be saving their best performances until this race. I wonder if there's more teams that think they were going to get into Finals B, practicing the Finals B more than any other races.
Chief Hutton calling for Salvatore to go, calling him an Italian wizard. FSTN being overtaken now by Liverpool John Moore. There's York B. You're on board with York B now. Not a lot separating these drivers in this final. Can York B make an effort getting over the hump of that? That's not overtaking, that's just rubbernecking. an interesting choice there by Hertfordshire on Aberdeen. Aberdeen will be determined to hold on to that 5th place. That 5th place is crucial, even more so than the lead in reality. Hertfordshire will want to be up in there, but looks to me like Aberdeen have held on to that very well. Monty's 2 favourite teams side by side, wheel to wheel for that crucial 5th place, and it belongs to Hertfordshire as things stand. They go through on Scottish and Aberdeen.
And it looks like Aberdeen's going to try and get a move on Hertfordshire if they're trying to squeeze and go for the move potentially.
Aberdeen keeping Hertfordshire in their sights, also keeping Strathclyde there as well. All it takes is for one mistake like that, and that's looking a bit squiffy there from Hertfordshire, and Aberdeen close the gap. Behind them comes Exeter. Exeter with Alf Hooker behind the wheel. You're on board with him now. He's looking for the win, according to Billy Sturdy.
Still possible with how close it is.
Sweeping, looking very tentatively back sideways from Exeter. Just about fouled it there. But did Exeter take Aberdeen off, or did Aberdeen just lose that then?
I wonder if the Aberdeen lost them themselves. They won the top 5 and now they took the 7th.
Absolutely gutting for
That is
Aberdeen,
gutting.
but a fantastic move from Exeter, especially to hold it there sideways through the chicane. There's Hertfordshire under pressure now from Exeter behind them, piling on the pressure on Strathclyde. They're so focused on the car ahead of them, trying to get past that gap with them. And Exeter is going to close, and you can rest assured Exeter will want to be making an appearance in the grand final. Chief Hutton saying Thruxton, mixed conditions and muscle cars equals madness. You're right, sir. Liverpool John Moore facing the wrong way. The lights are still on. Is anybody home is the question. Hertfordshire chasing down Strathclyde. Exeter piling on the pressure on the pair of them, coming in for a wide angle round the corner there. Jess, who do you think is going to get that all-important 5th position out of all of this?
I'm not going to predict, Giles, because the person I predict is probably going to end up spinning it. So I'm not going to say anything about who I think is going to get 5th.
The thing is,
We've jinxed a lot of people
I was going to say, the
today,
previous that we've got, you're probably not wrong. There is there's York, FSTN going through on Ion, and here comes Hertfordshire tapping out USM. They've just pushed them out of the way. That's a bit much, isn't it?
Look at Exeter undecided. Thank you very much. I've taken 5th place off of Strathclyde. The Strathclyde has lost 2 places. Wow.
I don't expect they're going to be particularly pleased.
They're not going to be
about that.
pleased, no. Neither is Aberdeen.
No. Aberdeen and Strathclyde, 2 Scottish teams, will be vying for that 5th position.
What's happened there?
Well, someone's punted them off from behind, that is. I'm fairly certain of that. Surely that doesn't look...
That's off flipping.
Oh, hello. Oh, I must do.
Oh, God.
Crikey.
York A
That's York A
and
and Hull B. Well gone there, I think.
Yeah, that's them gone, unfortunately. So their chance of potentially getting into the finals A is...
Surely that's those cars
be.
out. Like, after an accident like that.
How on earth? So that might be Hull B's chance. Over there in the pits, they're out, Giles.
Surely they must be, unless they're going into repairs. So that's going to be a very long pit
I
stop.
hope they're allowed to go into repairs.
Exeter,
Surely they are.
meanwhile, lapping in 5th, chasing down Hertfordshire to secure their position in the grand final. You can rest assured there'll be a lot of very excited people.
Oh, no, you spoke too soon. You spoke too soon, Giles.
Taking the scenic route are Exeter University. The
What
team
have you
from
done?
Devon should be used to the countryside, and they are now in 7th, and that puts Aberdeen back into 5th. Strathclyde are in 6th. They must have been overtaken by Aberdeen, and the team from
that's why I
Devon
don't predict.
have it all to do again. And yeah, I can see why, Jess.
Because I didn't want to jinx anyone as Strathclyde has gone into the pits. And there's another team I saw in the pits
Holby
as well.
is
That
still
was Hull B.
Holby is still in the pits. Strathclyde hitting. Strathclyde falling down the running order. You're on board with Birmingham,
What
losing
is
it there at
happening
Ion.
here?
Ion losing it and going well into the path of Birmingham, who did well to hold that. Benjamin Turner pointing out that the commentator's curse is real.
It is.
Yes, it is.
Can we have more in the last few races than the entirety of the day combined?
Exeter, I'm sorry. That's all I can say. Stay on the tarmac and it wouldn't happen. Anyway, Manchester are chasing down Portsmouth Racing Electric.
this might well be Manchester's best result so far. They've never had a lot of luck in the sim racing. They always make an appearance, but they end up getting punted off by someone or something. So if they can just hold on for a clean one, I mean, they may not get into the final,
Hull
but it would
B's
be nice
out.
for them. And that is Hull B gone, is it?
Yep.
Wow.
They've DNF'd and York B's beached.
And it wasn't even that. York B wasn't the York team that rolled it. It was York A that rolled it. So we've got our
Both
first
York
DNF.
teams are not doing well, are they, Giles?
No, Yorkshire having a bit of a disaster here. York B flashing red on our screens. They're fine now. Here's NTU. That is Nottingham-Trent headed towards Oxford. Meanwhile, Manchester look to try and get around UPRE, round the outside, out dragging them through there. They're closing in onto the racing line and getting in there. A lot of smoke blocking up there, but they've just managed to hold on to the racing line and keep defensive and keep UPRE off their backs. I say that, and then they come round again, and UPRE go through. Surely UPRE planting their foot on the accelerator. Who's going to get the best exit out of the corner? Oh, that's very close, and that's UPRE back up into 7th.
The gap is a bit too much, but you've seen the chaos that's happened in the previous races. Anything can happen. So, Horsemen of Electorate, they can't give up. They just can't. Neither can Exeter for all that matter.
Can't rest on their laurels. Exeter up into 6th. They were down in 7th, weren't they? Or
They stayed in 6th.
Okay.
At the moment, the top 5 will need to bottle it in order for them not to be in the top 5 to get into final day. I think as long as they stay where they are, they will get through to final day. So they just got to keep it clean, keep their car on the road, and with Aberdeen, they've got to make sure they keep the same pace, and then they'll be through to final day, which will be a great achievement.
That will be utter disappointment for Exeter because they were set on that, and then all of a sudden they weren't.
You can't afford to make mistakes. You just can't.
Aberdeen there, rounding out your top 5. On board with Birmingham now as they head towards Liverpool John Moore. These muscle cars, great power, not a lot of handling. You can see the understeer apparent there from the driver's eye view on Birmingham's car. Not close enough to be making a move on Liverpool John Moore yet. And oh my days, as the timing board played me up.
His timing's changing.
The timing is changing.
It's glitching. Well, it's not glitching, is it?
Is Queen Mary up on... No, Queen Mary...
No, it's glitching. Yeah, it's back to normal.
Got to be glitching.
So it's Queen Mary leading Oxford in 2nd.
Oxford in 2nd. NTU, Nottingham-Trent in 3rd. Hertfordshire in 4th.
You won't be expected to be in the top 5 or in the top 5, but UBR though, University of Birmingham, is coming into the pits. Do they? I think they have to pit, don't they? 'Cause it's a long race coming up.
It's a longer race, and
it's a normal race you would expect in a sim racing series round.
In this series, in the Formula Student Sim Racing, you'd expect at least one stop more often than not for fuel, and some of these teams seem to have taken an early approach. The top 5 have yet to pit.
Stratclyde came in like 3 laps ago. Same with FSPN. FSPN.
This is interesting then. Jess, as a sim racer, when would you be pitting? I'm assuming it's going to be for fuel. I can't imagine it would be for tyres, surely.
I assume yes, it will be for fuel, and you've got to get that. You've got to rely on. You've got to think ahead and think when will the person pit, and we've got to think if the undercut or the overcut is going to work. Nottingham-Trent is fighting with Hertfordshire for...
That's Nottingham-Trent chasing down Oxford. They've got a back marker between them, holding up Nottingham-Trent to try and get towards Oxford, because that gap is fantastic. Going well away is York B, who was under pressure from the front runners, and to be honest with you,
that was Nottingham-Trent and Hertfordshire.
Was it York B? I thought it was York B, to be honest. But York B went away. They were a back marker that was separating.
The gaps are taking a while to reset, so it's hard.
You're on board with Hertfordshire as they try and get past another back marker. These back markers holding up what was shaping up to be a really fantastic fight between Oxford and Nottingham-Trent, or Hertfordshire. The timing screen has played up a little there, so a little out of my depth, a little confused. Where are we, Jess? We've got Queen Mary in
first, then it's Oxford, then it's NTU, then it's Hertfordshire, then it's Aberdeen.
Queen Mary, 4-second lead, really don't have to worry apart from making a major mistake. The question is, are some of these going to try and hold on into the pits? Because Liverpool John Moore has just pitted. They've got 11 minutes of racing left.
Will they make it to the end?
Exactly. Are some of these going to try and do an Oxford, Jess?
Oh God! Remember the highlights earlier on? That was one of the top highs of round number 5. Was Oxford.
Here come Hertfordshire. I think the first of the top runners to pit. Aberdeen go through. Can Exeter get through past Hertfordshire as well? Because they will then get into the top 5. Hertfordshire are down in 6th. Exeter go through into 5th. But Exeter, Aberdeen, NTU and Oxford, who you're seeing on your screens now, as well as Queen Mary, as far as we're concerned, Hertfordshire's pitted, but the rest of them haven't. So have they gone for the undercut there, Jess, and will it pay off?
We'll have to wait and see. And I think there were a few teams that were so farther ahead that the overcut for some of the other teams worked better than the undercut. But again, we'll have to wait. It depends on the gap really as well. So if I was Exeter and Hertfordshire, I would get if I was Exeter, I would get a move on here.
Exeter really want to put their foot down. As per Jess's advice, you've got Oxford University there who are really sending it, pushing hard. You can see the car lurching through the corners like someone on a Wednesday night at an SU. Putting the power down, closing that gap up to Queen Mary. It's down to 3 seconds now. It was 6 seconds. NTU, Nottingham Trent University, with a 2-second, 1.5 second gap to Oxford. There is Aberdeen, meanwhile. Chief Hutton saying we have to pit last and maintain track position. Queen Mary have taken the decision to pit. Queen Mary are in the pits and Oxford University go through, as do NTU, as do Aberdeen. Exeter, will they pit is the question. No, they will not.
So they're staying out, and Oxford are potentially going to do what they've done in Hungary, but let's hope they realise that they need to pit as soon as they can.
I'm surprised they're trying it again, Jess.
I'm not surprised. I'm not.
It's a bold strategy, and I would know about being bold.
But we saw in round 6 as well with Southampton gambling it to get to the end.
Manchester.
And it just didn't work.
Defending
Manchester.
Again, York A go through. York A up into the top 10. Manchester relegated to 11th. Meanwhile, Strathclyde have pitted. And that's an interesting sounding noise from that car.
You do not want to cut the corner like that.
Interesting choice there by York A.
Someone's
Who's
facing
that
the wrong
side?
way.
Is that Ion? Ion are facing the wrong way on the start-finish straight. They managed to do a 3-pointer, but that nearly was a massive collision.
Someone's saying in the chat, I think Salvatore should have waited.
Coming round the outside there. You're on board with Aberdeen, one of the teams to have pitted, the last of the top 5. But they've got a full tank of fuel. They can push it. They don't need to be conservative with their fuel usage. They don't need to be economic. They can send it. Some of these teams, looking at you, Oxford, looking at you, Exeter,
and
really ought to be careful. They've got 8 minutes of racing left. Top 5 will make it into the grand final. Live from the Williams eSports facility, going very swiftly. No punt from York A, and that is FSTN off.
I think so, yeah. And don't forget, the ones that qualify from this one, apart from Cardiff and final legs, they'll be starting in the back of the grid due to their one driver entry. They'll be starting just ahead of Cardiff.
Yes.
So the top 5 will be starting 15, 16, no wait.
Regardless of where they end up, they won't be in 25th.
So they'll be starting 16,
19th to 24th.
no wait, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, yeah.
There is UCL trying to get through on these two. That's an interesting line through there, cutting the chicane just a bit, getting a bit of air off the apex, cutting the racing line. Surely that was outside of track limits. We'll find out later. Birmingham heading up. Liverpool John, that's ahead of, that's USM. Meanwhile, Strathclyde down in 8th. Disappointing for the Scots. I've got a lot of time and respect for Strathclyde, and I'm looking forward to seeing their car out on track. I've been told reliably it's very fast. It's also electric.
Will they make it Bruce Boots and Aaron?
I should imagine so. They did last year. You're on board with Strathclyde now as they hunt down University of Portsmouth Racing Electric. Side by side, wheel to wheel, and panel to panel. That's Manchester and York A having it out, duking it out there. Manchester go through, York A switching back, trying to climb over the apex there to get back ahead, and they do so. This fight between York A, Manchester and Birmingham is going to be very tight indeed. We've got 6 minutes. Oh dear, something's gone very wrong there.
You can't see the rear of that car.
That's not gone well. That's not what a rear window is supposed to look like. So there's been contact somewhere. on the York car, being approached by Manchester. Manchester sweeping round to the outside, or have they gone well off? I can't quite tell. They have gone off. They've gone well into the grass of Manchester. They've lost it, and Liverpool John Moore go through. Strathclyde have got past University Portsmouth Racing Electric meanwhile.
It's going to cut it fine if Oxford and Exeter are going to make it with fuel. They've got a fuel conserve quite a bit here.
Oxford can. They've got a gap of 7 seconds. They've got a gap of 4 seconds.
Exeter, though, is going to be tight.
Exeter's got a 4-second gap to Queen Mary. Just don't know whether they've got the ability to be conservative, which they need to be, otherwise they will end up grinding to a halt. We found out afterwards that Vigo, as soon as they crossed the line in the last race, winning it, they ran out of fuel immediately. It was that close. Meanwhile, you're on board with Portsmouth Racing Electric. They've been passed by the Scots and Strathclyde. Strathclyde beginning to pull away and open that gap up now. It is about 0.4, 0.5 seconds. Here comes LMU, Liverpool John Moore. Come past FSTN, still on board with Portsmouth Racing Electric.
So don't forget, this is all to fight for Finals A. If you're not in Finals A, you won't get any points. I believe. I will check. Actually, no, you will, but I think it's only the top 10 of Finals B.
That's gone very wrong. That's Strathclyde in the grass, as is, I think, Nottingham-Trent. Surely, Strathclyde will have to give that position back. I don't think they had it in them to try and defend it anyway, but Strathclyde down into 8th, going through now past NTU. Is that they've gone through on? Or is that a back marker? It's a back marker is what that is, and that means that Strathclyde are down in 8th. Portsmouth Racing Electric go through after a mistake that sent the Scottish team into the grass. 4 minutes 45 of racing to go. 6-second gap between Exeter and Oxford. Oxford and Exeter yet to pit. Queen Mary, Hertfordshire and Aberdeen all have. It could still be open for Nottingham-Trent and University of Portsmouth Racing Electric. This is why Strathclyde is really pushing it here, because if they can get past UPRE, if Oxford and Exeter both run out of fuel, that will mean that Strathclyde or Portsmouth Racing, whoever is in 7th, will get up into the top 5. This is how intense this is. It doesn't massively look intense on your screens, but it's all still to play for. Right, exactly what it comes down to is strategy. The checkered flag is 4 minutes away. Not very far away though is the front of Strathclyde from the rear of Portsmouth Racing Electric. Trying to get through there, not quite on it yet, just ever so close, but ever so far away are Strathclyde from Portsmouth Racing Electric.
This could be the fight for 5th place here, so this is also key in how many points they get as well. It is not all lost for the ones who are finished 6th to 10th for this one, because they still get points towards the racing championship.
Oh, that was nearly it then. Surely side by side through the chicane. Not going to get it through there, but they're getting a bit of a tow. These cars, these drivers evenly matched. Looking to the inside, not quite there. Just can't quite make it work. Can Strathclyde on Portsmouth Racing Electric at this moment in time? They're not close enough to dive down the inside, which is what they want to do. Going around the outside is a brave choice, and Portsmouth Racing Electric lurching all over the track in defence. Are they moving in the braking zone? I can't tell from here, but that's a wide angle there, and they attempt Portsmouth Racing Electric to go wide. This is really close, and though they go Strathclyde the side by side, but Portsmouth have got the inside line.
What's happened to what? The gap closed down massively.
Massive gap closure, 2 seconds gone on the gap between Oxford and Exeter. Meanwhile, through goes Strathclyde to take 7th position. And if Exeter and Oxford drop this, that'll mean Strathclyde are into the big final. Portsmouth will know this, and they're going to keep on keeping on as well. Aberdeen chasing down Hertfordshire.
Put it into perspective, Giles, and the Hertfordshire and Aberdeen are doing 126s. The top 2 who haven't pitted yet are in the 128s. So 2 seconds slower.
That's how this is. We've got 2 minutes of racing, 2 laps.
and the gap between Exeter and Queen Mary is exactly 2 laps. It's 4 seconds.
I think what Exeter are doing, Giles, they're seriously fuel coasting.
They have to be. That's the only way they're going to see it through to the end without losing their top 5 position.
All they got to do is make it through to the final.
You can see it here. Here's Queen Mary. They've got Exeter in their sights. Exeter, I don't think are going to have a reply. They're not going to be able to defend precisely for the reasons you've given, Jess. They're fuel coasting, surely.
Yeah, and it is because I think even if Oxford fuel coast, I think Oxford will just about make it through. I think that
Exeter down into third. This strategy is brave, and it might not pay off for the Devonshire team, who were kind enough to include our voices in their car launch.
Have you?
Well, they included our voices in their trailer.
Really?
Yes.
I will have a look at that when I get back to my hotel tonight.
It's not going to buy them any bias from us, though, we promise.
No.
Aberdeen locking up under pressure from NTU, Nottingham Trent.
Oh, look, Exeter went off.
And Exeter, surely.
Oxford's pitted.
Oxford has pitted at the last minute, and Exeter are down in 6th. Exeter have pitted as well.
No.
This is exactly what we said was going to happen. Queen Mary in 1st, in 2nd is Hertfordshire, in 3rd is Aberdeen, NTU are in 4th.
How are Oxford in 5th?
Oxford holding on for dear life in 5th.
What's happened?
There's Aberdeen.
They must have changed tyres as well, Exeter.
Exeter down in 6th, back out on track, but it's not going to be enough. Sideways. Sideways go Hertfordshire. Through go NTU. Through goes Oxford. And that leaves Hertfordshire with the final position, but they...
Exeter's run out of fuel, yeah. I
That
think
would explain it.
Oxford pitted just in time.
Hertfordshire should relax now. They've got a 12-second gap between themselves and Exeter. They're still in with the final.
Yeah.
If I were them, I'd just let it be.
I would just play it safe in the final. We're on the final lap. Just play it safe because you know you're going to make it through.
That fuel coasting just wasn't enough for Exeter.
They should have put it a lap earlier, then they would have been fine. If they put it a lap earlier, they would have got through.
I don't know whether a lap earlier would have been. I don't think the gap was big enough that they wouldn't have dropped out of the top 5.
But here comes Queen Mary Giles to secure
victory.
Their place in Finals A. So well done, Queen Mary. You're through to Finals A to race at Silverstone.
Aberdeen coming through now, as do NTU, as do Oxford University, and as do Hertfordshire.
Top 5, they're through.
And that is it. No more places left in the top final.
But don't forget, from 6th to 10th, they score points. So 6th place gets 28 points, 7th gets 26, 8th gets 24, 9th gets 22 points, and P10 gets 26. If you're in 6th to 10th, you're not going to come home from this empty-handed. You're still going to get points from this. So Exeter's going to get 28 points from this race. It's a bit of a shame that they just missed out, but
just a little bit. But there are your race winners, Queen Mary, churning out the virtual grass. Absolutely over the moon. Absolute legends are Queen Mary. A well-deserved victory for a team that have been consistently appearing and engaging with the sim racing series. You can see how over the moon they are with that. Really lovely bunch of guys. We know for a fact that they've got a lot of love on the chat as well. Anastasia is going to be over the moon. Chief Bentil Hutton will be very happy with that. They've done very well, have Queen Mary. We'll hopefully be able to catch up with them very shortly. And I must say, there is a top 5 for you that are now going to be in the grand final. Lots of love for Queen Mary, says Anastasia. Meanwhile, Joe Guy says, well done, Hertfordshire.
Monty will be happy.
They've all done very well to get into that top 5. I am gutted for Exeter. They were so close, but ever so far away. And we should be able to bring you an interview, I hope, very shortly.
A virtual interview from Hong Kong in a minute.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, fantastic.
Because they've won, I think, a few races so
It is
far
about
today.
time we spoke to Hong Kong. And I don't know whether you've ever been, Jess, but it's an amazing city.
I would like to go. I think Hong Kong have been the biggest improvers so far today.
Certainly.
Absolutely incredible. Took advantage of the chaos, and they got a good position in Finals A later on. Biggest events in their life, but they got a bit of a gap between now and Finals A. But they're going to have some time to speak to us though, so that's good news.
That is good news.
Hopefully, we'll hear from Queen Mary though.
So we've got a big final to come. We've got plenty of interviews as well. So make sure
you stick around because it's going to be a spellbinding next hour or so. I think our next hour is really what it all comes down to. So let's go over to Hong Kong. Hello in Hong Kong.
Hello.
How are
Yeah,
you?
we can hear you.
A bit sleepy.
I can
because
imagine
it's
so.
already
What, it
12.
must be midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning in Hong Kong by this
12.
point. 12.
12 a.m.
Congratulations on some absolutely spectacular results today, and especially when we were just beginning to get going, it was already early evening in Hong Kong. So your endurance has been impeccable. Thank you so much for racing with us. You've improved dramatically over the course of the last year, entering in October and joining us for the first time. How has the strategy been to get yourselves into the position where you've been winning so many races today?
I don't know, just practice more. Because I was quite busy with the schoolwork and the the earlier stages of the school year. So yeah, and when semester end, and I could put some more commitment to sim racing and to practice more and then to compete at the front. Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. What's been your favorite race of the season?
I'd say maybe round 6 because I
remember
mainly
that.
raced GT3, yeah, but I got taken out by a lap car, so
I
was-
was watching that back. I was gutted for you when that happened.
but yeah, that's racing, so nothing I can do about that.
That is true.
So has it just been yourself driving today? It's been a one-driver entry?
Oh no,
No, they had another. They had another driver.
Yeah, my teammate won race 3, split 1.
Oh yeah, he did. Oh, that
Wonderful
was a
stuff.
brilliant performance from him then as well.
Yes.
So are you guys just together swapping in and out throughout the evening and as the sun goes down in Hong Kong?
Oh yeah, we're both racing at our homes and we're just chatting on Discord. Yeah.
Well, from all of us here at Formula Student, let your parents know we really appreciate them
staying
tolerating
up.
you guys, you being up until midnight, 1 o'clock to compete in this. It's been an absolute pleasure having you not only today but in the series. So thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
Very best of luck, and we'll catch you soon. Thank you.
And best of luck to them in the finals coming up as well.
Exactly. So we are moments away from those finals, and we're going to go to Silverstone because we've got to go to Silverstone. But before we go to Silverstone, we're going to look back at what was a race of strategy as opposed to wheel-to-wheel action, but nonetheless, it was completely riveting.
I have to say, Thruxton was pretty much deciding round for a lot of these drivers, and it came down to fuel once again.
Indeed. And I don't know how well you drive muscle cars. I don't know whether you even tried it, Jess.
I've never tried these type of cars, no.
But these things tend to be designed for straight line speed as opposed to cornering, so they roll like nobody's business. So the way that they got off the line, like that was absolutely outrageous from Queen Mary to get off the line like that and then just stay there the entire race. A fantastic drive from Queen Mary Formula Student. Oxford University up there, doing fairly well, and then it was a brave strategy from them not to pit, but we've seen it from them before, so it didn't go without its surprises. And of all the other teams to follow Oxford's lead, I do feel like Exeter would be the one.
I didn't think any of them would follow Oxford lead, but there we go.
If it had to be one, it would be Exeter. It did work out for Oxford in the end. It just didn't work out for Exeter.
But that's because they ran out of fuel on track, whereas
Yeah.
Oxford, they knew they ran out of fuel, so they came to the pits at the opportune moment. So
Indeed, and
so
a lot of
Oxford
these
did
teams
well.
getting to grips with off-road driving, potentially not by choice. This absolute pile-up here, massive crash, and yet somehow both drivers managed to stay in. There's Exeter.
That's what lost it for them.
See, this is the thing with Exeter. This is what they're used to driving on because they're from Devon. So that's.
Hey, I'm from Devon.
Well, my mother's from Tiverton. I spent a lot of time in Devon growing up, so.
Yeah, I'm actually an hour away from Exeter.
Yes, that is Plymouth, isn't it?
Yes.
Portsmouth Racing Electric then defending very well from NTU. This was a fantastic wheel-to-wheel battle that went on for ages. It was great to see. No one giving each other an inch, but keeping it fairly clean. Meanwhile, Bradley Liu says, Hong Kong, let's go. And Darren Davison says, top hat Tyler Davison for the win in the A final. Let's go Hull A, or Hull A, as they like to hear it. Meanwhile, Queen Mary getting through there on Exeter. Exeter just out of luck in the end. I am gutted for them. I'll be interested to see what sort of car they turn up with in a few days.
I don't think they went through scrutineering last year, so I really hope the teams that didn't make it through scrutineering last year make it through this year.
I must say, credit where credit's due, irrespective of the engineering and the car itself, I will say that Exeter's marketing team and social media team have been on it all year. So if you're part of that from Exeter, hats off, well done.
Yeah, because I see them on their Instagram. Like, I see a lot of reels from them as well. I see it on all their social medias. It's crazy. And I think fair play to every single guy and lady on the social media team
They
for
do
Formula
they do a
students.
slick job. They do a slick job. If you're in motorsport and you're looking for someone to market your team, Exeter University might be the door to knock on. Meanwhile, we are knocking on the door of the grand final from Silverstone.
I'm excited.
I'm excited. I'm also going to do this, Jess. I'm going to hold you to this. Your predictions, top 3.
Oh my goodness! I'm trying to remember who's in the final. I'm gonna go with Bolton P1 because they've been the most consistent.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go with Southampton. Then between Glasgow and Vigo for me for third.
See, for me, I'd say I'd go Glasgow. I would go Southampton, and then wild card. I think Queen Mary might sneak into third if they manage to handle it well.
Because they've been used to the rigs, haven't they?
They've been used to the rigs. They've built up that experience with the rigs all day. Not to mention, if you recall last year in the final, there was absolute carnage on lap 1, and a lot of the front runners didn't manage to actually hold on to that lead because of the carnage into the first corner at Abbey. And as I recall it, Aaron Farmer from Cardiff held it for a while, then made a mistake and didn't quite manage to end up on the podium. But he started at the back.
He's starting at the back today because he's a Royal driver entry as well. So it's a repeat from last time, as all the drivers, as you can see on your screens, are getting ready for Finals A, which will be starting in just, in about, looking at the time, it will be starting at 5:20.
Got 10 minutes. So to keep us entertained and to keep you entertained, let us know where you're watching from. Who are you supporting? What are your predictions from the top 3? We'd also love to get a wave from the people sat watching on the sofas. You're on camera. If you can hear us, give us a wave. Big up the Strathclyde. Looking forward to seeing their car out on track. Aberdeen also have been brilliant all day. So get in touch. Let us know. I'm looking forward to seeing Edith Cohen at Silverstone this year. They've come all the way from Australia. Their first time with us at Silverstone since before the pandemic. 2018, 2019 was the last time we saw them. So very much looking forward to that. Oxford Brookes looking as well prepared as ever. Trinity College Dublin will be bringing their car over from the Irish equivalent of Oxbridge, which will be very exciting to see. Cardiff have been doing a fair amount of testing, although one of their wishbones did decide to fall off during testing, as in their Days of Silverstone documentary. Talking of documentaries, South Bank Racing are a team I really do want to see out on track this year. They just didn't quite manage to get through scrutineering last year. I was watching the documentary, and watching that, I nearly ended up in tears. I could feel the emotion. This year, South Bank have got sponsorship from Ford, and it's only their 3rd year competing in Formula Student.
Third year.
I'd be really interested to see whether they can get out on track. As we've been discussing, Exeter, touch and go as to whether we'll see them. Queen Mary, they reckon they're in between 60 and 70% chance of getting through scrutineering and out on track, which is fairly good. I hope I haven't jinxed it by saying that.
You probably have. One of the best bits of Formula Student is when I'm not commentating, is hearing, when going through the paddock and having with the notes and hearing the cheers of teams that have passed scrutineering, and that means they can go out on track. It's incredible. And there's some teams that only made it through scrutineering on Sunday.
I've got to do a special shout out for someone I have a whole lot of love for. She's an absolutely wonderful lady, even though I've never met her. Wendy Cohen, mother of Nev from Glasgow. She says, "Hello, Giles. Just joining you from Glasgow. Been a busy day for me, so late to the show. Don't worry,
buddies.
You've got here just in time, Wendy, for the final race of the day. Big love to you. Always lovely to hear from you." She invited me on behalf of the Glasgow team to their campsite last year. It was great fun. They had a massive conga line. I met some fantastic people there. Glaswegians know how to party. And
I hope they have a safe day.
Oh, that's a fantastic hat. That might actually be in with a shout of best dressed of Formula student, and we're only on the sim racing final. Look at that. That's brilliant.
Wait, is that one of the awards again this season?
Well, it's the unofficial award. So the previous commentary team would have the Celtic Cup between teams from like the Celtic areas of the UK. We couldn't think of anything that creative. So we ended up coming with the best dressed at Formula Student Award, if you remember.
Oh, yeah. I'll be keeping an eye out on Sunday then.
Yes. So if you fancy an unofficial award from people that talk about it rather than do it, then feel free to wear something interesting, and we might spot you on camera. Anyway, we're moments away from going racing for the final time here from the Williams eSports HQ. Thank you ever so much to them. They're an absolutely fantastic team who've been effortless when it comes to their hosting skills, and HighViz Media have been brilliant as well. Thank you very much to HighViz, who've been keeping us on track throughout the day, in our ears, operating the stream. It's why it looks so good for you. Meanwhile, Chief Hutton says 100% passing scrutineering. He's apostrophized that with hopefully.
Touch wood.
Yes, touch plenty of wood where you can find it. I'm really looking forward to this, Jess. I really am. We're moments away from this. And you know, you've been to Silverstone, you've been to the Grand Prix. You know how exciting it is as a track, let alone irrespective.
And it's nice to drive
exactly,
as well.
Irrespective of whether it's virtual or in person. Silverstone, as far as I'm concerned, is one of the best tracks ever designed. And I have a theory on this.
Yeah.
One, it's the European circuits, and two, it's the circuits that are old enough that they actually have names for each corner rather than turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. That's my theory on what makes a good circuit.
And that's why Imola was so good earlier on.
Exactly. Whereas these street circuits that are popping up these days, which I appreciate, have more draw to them as spectacle. You're racing between buildings in Las Vegas and Singapore and Saudi. It still doesn't beat something like Silverstone on a disused RAF base, you know?
Imagine, so you were there a couple of weeks ago for Silverstone, weren't you? What was the reaction like when Lewis Hamilton came across the line to win the British Grand Prix?
It was absolutely euphoric. I had my hand over my eyes for the past few laps because I was so concerned that Max was going to take it, and he probably would have done with another lap or two. He probably would have done. And the release of tension and the complete euphoria when you realise that there was one lap left and he couldn't close it, and it was Hamilton's, his 9th British Grand Prix win, was just stunning. It was a win that I don't think any of us ever thought would come, including Lewis. I don't think Lewis thought it would come.
You could make it 10 for Ferrari as well. And the atmosphere last year when I went for the first time was probably one of the best experiences I've ever witnessed. I mean, it like every time a British driver came across the Hamilton straight where I was sat, there was cheers.
Oh, absolutely.
It was crazy. They cheered the most, I think, for Lewis Hamilton. But I think they cheered more for Lando Norris a lot this year as well, and they cheered for all of them as well. It's great to have so much talent, and I think there's so many other good tracks that have had good atmospheres. Zandvoort, I think, comes to mind with another. I think joint first. I think with best atmosphere because the Dutch fans are insane. They're like one of the best fans in.
Other motorsports are available, I should point out.
Yeah, other motorsports are available, of course, as well.
We're simps for Formula 1.
Yeah, obviously, because we go to Formula 1 as well.
If it wasn't obvious. I must say, we've got different cars this year. We've got the same track, but different cars for the Grand Final.
The Porsche 911s.
Yes, exactly. We previously ran cars that were essentially Formula 1, or certainly Formula single-seaters. We've now got Porsche 911 GT3s. So that should mean they're easier to handle, and we get a more closer racing, I would imagine.
Open setup as well, like they were in Finals B. So they've just had about 6 minutes during practice.
That snuck onto camera there. Sorry, there was someone just edged his way into the camera, gave a wave, and then shot off again.
Yeah, I saw that, and some of the teams are practicing a little bit just to make sure they got the right setup. They have around about 30 seconds of practice before they get into the actual racing. Luckily, all 20 teams are in the server.
If you were driving, Jess, what setup would you be choosing?
Oh, I have experience with an F1 car, not a GT car, so it's hard for me to tell. It's a medium speed track, so I would go somewhere with medium downforce really, because you don't want a car with too high downforce or low downforce on the F1 car. On the Porsches, I don't know, but these are engineering students, so they have a rough idea on what stuff to put in a GT car more than we do. But the countdown is coming on. We've got 1 minute and 50 seconds, Giles, until we get racing.
Let's go for the final time. I'm Giles Cosgrove. She's Jess Ball. We're ably assisted by James Montgomery. If you're just joining us, welcome to the grand final of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2024. 3 teams vying for the championship. They are Glasgow, they are Bolton, and they are Southampton. It comes down to the next 25 minutes of racing. We're going live from a virtual Silverstone. They will be racing Porsche GT3 Cups, a lineup of 25 cars. You can see them there beginning to line up on the grid, fine-tuning their setup. Not long before we get to go racing. Billy Sturdy in the comments. You all, we've got the lineup there. I think, is that what they're lining up for?
I think so, but I might be wrong. I think
it seems appropriate. It does seem appropriate. We've got, according to our screens, we appreciate you can't see this yet. We might be able to give you a bit of a insight, a bit of a
I've got the grid here. I've got the grid here on Discord. So
Wonderful.
We've got Bolton in P1,
Yep.
Glasgow P2, Polytechnic in 3rd, Vigo in 4th, Southampton 5th, N²rburgring University in 6th, Portsmouth B in 7th, University College Dublin in 8th, University of Hull 9th, Queen's University Belfast in 10th. Then we've got Salford in 11th, Munster Technological University in 12th, University of Bath in 13th, University of Welsh Trinity St David in 14th. Then we got the ones who qualified from Finals B. We got Queen Mary in 15th, Aberdeen in 16th, NTU in 17th, Oxford in 18th, Hertfordshire in 19th, and since Cardiff is a one-driver entry, they will be starting at the back of the grid. Giles, we've got 5 seconds. I'm going to stand up for this because it's going to be an electric race. Giles, over to you.
Here come the lights, here come the revs, here comes the last of the racing today from a virtual Silverstone. Lights out, revs up, away we go, and it's an absolutely cracking start off the line from Khan from Glasgow and Polytechnic from Hong Kong, try and sneak through on Bolton as well. Here they go into Abbey. Now onto Farm Curve and Village. This is going to be very tight indeed, and just holding on to the lead. As far as I can tell, that is Bolton, and someone has gone off, gone well down. That's the Montfort University Polytechnic have gone down as well, gutting from them, given they started in 3rd. There's Bath on your screens now, vying with Cardiff. Cardiff having started at the back, up into 13th, now dropping down into 17th. They've been knocked off somewhere, gutting from them. The team from the southwest, Bath, doing fairly well. Vying, meanwhile, it's Hong Kong Polytechnic versus Hull A. Hull A trying to sweep through on the inside. Round they go. This is really close. It will be on that one. They'll eventually space out, but for now, it's Hull A ahead of Polytechnic of Hong Kong. They're trying to get past Southampton now. Nothing separating them. Meanwhile, Bolton have gone off away, and that is followed by Khan from Glasgow. You're on board with University College Dublin. You can get a great view here of the fight for 5th between Polytechnic and Hong Kong and Hull A as they go through Cops.
Yeah, that is Cops Corner that they're going through. We've seen many calamities in previous races in real life and also in sim racing as well, but it is very tight now towards through Maggots, Beckett and Chapel. A little bit of a lift in F1 cars. We need to brake a little bit more in these type of cars. Now heading towards the Hangar Straight, which is absolutely beautiful around Silverstone. We're running on board with the University of Glasgow, chasing down Bolton for P1. N²rburgring has gone off again, which is a shame. But Glasgow and Bolton are fighting for the championship. We've got Glasgow who's performing very well today in 3rd. Southampton drops a little bit to 4th, but these are the 2 teams we've got to keep an eye on. Bolton is just going to hope Glasgow's had a moment, but as it stands, if Glasgow do well in this race and if they stay in 2nd, they won the title, I believe, Giles, right?
It all comes down to the next 23 minutes or so. Glasgow piling on the pressure on Bolton, opening up a gap of 1.7 seconds between themselves and Vigo. Vigo actually are the team that really can prevent Glasgow from winning here. Elsewhere, that's Hertfordshire strewed across the track. They're down
in the bottom there. Almost take out NTU in the process. That is Hertfordshire down and out. University of Wales, Trinity St David also struggling. Glasgow are battling hard with Bolton here all over their rear end. I would not want to be Bolton right now. It feels invasive. Here comes Glasgow, looking to the outside, looking to the inside, trying to find a way through. Nothing just there yet. Braking hard. Are they going to touch? Not yet. Absolutely impeccable driving from Ibrahim Khan. He's become a legend here in Formula Student Sim Racing from Glasgow. Bolton holding them off. Bolton have had an absolutely impeccable weekend today, and I just can't see which way this is going to go, because here are two teams that are almost evenly matched, and there's a pile-up round the back.
That's
Aberdeen going down as Munster, UCD and Queen's Belfast all go through. You're back with Glasgow now, on board with Ibrahim Khan. His view of Bolton, the car that stands between them and victory. Winning this, they've got it. That's all that they need to do. In fact, they could finish quite here nicely, but let's be honest with you, they are not going to settle for second. They will want the win. It's Glasgow down to the ground. Billy Sturdy asking that Davison do a shoey hattie. Tyler, get your top hat, get a drink. Meanwhile, Glasgow, 0.2 seconds between the pair of them. Bolton going defensive, diving to the racing line, diving to the inside. Glasgow not close enough to make a move on them just yet. Jess, you know Silverstone like the back of your hand. Where would you be overtaking in this situation?
Well, there's plenty of opportunities. I think most people would overtake through Stowe Corner. That's where you would get the move. But we have seen many moves going into Vale and Club as well. But Stowe is the corner I would take. All the Wellington straight in towards Brooklyn. Those are the two I would keep an eye on. At turn 1 and Abbey, I think it's hard to go for a move here. I think it's only if someone makes a bit of a mistake. But Glasgow is keeping on the back of Bolton very nicely indeed. And these are the two championship contenders for a reason. Bolton being consistent throughout the day. Glasgow have been very consistent throughout the entirety of the championship.
There, meanwhile, is Hull A up on Polytechnic of Hong Kong. They finally got through. As I must say, these teams are keeping it nice and clean, which is a real pleasure to watch. Munster University down on Queen's Belfast. Meanwhile, you're there with Bolton under pressure from Glasgow. And I just can't help but wonder how long Bolton can hold off the seemingly inevitable 0.25 seconds between Glasgow and, of course, Bolton. Bolton and Glasgow lapping a whole second ahead of the third place car, Vigo. That is how quick these two teams are compared to the rest of the pack. They're opening up that gap. 3.5 seconds between Glasgow and Vigo. Vigo headed towards that top 3 position, but I don't see them getting anywhere close to the top of the podium. It's going to be between these two on your screens, Glasgow and Bolton. Bolton defending, Glasgow attacking. Which way it's going to go the next 19.5 minutes, we'll tell you. Stay with us. This is absolutely impeccable from the pair of them. Meanwhile, Queen Mary under pressure from Cardiff now.
No, they're not under pressure from Cardiff. They're putting pressure on N³rburgring in 10th spot, Giles. They head towards Chapel. And that was a brilliant exit from the pair of them as well. And you can see the concentration on everyone's faces around the Williams eSports Arena, which is a really great arena. Rigs kitted out very, very nicely indeed. And I think we got N³rburgring just pulling away a little bit from Queen's Mary as we head past in towards Vale now as well, as we saw Bolton and Glasgow setting personal best of the session so far. Bolton looking very impressive in sector 3 right now. Last lap, they've set exactly, I'm looking at the time, look at the timings, Giles, on the last lap. They both set exactly the same time.
Oh my days, that's unreal. Meanwhile, here comes Southampton trying to get past Vigo. They go wide and through goes Hull A. We could have almost then ended up with the top 3 protagonists in the championship, finishing in the top 3.
Glasgow's going to try and go for the move in towards, I think it's Brooklyn. Yes, it is Brooklyn. I should know, because the building on the right-hand side. And we got Bolton closing in as they head towards Luffield. It's quite hard to see. Oh, they almost make a bit of contact, but they didn't make a bit of contact. They're A-OK so far. In towards Woodcote then, which is where Giles and Monty are going to be on Saturday for celebration, I believe.
We're here on Saturday, going down the old pitch straight, headed towards Cox. It's a brave place to overtake, and Ibrahim Khan not making the move down there. Lewis and Max proving that it's probably a bit risky to do so. The gap staying at 0.22 seconds.
He's being patient. He's being very patient, the guys at Glasgow. They know it's a long race coming up, the longest race they've got tonight. So that they're just keeping their cool because I think ideally they want the ones behind chasing down Bolton and pretty much.
That gap has closed up now, though.
Here it comes
0.16, 0.15. Surely a move's coming at this moment. Yeah, maybe.
No, they're not.
Losing the slipstream, just moving just slightly out of the wheel, and you can see how much of an effect that has. The gap back up to 0.25 seconds. Southampton back up on Hull A into 4th. Meanwhile, it is between Bolton and Glasgow for the win. 17 minutes of racing left to go. There's a pit stop to come, surely.
Yes, because don't forget, we almost forgot that there were pit stops just because we've been so engrossed in the action, Giles. But we do know that there's going to be pit stops underway soon. And the question is, who's going to pit first? Oh no! Someone's gone off. That's Bath. That's
Bath gone, and Salford and Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel go through to take advantage of that off by Bath. That puts Salford into 8th. That puts Portsmouth Racing Alternative Fuel into 7th. They'll be very pleased with that.
Yep.
Can't harm their prospects. They won't win, but it will certainly mean they finish higher. Hull A going wheel to wheel now with Vigo, Hull A, Southampton and Polytechnic of Hong Kong all battling for that final podium position. You're on board there with Hull A. Vigo in front of them, Southampton and Polytechnic of Hong Kong behind them. You're on board with Polytechnic of Hong Kong. Ahead of them is Southampton. They're one of our key championship protagonists, and it looks to me just like as each minute slips away, they are losing the championship to Glasgow.
I think they are, because don't forget, for those who did just join us, yes, Southampton are leading the championship, but they've scored more consistently in the drop rounds, whereas Glasgow, remember, had a very poor showing in round 1 in Brazil. So technically, if Southampton won this, they would have only scored 40 points. They're going to score less than this.
Do you want the irony of that?
What?
It was Southampton that asked for the drop round to be introduced in between seasons.
Yeah, they did.
It was Southampton's idea to introduce a drop round. It's not their idea, but they were one of the teams that are very vocal about having it in. And it might be the thing that...
blown up in their faces.
Well, that's certainly one way of putting it. Hull A on the approach to Vigo with pressure from Southampton behind them. The 4 of them battling for 3rd place. Southampton need every single point they can get if they want to be within even a chance of getting it off of Glasgow. Glasgow and Bolton battling it out. Southampton will be praying that the two take each other out. That might be the only way that Southampton can claim victory here. Hull A going round the outside of Vigo. Vigo on the inside. 3 abreast here. This is a brave move then as Southampton goes into 3rd. Southampton goes into 3rd. Hull A goes wide. Through goes Vigo. And that is your top 3 and now your championship protagonists. Hull A back into 4th, battling it out with Vigo. They've been very good today, have Vigo, but not enough as they go wide and Hull A goes through. Southampton are up into 3rd and absolutely spellbinding stuff. There is Polytechnic at the back. The best of them at the back, so to speak. Hong Kong, and it's like 2 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock in the midnight over there. It's just magical.
It's
Meanwhile,
the next day, so... Meanwhile, Glasgow...
Bumper to fender here for Glasgow versus Bolton. The gap up to 0.27 seconds.
Oh no, look at that, Polytechnic!
Oh, a crash there between Polytechnic of Hong Kong and...
No, it's not. It's Vigo. Yeah, Vigo and Polytechnic had a bit of an off. But sometimes you can lose concentration, especially if you're staying up at this time of the night for the people at Hong Kong, of course. Don't forget, 7 teams are dining in remotely. I think pretty much most of the teams are in this lobby.
That marker out of the way, nicely done. It's the battle for the win. 5 laps completed, 13 minutes and 50 seconds of racing left. Bolton versus Glasgow, 0.3 seconds, 0.03 of a second between them. This is what it comes down to. 0.3 of a second, I should say. You can see the gap there is almost nothing. And going well wide is one of those back markers who's really struggling. Could that be Aberdeen? I think it must be.
It must be. Or it might be, yeah, it is Aberdeen. CT, the only one that's a lap down, Giles.
There we go. That's Bolton, who are racing impeccably. But I'm fairly certain, Jess, Ibrahim could get past if he wanted to. I feel like he's playing for time.
He doesn't have to, though, because I believe if he finishes second, Glasgow still won the title.
This is it. Southampton are 8 seconds down. You can see them at the back of your screens there. As through and away go Glasgow and... Oh, and there we go. There we go. Bolton tapped out the way by Glasgow, and that's all over for Bolton. As I was speaking about Southampton praying for some sort of crash, it's gone the way that Southampton will not have wanted it to. Bolton tapped out by Glasgow. I'm sure Bolton are going to have something to say about that.
In this, and Portsmouth Alternative Fuels had a bit of an off as well.
I can't believe that's happened. That's 5 seconds now between Glasgow and Bolton.
Southampton, Vigo, Polytechnic, College Dublin and Alternative Fuel are in the pits for their first and one and only stop.
Okay, now things are getting interesting because Glasgow have not pitted, and as we saw a couple of weeks ago at Silverstone, a lap's difference between pit stops can make all the difference.
Yeah,
this is
we saw that in real life, didn't we? Yeah.
12 minutes of racing left to go. Oof, that was poor from Glasgow, says Roland on the ropes. Viva Vigo, says Lois Snow. Chief Hutton asking who is Davison. He's hoping for a top 10 finish for Queen Mary. Queen Mary currently...
Queen Mary in 8th, Giles, so don't get there in finals B.
So Chief Hutton will do very well.
So I'll say a very good performance for them.
Queen's Belfast battling it out with...
Queen's Belfast fighting with Trinity
Southampton go through on Oxford. Southampton, bear in mind, have pitted. Glasgow, your race leaders, 6 seconds ahead of Bolton, have not. Bolton haven't pitted either. 11 minutes to go. This is tight. You can see them concentrating like hell on the bottom right of your screens there. There is no reality to them. This is the reality. Forget that this was simulating. Bolton on the ropes asking about post-race stewarding. There has been previously.
There should be.
We don't know how it will affect things at the moment.
Because they're going to get the awards out on Saturday, so they've got to make a decision before Saturday.
Exactly. De Montfort closing in on Salford. Salford in the top 5. Bath ahead of them. Then it's Hull. Then it's Bolton. Then it is Glasgow. All to play for, all to change.
Look, Giles.
And here
Glasgow's
we
in
go then.
The pits.
Glasgow have pitted indeed, and it's a lap later.
And Bolton. And Hull.
So the question is, when was the right time to have pitted? Was it a lap ago? Was it now?
Usually the undercut works, Giles, in these type of circuits because the pit lane loss around this circuit compared to most other circuits on the calendar that we're seeing in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series is much higher, the pit lane loss. So ideally you want to come in early to get your pit stops done and dusted and get your out laps. Look at that.
Bolton go back through to reclaim the lead. Glasgow down, down, down. Deeper and down, as Status Quo once said.
Why has Glasgow dropped it out? Bolton pit. Oh yeah, Bolton dropped down.
Cardiff, shockingly, up into 3rd, given that they started at the back. But I don't know how long that will last for, given they haven't pitted, I don't think.
They still yet. So the ones who still yet to pit are your top 3, as well as MTU and University of Welsh Trinity St David and University of Portsmouth Alternative Fuel and Hertfordshire, I believe. Everyone else has started.
So this is the battle for the lead, but it can't last very long because none of these top 3 have pitted. So
you don't want to do an Exeter in the last race.
Salford and De Montfort battling for the lead here. Nice wheel-to-wheel action, but losing it there are De Montfort, and that's inviting Cardiff to come through, and Cardiff do come through. A full 360 there from De Montfort, and Cardiff, against all odds, suddenly in 2nd. How long that will last for, I wouldn't like to say.
Probably this lap, I think, Giles, they will come into the pit lane.
Salford leading, Cardiff in 2nd, a gap of 2.4 seconds between them. De Montfort in 3rd, Glasgow in 4th, Bolton in 5th. Glasgow have already gone back past Bolton even after the pit stop.
Oxford's had a problem, Giles. He has lost it heading towards the loop and in towards the Wellington Straight, and they hit the wall.
Completely lost that in a very bad way, and that's not going to do Salford any good either, who are right across the side of the track and almost took out. Who was that they almost took out then?
Salford.
That was close. Cardiff leading, followed by De Montfort, then Salford, with Glasgow in 4th, Bolton in 5th, Queen's Belfast in 6th, Southampton all the way down in 8th, having pitted, but they still haven't made it work. Glasgow is still ahead of them. The question does remain then, were Glasgow right to wait a lap? It's looking like they were. There are your potential winners. Both De Montfort and Cardiff have headed for the pits, as have Salford. Glasgow are about to retake the lead then. And could we be about to see a repeat of last year, Jess? The complete and utter dominance of the Scots.
And don't forget, not like last year. Because last year they dominated towards the end of the sim racing series. In this series, it's been a mixture of Southampton and Glasgow taking victories.
It has indeed.
So it's been closer.
Certainly been a more closely run thing. But the end result, could it be the same? It's looking like it. 8 minutes of racing to go. Ibrahim Khan driving for Glasgow in the lead, followed by Bolton. Then it's Hull, and away down the running order go all the teams in the pits. Cardiff back out on track by the looks of things.
Yes.
And they are in 8th as it stands. Still better than last.
as are College Dublin coming up into 9th. Meanwhile, on your screens right now,
Qualifying
Polytechnic
into
of Hong
final
Kong.
day is an achievement in itself, isn't it?
Indeed. Polytechnic of Hong Kong not have, from a really strong start, they're down in 12th, and they are pushing themselves up into 11th now. Impeccable driving for the team from Hong
Belfast
Kong.
is off. No. Belfast has had an off heading towards the loop, I believe.
Disappointment then.
Oh no, it's
for
not
the Irish.
Belfast, it's
That's Portsmouth Racing Alternative
Electric.
Fuel.
Alternative fuel, yeah. It's hard to tell because there was a thing at the bottom saying Queen's Belfast, but it was something else. So don't panic, Queen's Belfast, it's not you.
Here comes Salford. Trying to get past the Polytechnic of Hong Kong. Polytechnic of Hong Kong, meanwhile, pushing on Queen Mary, Formula student, who are at risk of losing that top 10 position their team are so desperate for. Down through Cops they go. Six minutes and a half to go.
It's gone quickly this race, hasn't it, Giles? And we could see Bath catching up quite rapidly to Vigo as well. Can they get the slipstream needed, heading towards Stoke Court? The answer to that, are they going to take the right? Mate, no, they thought about it, but they're not going to. No.
It was very nearly a bollard, Jess.
That was very nearly a bollard, but luckily it's not.
Just about holding on there. Bath putting the pressure on the Spaniards, attempting to get into that top 5. A gap of 0.3 seconds between them. Elsewhere, Glasgow have got an 8-second lead on Bolton. Are they unstoppable at this point? I hate to say it, but I think they are myself, unless they make a mistake, and I don't think Ibrahim makes mistakes personally.
Nope.
You're on board there with Polytechnic, who are chasing down Queen Mary. Queen Mary desperate to hold on to that top 10. We've been hearing about it in the comments on the stream. But Polytechnic have been driving impeccably all day, especially given the time of night it is over in Hong Kong. You're looking at about 1 a.m. at the moment, and they go down the inside here. Can they make it stick? No, they can't. Queen Mary have got the power, and they flick in between 3 wide almost. This is an interesting one. Really well defended by Queen Mary. Salford are side by side with Hong Kong Polytechnic. Salford not quite getting on it, and there go Polytechnic go away, go well wide and through. Surely go Salford. Salford indeed take 11th off of Polytechnic of Hong Kong, and Queen Mary will be thanking their lucky stars that buys them just a little bit more time. Salford in the black, red and yellow, absolutely gorgeous livery there. That looks really well put together. Meanwhile, Vigo here coming through under a little bit of pressure from Bath. I say a little bit, quite a lot in fact. Bath getting a bit squiffy on the very edge of the course. Here comes Maggots and Beckett's, I think.
Yep, you're correct, Giles. And they're heading towards Chapel. You need to aim as much as you can to the right-hand side, but don't clip the curb too much there, because that will definitely unsettle these 4911s.
Pushing hard now are Bath. They will want that top 5 finish. Vigo have been driving wonderfully all day. It's just a shame their football team had to beat us the other day.
I think we've got Cardiff going side by side with Polytechnic and Salford going side by side with Queen Mary. So Cardiff is back in this, or has Cardiff made a mistake? I think Cardiff might have made a mistake.
Cardiff getting a bit squiffy through there, but looking around the outside. That's a brave move from Cardiff, and they don't quite make it work. And there's a big pile up, and that's Queen Mary coming off worst out of that. And Queen Mary are down into 12th. Utterly gutting. Salford in 10th. And in 11th, that is Cardiff. Meanwhile, Bath back with them as they try and take it from Vigo. The gap, I should add, between Glasgow and Bolton opened up to 9.6 seconds. Bath under pressure, or applying the pressure, I should say, to Vigo. Vigo with a rear wing full of the team from Somerset and getting a very squiffy through there of Bath. That's not going to make their job any easier. There's University World Trinity St David going through on Queen's Belfast. Queen's Belfast going well wide, almost gifting the team from Wales the position. McScottish says, by the way, I take it all back about Monty cursing me. Thank you for the update there, McScottish. Here's Cardiff, trying to get into the top 10. Salford ahead of them. Just getting it nice and close, but not quite close enough.
I think this is the closest fight we're seeing. We're seeing the fight between 9th, 10th and 11th, and we're also seeing the fight between the likes of 5th and 6th between Vigo and Bath. That's the closest fight we're seeing out there on track, as we saw Cardiff going wide past Cops Corner.
You're on board with Salford. Salford were under pressure from Cardiff. That pressure seems to have evaporated somewhat as the gap between them opens up to 0.4, 0.5 seconds. Aaron Farmer unwilling to let go, however, as he pushes the car back towards the tail fin of Salford. Meanwhile, here's Bath and Vigo yet again. Their battle has slowed them down so much that it's invited College Dublin and Montfort into the fray as Bath look to the outside. That's a brave move, and that seems like an interesting one, and Bath just managed to make that stick in spite of Vigo getting air off the apex there. That's impressive. Well done to Bath, up into 5th now as they pull away from De Montfort and University College Dublin, leaving Vigo in the dust as well. Southampton, meanwhile, will want to finish in the top 3. What stands between them and the top 3 is Hull A. I believe that's Tyler Davison, and the top hat, plenty of love for him on the stream. He's become a cult figure throughout the day. Braking hard, trying to keep on that racing line, getting a little bit twitchy through there.
And that is not, I think both
That's
Salford
Cardiff and Salford have had a
together.
coming together there, and as a result, that's spent both of them down as Salford go down into 11th and Cardiff are down into 13th as a result of that. Munster go through into 10th.
And here we go to Salford. Salford taking the right-hand side, lining towards Brooklands. Oh, a tiny bit of contact once again, but they just about leave enough room.
Squeezing through though go Cardiff on up into 12th past Queen Mary, gutting for Queen Mary, who are at the moment in 13th with 43 seconds of racing left. Onto the final lap they go. Salford in 11th, trying to get past Munster. Diving down the inside here, that's an interesting choice through Cops. Is that Cops?
Yeah, that is Cops Corner. Usually it's quite hard to make the move across Cops Corner. By the way, Glasgow have just crossed the line for the final lap of the Sim Racing Finals. It's the final lap of the Sim Racing Finals.
It's a cruise to victory for Glasgow, unless they run out of fuel, which they won't because they
won't.
pitted.
They pitted.
Exactly.
So
Genuinely, an act of God is all that stands between Glasgow and back-to-back victories in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. That is it. That is it. We've got seconds of racing to go. Meanwhile, it's the battle for 10th, 9th and 11th and all of those positions that's really hotting up here. Cardiff go well wide. Meanwhile, it's 3 abreast as Vigo, Polytechnic and Munster battle it out there. Here's Vigo. There's Salford and dicing with Munster for 10th. Cardiff behind them in 12th. And through goes Cardiff into 10th. Salford down into 11th and Munster down into 12th after coming together there. Cardiff go well wide, well off the racing line and probably outside the track limits, I can't help but say.
Yes.
And that's your top 10 as it stands. 12 laps completed, 12 seconds between Glasgow and Bolton. They've had one bad round, but it's played them to their advantage with the drop rounds we're doing this year.
Yes, indeed. And I think it's safe to say that Glasgow will be your Sim Racing champions, and we will crown them on Saturday at the awards ceremony. It's Glasgow. They may have not won every round, but they've done a terrific job on keeping consistent, doing well in the engineering challenges. The engineering challenges, they have been on top of that. That's what's helped them as well, was the engineering challenge. But Glasgow is heading towards Stowe Corner for the final time as we see someone going off. That is
facing
Salford
the wrong way. And it's an interesting time for Queen's Belfast to be in the pits, but they are. But here are
your champions
of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2024. Ibrahim Khan, the unstoppable force that he is, meets the immovable object of the championship, and he takes it. Winners of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2024 for the second year in a row. It goes to Scotland. Glasgow have won, crossing the line in second after a magnificent effort across the day. It's Bolton, and in third it's Hull A, who've driven very well indeed, and Southampton will be kicking themselves. They were so close to the championship, but they didn't quite make it work, and they finish in fourth. In fifth comes Bath. They'll be over the moon with that. Fantastic racing from them, especially against De Montfort. That was a brilliant move by Bath. There's University College Dublin, who will take 7th.
I must say, there may be some stewards' inquiries.
There might be, so don't forget, it's all provisional.
At least what we think is going to happen. And what do we know?
Yeah, and obviously we will have a look at the standings as they come through.
So, the fat lady has yet to sing.
Here's some donuts from Glasgow.
The fat lady hasn't quite sung, but she's certainly tuning up, and it looks to me like Glasgow have got it. Meanwhile, the stream chat going wild for Tyler from Hull, Top Hat Tyler, who will have to do a shoey out of his hat.
And on the podium as well for finals A. Brilliant job from Hull A.
Got to be done. Got to be done. And there are Bolton, who just didn't quite manage to get
What
past.
a shame.
It was very close, but the pit stop strategy and the driving of Ibrahim just meant that Glasgow were untouchable by the end of that.
I think Bolton, and they have to have their heads held high today. I think the team of the day for just winning quite a lot of the races, but Glasgow knew what they were up to. They'd done it last year, and they've done it again provisionally. And what a race to do it around Silverstone as well. I can't wait to see their reactions, hopefully online.
It's been a really great day, a really mixed field of winners and top finishers and interesting drives. It's been fantastic. The reaction on the stream here, Wendy
Scottish
Cohen,
flags.
getting UGR. Darren Davison, well done, Top Hat. 3/3 today, Tyler Davison, Mayor HFC, you all, and Yuki Christopher Stotter, the Scottish flag there. So everyone's rather pleased with what they've managed to achieve, as they should be. It's been an impeccable day. You can probably hear them. They're all chatting, all getting to grips with the results. Well done, Glasgow Uni. Next year it goes to Aberdeen, says Jojo Scott. Aberdeen, I'm gutted for. They're a really well put together team. I actually met one of their team members who was assembling the engine loom for their car in her kitchen.
Wow.
Which is just amazing. They showed it to me. They had the insulation stuff down on the kitchen table and just wire everywhere. So we'll hopefully be able to bring you the live reaction. In fact, I've just been reliably informed we can. So let's cross over to that, shall we?
And we got some replays.
Oh, we've got replays, in fact.
Yes. So this was the start then between Bolton and Glasgow. Those were the two to keep an eye on heading in towards turn number one. They kept it clean, but we did see quite a few people that went off. And that was the Mumford, Belfast, Bath. Turn 3 can always end in disaster, and that's what happened with quite a lot of teams in this final race.
Well, it takes a crowd to build a village, and through village there was a crowd.
That is true. Nicely done with your puns.
Thank you very much. And I must say, Bath, I think, might well have been one of my favourite drives of that race. Really well done by
Good
Bath.
recovery from Bath as well, because
Yeah, definitely. Given where they were.
They were 11th by lap 1.
Flashing through them. Here is Bath. I think that's Bolton. There's Bath there. It got swamped in traffic through turn 3 in Village. There's Hull A, meanwhile, putting the moves on Polytechnic of Hong
They
Kong.
were in
That was
sixth.
close.
That was a
very
good
close.
move. Look at that.
There was also a moment further down the line. Was it Hull A versus Bath, where one of them caught air and just about managed to avoid a massive collision? There's
That's
College
you,
Dublin.
College Dublin. By the way, Giles, College Dublin and Bath liveries and Bolton's look similar. They have the
So
same
similar.
colours.
Makes it a little difficult here in the box, but we do our best.
We do.
So please do keep your reactions coming in on the chat. We'll get you live reaction from here at Williams eSports shortly. You're seeing highlights from the race, as we've got it here in the commentary box. For the second year in a row, it goes to Glasgow for the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. A combination of very, very solid driving and impeccable engineering challenges. So there goes off. Well, they got up into a decent position and then lost it again, which
They
seems
did.
to be the story of Cardiff this year. Of momentary glimpses of glory, followed by the usual Welsh disappointment.
The usual bottle, I would say. But fair play to Aaron. You said he was ill, wasn't he? That's why he's not.
That's
at
why he's
Williams.
not here with us. Yes,
Is he going to be well enough to go to Silverstone?
I sincerely hope so.
Because
He's
he's one of the drivers, isn't he? For
one of the drivers for Cardiff. So Aaron, if you're watching, get well
Get there
soon, buddy.
Hope to see you at Silverstone. Well, this weekend.
So here are the highlights, and for us, it's been an absolute pleasure to be with you, talking you through it. But without the drivers, it would be nothing. And Monty is out there with the drivers now. Shall we go and catch up with them?
Yes, we shall. But I think that we still got a bit of the replay to show first, Giles.
Salford going off at the last moment.
Yeah, we still got a few more moments of this replay before we hand over to Monty. And yeah, we saw Salford going on the grass.
And there they are.
And there they are, Glasgow.
Proper job. Right. There we are. And it's been a pleasure being your commentators today. She's been Jess, I've been Giles, and we're going to go and catch up with Monty, who is ready with the drivers.
How was that, guys? I promised you a day full of fun racing. That was another classic race to finish off on today. We're just tossing up the points at the moment, and we're going to declare the champion momentarily. We're also just waiting for Giles and Jess to come and join me so we can declare it together. But full of controversy as per, but you know, this is what happens when students are racing. But I mean, have a look around here. It's a room full of students at the moment, guys. We have had an absolute fun day of seeing students just be able to join here at the Williams eSports Centre, have a shot at racing, geek out on Formula One memorabilia behind us here. I mean, I don't know. Guys, have you had fun today? Shall we come back and do this again next year? Close enough. Come on. All right. Okay, I think we've all had fun here today. We've had great food. We've got to see lots of F1 memorabilia, lots of F1 cars, lots of trophies behind us, and lots of crashes and punterinos as well. But, of course, there can only be one winner from this. So, Jess, Giles, shall we go behind the screen and declare who our champion for this season is?
Probably a good idea.
Very good idea. Come on, let's have a look behind us then. So after 9 months of racing, guys, we have a champion. And we are happy to declare, when the screen goes live in just a second.
It's a bit Inception-y at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, that was
very
really
Inception-y.
double.
So many boxes just going on here. So we're going to get the graphic on in just a second,
Wave
guys.
to YouTube, everyone.
There we are. Wave to YouTube. Wave to your mums, to your partners, to everyone there. And we're going to declare in just a second who our champions are. Ooh, there we are. And so, after 9 months of racing, I was expecting something bigger than that, but we'll go with it. University of Glasgow are your champions, ladies and gentlemen. They have defended their title, and with a clean sweep as well in the engineering challenges, where they won 5 out of 5 challenges. They dominated that this season, and yet when it mattered most, they won today, and they nicked the title from Southampton right at the
Rub it in, why don't you, Monty? Because they're the only ones that are here.
Well, why? I'm sorry, it's drama, but no. Southampton, congratulations, guys. Commiseration, another fantastic event, another great challenge from you guys to get runners-up spot, and again to Bolton as well. Same protagonist, same top 3 from last season as well, isn't it? So
yeah.
Easy to see, but we'll go back and do it all again next season, hopefully.
From all of us, you've been the event captain and put your heart and soul into this as ever. I don't know about you lot, but I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I think Jess has as well.
Yes,
This is my first one. I've
really enjoyed it. But I have to say, we give it a round of applause for God. Let's give a round of applause to Monty for doing a brilliant job this season, organising it. And also thanks to the guys who run the servers as well. Without them, you wouldn't be racing here today as well. They've been here organising all the race as well. So good job to the guys at N²rburgring as well for doing a great job.
We'll let them have their moment. Turn the camera for just a second. The pit wall behind us, guys. This is who has been making the racing happen all season long. We have a Henry. Of course we're all going to run away. That's fine. We have N²rburgring. We have Tyler, and somewhere with his perm we have Billy hiding conveniently behind everyone as well. Guys, thank you so much for all your dedication this year, because without you we wouldn't have been able to have made these races happen. So if not anything, guys, you should be giving them a round of applause, because they have made this happen.
We've got more people to thank as well, because without them we wouldn't even be in this very building. Thanks to the team at Williams eSports throughout not just today, but for the entirety of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. They've been partnering the Formula Student Sim Racing Series for the first proper season with them, and they've done a great job, and they've organised this day really well, making sure that the students have been looked after, us looked after as well in the commentary box, and all the other people as well, making sure we were fed as well. So thanks to everyone at Williams for making us feel very welcome in such a fantastic facility. I'm sure the students appreciate it as well.
Well, I guess after all of that then, guys, I think there's just one last thing to say. As event captain, again, congratulations to the University of Glasgow for winning this season. We'll hopefully do it all again next season and see if we have a new champion. But otherwise, Jess, Giles, I hand it over to you for final interviews and to close out the show.
Interviewing Glasgow virtually in just a few moments as well.
Fantastic.
I was going to say, has anyone got a plane ticket to Glasgow we can borrow? Right, let's go and find out your winner. Stick with us here on YouTube. Thank you ever so much to you at home for joining us, because without you guys, it's just a bunch of us messing about. So thank you for being there. Welcome back to the commentary box. It's very strange to be in vision, but here we are yet again, and those were the points as things stand at the end of round 7. And as Jess has been saying, thank you ever so much to everyone who has made this event possible. N² server, of course, the IMEC, Williams eSports, and of course HighViz Media, who meant that we are here on your screens talking to you, and of course you at home for being there, the teams as well. And after, as Monty said, there can be only one winner, so let's catch up with them via the glorious thing that is the internet. Let's get over to Glasgow, shall we, and talk to the sim racing champions. Again, it is only Ibrahim.
Hey!
How you doing, Ibrahim? Ibrahim, your mic's off. Your mic's not on.
If not, we can't hear them.
No, there's nothing there. Oh, no, this was going so well. They've been performing so well all year, and now their microphone has let them down in their moment of triumph. We're going to try again in just a minute, so do stay with us. Get your comments coming in. Daniel Letard says, love you, Monty. Massive props to all the organisers. This season has been our first, but it's been great. Mayor HFC says, best top hat ever. Tyler's top hat has really become a talking point today. Darren Davison pointing out that Tyler started 9th and got to 3rd. Well done, he says.
Yeah, I agree. That was, I think, was one of my teams of the session in Silverstone. What a performance from Hull, I think, for the last few rounds as well.
Hull have been impeccable. It's been so many. It's been great to see the level of racing has really stepped up a gear for the final. And Bolton really did hold their own racing against Glasgow, wheel to wheel there. There wasn't an inch or a quarter given. They were lapping at the exact same lap times by thousandths. It was on our timing screen, thousandths of a second, exactly the same all the way through. Really well done. It was the pit stop that clinched it, I think.
Yeah, it was that pit stop, wasn't it? Because Ibrahim, they chose Ibrahim for a reason in that car, because he's one of the quickest drivers in there, and it's a shame we weren't able to hear him for a little bit there, but fingers crossed we can get things sorted, because you can tell he was happy when we were about to speak to him. He had a smile on his face, because even though they weren't in the best position, things could have gone so much differently. It could have gone wrong for them. So it was not over until the Fat Lady sung, and Glasgow didn't even need to win. They could have finished second. They could have still won the championship.
Yeah, but as we said, Glasgow would not be content with anything but first.
Exactly.
If they could get first, they'd have it. And we're going to be bringing you the interview as best we can, as soon as we can. Having said that, soon is not an exact unit of time, and we hope that we'll be able to get you them as quickly as possible. The internet is a miracle, but it is also not always consistent.
No, I think we've put up with a bit of your lag as well at the start of the season.
Oh, my Welsh internet, who'd have it? Who'd have it? I mean, honestly, the less said about my Welsh internet,
That's
the better.
why I'm glad we're here, because I don't have to deal with your lag.
No, exactly. The amount, I mean, you'll know we can. It's a lot more slick when we're in person together. Do stick with us. Get your comments coming in. Maya has been asking that we feature a top hat in the game itself. I'm sure there's a mod somewhere that you can put a top hat on the virtual driver somewhere. And if not, someone will be able to code one up.
Maybe for next season, because it'll only be a few months until season. I don't know how many seasons there've been in the sim racing series.
Been 3. This is my second, your first, because there was one beforehand.
Yeah, there was. I think there was one in 2022. I think as well.
Yes, I think so.
So yeah. So this will be my second next year, if they'll have me.
Meanwhile, well done, Giles, Jess, Monty, and the whole crew. Your coverage has been great. Been watching all day and cheering on Aberdeen and my boy McScotty.
Hey!
Lovely to hear from you, Jojo. Really great to have you on board with us. Thank you very much indeed. If you have been with us over the past few months and you've been dealing with my lag and our warped sense of humour and
my long hair, but it's now short.
Jess's ever-changing haircuts, then thank you. It's been a pleasure having you with us. We tend to average about 70 or 80 viewers per stream, and it's been an absolute... Whoever you are out there, and you've been watching this continuously, thank you ever so much. Chief Hutton says, thank you, congrats to the winners and everyone who competed. That's why we all do this, to enjoy the company of fellow motorsport fans and engineers. Yes, it's like a commune for nerds, and it's great to be among like-minded people. I've been reliably informed that we might actually be able to have a conversation with your winners for the second time in a row. It goes to Scotland. Try this again, shall we? Cross your fingers. Glasgow, how are we doing?
Can you hear us?
Is it working? Can you hear me?
Yay! Here we go.
Great. Thank you very much.
Ibrahim, always a pleasure to talk to you, sir. How are you doing?
Yeah, absolutely great after a long season and a long race. Happy to get it over and done with.
I imagine it did feel, especially going into this, it could have gone a couple of ways. It looked like it was in your favour, but you never know with motorsport. It could all go Pete Tong at the flip of a hat. What were your thoughts going into this? Because we were talking, you could have finished in second in that final race, and you still could have been in the position you're in now, winning for a second year in the row.
Yeah.
We also kind of figured you're not one to settle for second. So where was your mind at throughout that race?
I mean, we haven't had the post-race penalties yet, but I think, yeah, I can't settle for second. This was too big of an opportunity to not completely go for it, and there was just this one incident where he broke quite early, and I had nowhere to go, in my opinion. So yeah, and then I completely just sent it and made as big of a gap as possible. The way
that was going to be my next question, is that there was that moment of contact, and there was despair on the chat who had hope for a clean moment. So was, from your perspective, was that early breaking? Will that be your defence in regard to that?
Yeah, I think he broke a bit too early. I think I was breaking at my normal point every lap, and yeah, that's what I think. But that's up for the stewards to decide. I think we still got a good gap to them, and I wanted to go for it. I didn't want to just sit back behind them. I knew the pace advantage we had, and we were losing upwards of a second a lap, so I couldn't.
You were lapping continuously at the exact same pace, and we did wonder whether you were just waiting for the right moment, or is it a question that the defence from Bolton was such that you just couldn't get past?
Yeah, they just had such a low track setup. I would just catch them immediately in the high speed and in low speed, and then you just fly on every exit. So we had no real way of attacking apart from a mistake. Even if I got alongside them, they would just fly along past. So there was no way of a real attack, to be honest. And I wanted to get past to get the biggest gap as possible. But yeah.
5 out of 5 engineering challenges for the win there. What's your secret?
It's a secret sauce. We can't spill it, but we're gonna keep using it until we won even more. So yeah.
So the intention then is to come back and do it and get the hat trick 3 years in a row, is it?
We'll see. We'll see.
You've got to graduate at some point.
Yeah, that's true. But we keep our secrets tied to our chest. So we'll see what happens in the following years.
Will we be seeing you in the next few days at Silverstone?
I hope so. I think we'll be there.
It'll be great to see you in person. Thank you ever so much for joining us. Your sim racing champions for the 2nd year in a row. That's Ibrahim Khan, and it goes to the University of Glasgow Racing. Congratulations.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Cheers. Thank you, guys.
And there it is. She's Jess. I'm Giles. He's been Monty. And for another year, that's the sim racing done. Can you believe?
It's been my first proper season because I filled in for you round 7 last year in Spa, and it's been a privilege to be asked back to commentate for a full season. I've really enjoyed it. Williams have made us feel so welcome throughout the entirety of the day, and the week is not over. We still got Formula Student at the real life Formula Student at Silverstone on Saturday and Sunday. You can join Giles and Monty on Saturday, and myself and Giles on Sunday. It's going to be epic. You can still buy tickets on the Silverstone website if you want to join us.
Genuinely, 30 quid, 40 quid. You get a paddock access. You get in amongst all the teams, and it's a fantastic experience to be involved in. It's the engineering equivalent of Glastonbury. So we do hope you can join us either in person or on the Formula Student YouTube channel right here on Saturday and Sunday. I've been Giles Cosgrove. She's been Jess Ball. He's been James Monty Montgomery. And this has been the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2024.
Bye.